Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was deadly Animagus of Godzilla? Harry x Godzilla. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. When the world found out about the existence of massive prehistoric creatures, it was the Japanese that pretty much said "we told you so." As they had a massive statue in the middle of Tokyo of a giant monster that everyone had been told that it was one of the new additions to the city to promote its own smash hit monster movie franchise. Turns out, after San Francisco, the world was forced to accept the existence of massive creatures that had ruled the world long before mankind had. It wasn't long after when more of these creatures were being spotted, which suddenly led to the realization that something was going on. It wasn't until 2 years after San Francisco that the creature that showed up to destroy the MUTOs resurfaced, killing off the alpha of the parasitic species. But not without suffering a massive wound that left its back a boiling, smoking and radioactive hazard. 1 year later, the awakening event happened, causing all the now named Titans to awaken and attack the largest cities on planet Earth. It wasn't long before the one that instigated this was killed off, by the creature now called Titanis Gojira. Or his other name, Godzilla, the king of the monsters. Or, at least they thought it was the end of it. The beast that had ended the threat called Ghidorah had another secret, something that had been closely guarded since it was found out. Titanis Gojira was, in actuality, nothing more than a teenage boy called Harry James Potter. Nor did they know that he had only recently begun to learn of his place in the much more vast ecosystem that made up the Earth. Not only did this cause much strain to the young man, but he also had to face problems in his own life. Time and again, his life would be put in in the place he would have called home, but now, it was only a thinly veiled location of security and relief. Having just faced and survived the Triwizard Tournament before having to face off against Ghidorah, he had been pushed to the breaking point. Things would change, or he would force a change. Harry James Potter opened his eyes, showing his reptilian emerald green-yellow slits before they turned into a more human shape. As he sat alone in the dilapidated park, the young wizard could only think on what had transpired over the summer months. After not only bringing back Cedric's body and a warning that Voldemort was back, but also saving the Earth itself from a massive cosmic Hydra, the wizarding world had turned on him completely. Most of the articles were written by Rita Skeeter, W.H. Ick. The magical populace had gobbled up as the truth, and any naysayer would have been lynched if the government had allowed it. The latest article was all about his delusional mindset and reckless magical oath he had made moments after announcing the return of you-know-who. However, it seemed like this was more of a desperate ploy to try and ignore the magical oath, but it seemed that some Opal weren't absolute morons and had taken his oath seriously, which had led to an investigation and evidence that he had been right, that someone had used a ritual to reform one's own body. Harry had a right old laugh as the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was forced to acknowledge that he, Harry, had been witness to a very dark ritual and faced a powerful wizard or witch. That had been the only victory that Harry had won. The rest was slander and ridicule against him. They would learn eventually, he thought to himself, rising from the only remaining swing on the playground's swing set. His feet took him back to his relative's house, on instinct, as his mind remained focused on his problems. He was pretty much alone at number 4, Privet Drive, his friends having refused to write anything back. Worse, they were keeping his beloved familiar, Hedwig, from returning. He had pretty much used a ministry delivery owl to tell them that if Hedwig wasn't released from her imprisonment, He would use the Ministry to find her as she was his legal familiar. The Ministry had its uses, this was one of them. It was illegal to keep one's familiar away from the Master against its will, after all. But it seemed that they hadn't listened, and he finally sent a legitimate complaint to the Ministry about this. That had been a few days ago, which was probably the only thing that was good about them. They took magical familiars seriously. Harry's feet pounded the ground as he crossed under the bridge that connected Wisteria Walk to Little Whinging before he stopped dead. The air was cold, icy even. The lights flickering before they shut off. His senses seemed to be muted for the briefest moment before he snorted, neon blue flame flying out of his nostrils. He growled deeply, rolling his shoulders back as his body filled out, gaining muscle mass and height. His clothing seemed to have vanished as his body grew darker, scales forming over his human skin. Claws grew from his fingers as thick talons dug into the pavement under his feet. A long tail snaked out from behind him, as his face elongated into an animal's snout. Out of his back grew 3 rows of dorsal spines, the central one being the largest as Harry shook his body, growling loudly. The cold backed off, his body radiating heat that made the intense cold retreat. The pitch-black space around him was illuminated by the bright glow from his dorsal spines. Blue beams shoving the darkness back. Harry looked around, using his senses to find the only things that could create this scenario, Dementors. His ears picked up, hearing the long, rasping, rattling breaths that announced the presence of the foul creatures. Widening his stance, he let out a guttural bark into the darkness as the breathing momentarily paused before the first creature appeared. The Dementor floated above the ground, a long, withered cloak the only thing covering it. The hood showed none of its face as the skeletal hands that were covered in slimy, rotted skin, hung at its sides. The smell of it was worse, that of mold, rotten flesh and death. Harry hissed darkly, his dorsal spines flashing several times in warning. It didn't heed the warning, only drawing closer, arms lifting to wrap its corpse-like fingers around its victim's throat. Harry opened his jaws, as the air vibrated and hummed. Out of his maw surged a torrent of blue fire, not actual flames but pure radiation. Striking the Dementor head-on. Despite popular belief in the magical communities, there were forces on planet Earth that not only counter magic, but negate it and even leave once magically rich environments nothing more than barren wastelands. The magical communities of Japan and America knew for a fact that radiation was one of those forces, as magical representatives of the American Magical Congress had lost their magic for several months during the first testing of the atomic bomb. Japan knew it from when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were hit with the same weapons. Then it was reinforced when the Castle Bravo test was done. Those magical representatives had been unable to use magic for several years afterwards. The Dementor, being a magical creature, had no defenses against one of the natural energies that the planet produced. It shrieked in agony, its cloak instantly burning upon contact as its rotten flesh liquefied before evaporating. The foul thing tried to make an escape, shrieking loudly, but it was struck down with another blast of the blue flame. Harry snarled as he quickly turned, roaring as his claws slashed the cloak of the second Dementor. It backpedaled, but didn't last as long as his fellow. Harry turned it to ash, its haunting shrieks hanging in the air for what seemed like an eternity before everything changed back. Moon, stars, Leing returned to its natural state before Harry broke the night with a roar of victory. He shook himself before returning to his human body, shrinking and returning to normal in a matter of heartbeats. He was just about to turn for home when a feminine voice broke the night like a gunshot. Such bravery from the Alpha, the voice said, making Harry spin around, when he didn't really need to show it. There were very few things that really startled Harry. This was one of the few times he was. Leaning against one of the now relit lamp posts was a feminine figure, one that made his skin crawl with some internal familiarity. The female straightened and stepped into the dim light, the yellow glow adding more shadows to her figure. Her skin was nearly complete black, except for her hair. From the base, it was black before it became a very dark crimson that moved like oil on water. Her voluptuous figure caught his attention the most, or the more accurate statement being that his teenage mind and hormones did. A very large bust, wide hips, long legs, the whole package of a teenager's wet dream. When he got a whiff of her scent though, his mind suddenly returned to focus as he entered a guarded stance. He remembered her smell. It had been in Boston when he had obliterated Ghidorah's head. "You're that parasite from Boston," he growled, hands curling into fists. "That is correct, Alpha, the parasite. Or better known to the humans as the MUTO, replied softly, "I witnessed the false king's demise by your hand." "Then why are you here?" Harry bit out, trying to act civilly with her instead of attacking her on the spot due to her species. "I'm here to serve you, Alpha," she said, bowing her head in respect, "in any capacity you see fit." Harry frowned, a bit perplexed by this development. Never had a parasite just given up its freedom to an alpha before, even with his long memories. MUTOs were very instinctive titans, the need to mate being the strongest of any primordial creature known. This was also added to by the former Jinshin Mushi or Muto Prime as their alpha. These creatures never bowed to anyone. This female was different than the rest of her kind, clear. Lee something was up with this as he didn't trust her to not attack him and drink his radioactive insides out. "Why though? You have never done anything like this in the past," he hissed, eyes narrowing. "That is true." The female titan slowly, almost gliding, walked over and gently pressed a hand against his cheek. "But there is no more of my species left, Alpha. As the last of my kind, I wish to be of greater use to you. Including being what the humans call a concubine." Emerald eyes widened at this statement, looking into the completely glowing blood-red orbs of the feminine titan. His head leaned into her soft hand, as he took her wrist but didn't remove the appendage. It felt really good to not be touched without feeling pain and agony, something he flinched away at in his human body if it became too overwhelming. 10 years of living with hate-filled, abusive Muggle relatives did that. This was different, so much more different than the beatings he used to receive for absolutely no reason other than he was a monster. Something must have changed as he relaxed into the soft hand. The female MUTO's stance went rigid before she pulled Harry against her body. She was hugging him, the alpha. His animal mind reeled back in shock, but his teenager brain pressed forward, making him press against the titaness more. Her hand remained on his cheek as her other hand wrapped around him, her body slightly shaking. "Probably from rage, Alpha," she said slowly, clearly containing her anger. "Why did you not tell one of your servants that you were being abused in your human disguise?" Harry cringed. Her voice sounded all too similar to his former friend Hermione. "Because it's my problem, not any of yours. I'm the Alpha, I can handle it myself." He growled back, though his heart wasn't in it. "Alpha," she cooed, or what was the approximate noise similar to cooing, "you have proven yourself enough to us. We would be more willing to help you with your human problems as humans if you just asked. I highly doubt Methuselah would help me after I forced his face into the dirt a week after Ghidorah died." He sighed, pressing against the Muto more, trying to not tear up. He must not show weakness. "Alpha, I won't try to overthrow you if you show emotional weakness. All of us have it. Go on, let it all out." It was like a dam broke, over 15 years of suffering, bottled up anger. Hatred and sadness finally escaped as Harry Potter started weeping against his primordial enemy's shoulder. 1 week after the Dementor attack, Harry suddenly found himself in a sort of rout that had formed between him and the Muto female named Namoko, or at least that was the human name that she had taken. Every morning, he was wake up, be reminded of Namoko's stunning beauty as it lay next to him in his bed before heading out for a run. After that, he would return, shower, then talk with Namoko before heading down to breakfast. That was the simple morning routine that had formed between them. However, things were nothing more than a master and slave concubine relationship, which suited Namoko just fine. Honestly, if this relationship had become a rushed boyfriend-girlfriend thing, Harry would have been pissed. Though, it didn't help his mood when the ministry sent him an update that his familiar, Hedwig, was under a Fidelius charm and was going to be harder to find her. His mood would have worsened if it hadn't been for Namoko distracting him with her body. On this particular day, things changed, and it wasn't for the better in Harry's opinion. After having a full day in the local gym with Namoko, the two arrived back at number 4 to find Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle, in his best suit. "Boy," he said, making his walrus mustache quiver, "we are going out. My boss had invited me, Petunia." And Dudley to a social dinner in London. So, not like I was going to join you anyway, Harry remarked darkly. I have enough to deal with without having to handle more people I don't know. Vernon snorted. As I was saying, you and your friend will not leave this house or touch anything that is ours. You will also not be using anything of ours or eating out of our fridge. Do we look like pigs, Dursley? Namoko snarled, making Vernon take a step back before he beat a hasty retreat out of the house. Serves him right, she remarked sourly, walking over to the fridge and pulling out an energy drink. Draining half of it in one go, Harry showered and headed to the bedroom, shortly followed by Namoko. It wasn't long before they were entangled in each other's bodies, allowing primal instinct dictate them for several hours before something below in the dark kitchen alerted Harry. Rising slowly off a lightly panting and undressed Namoko, he growled darkly as he pulled his boxers on. Now, not only was he frustrated that his time with Namoko was stopped, but he wasn't in the mood to deal with intruders. He only made it to the top of the stairs when his sensitive hearing and smell caught the whiff of the people down below. 10 in all, 3 women and 7 men, with one smelling like a tired wolf. You lot have any good reason to interrupt a rather private engagement, or are you just here to make sure I continue having blue balls? He all but barked at the group below. Namoko was very displeased when something downstairs interrupted the time that her alpha used to relieve his frustrations. It's one thing to be unaware of it, but this was pushing it. She had been so close. She got a pair of white lacy knickers on and slipped on a chest bind, dark satin red in color, to hold her bust in place. Her eyes glanced around in the dark before she spotted her alpha, muscles bulging a little as he glowered at something down below. His eyes were like burning blue swaths of fire, his frustration and anger clearly on display. She did hear him say something to the effect that, "You screwed up, majorly." She gracefully slid pressing her body against his as she glowered downstairs, which was lit by a floating orb of light. It illuminated a group of humans down below, all looking up at them with some form of emotion. Few were surprised, one looked disgusted, however. One lanky and bedraggled figure caught her eye. He looked up at them with some trepidation, maybe mild surprise. He was hard to get a read off of. "It's all right, Harry," the lanky man said, taking one step forward. Hands raised in the universal sign of surrender. "I didn't realize you were busy with that sort of engagement." "I like him," Namoko whispered into her alpha's ear. "He at least realizes what just happened." Harry only nodded as he pulled himself out of her grasp, heading down the stair. She followed at a more leisurely pace, doing her best to keep the group in view, just in case they attacked. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her alpha sniff the lanky man before pulling him into a tight hug. Her alpha knew this man. "Professor Lupin," he said, though his anger was clearly still there, only simmering below the surface. "Why are you here in the middle of the night?" "We're here to take you to headquarters, Potter," a gravelly, gruff voice said. "We're your guard." Harry's anger went from simmering to volcanic, if his body language and expression were anything to go by. "My what?" he all but snarled, his powerful, animalistic throat muscles adding that needed touch of danger to his wording. "Your guard, boy," the man said again. Namoko felt her alpha move at that moment. She didn't see him move until after the man that had caused her alpha's anger to spike was flat on his back. The eye that was bigger than the other was rolling on the floor, the rest of the group looking shocked. Harry's muscles pulsed in the dim light of the orb, looking like rippling water waves. Namoko shivered at the sight and very clear show of power that her alpha had brought down on the fool. It made her insides heat up and her thighs rub together. Harry," the man, Lupin, asked, eyes wide. "Are you all right?" her alpha hissed, the orb dimming in brightness as he let some of his radiation out, showing his immense control over his powers. His eyes glowed brighter than the orb as he looked at Lupin. Jaw set and body tense, ready to strike. "I don't need a guard," he slowly bit out, taking his time with every word like it was venom. "I can handle myself." "No doubt," a perky and somewhat amused voice said, making Namoko turn. "I told them you didn't need a guard, but what do I know?" The young woman that spoke up had red. Wait, did it just change to purple? Namoko was not sure if she saw that correctly. Shaking her head, Namoko frowned a bit. Her face had some of Harry's softer features, where they were related somehow. Clearly, they should have listened more carefully, her Alpha snapped. Relaxing a bit but not dropping his guard at all. I don't need 10 people to surround me, I'm not the bloody Prime Minister. Yes, Lupin seemed to have agreed with Harry's statement. Eyes on the fallen man as he slowly got up. However, Harry, I would like to invite you to join us. We are going to headquarters tonight and thought it would be a good idea to bring you along. He's appealing to my Alpha's better nature, Namoko thought as Harry looked at Lupin before curtly nodding. He glanced at her, making her turn and head up the stairs. She knew what needed to be done. At least she had most of the packing done already, so it wouldn't be so hard. Well, mostly everything, now to pick between her red and black lingerie or her white and black one. Decisions. After 10 minutes, Namoko came down with several suitcases and her Alpha's empty owl cage. Harry had gotten some cargo pants and what looked like to be an undershirt that was more like a tank top. She didn't mind it. It clung to his muscles and made her body ache with want. Namoko, broom, her Alpha called to her, you have it. Namoko tossed it to him, watching as he deftly caught it and motioned her to follow. She did, before they stepped outside. The cold was a bit nippy, but she didn't mind in the least. Harry waited before Lupin nodded at him, mounting his broom. Namoko leapt on behind him, quickly and professionally securing the luggage to the firebolt, wrapping her arms around her Alpha's body as the broom left the ground with the rest of the group. She looked down below at the lights that were London, feeling quite small in her human disguise compared to her true form. She pressed her chest into her Alpha's, absorbing the warmth he radiated. He still was viable to explode in anger. She could easily tell. Alpha, she cooed into his ear, I'll make it all better when we're alone. That seemed to get his mind off his anger, allowing her Alpha to focus on piloting the broom. The ride ended sooner than she wanted. She had nearly gotten her balance right to wrap a leg around his. Namoko collected the luggage and followed her Alpha before they stopped, looking up at a bunch of apartment buildings. Except one was a house, with the number 12 on the door. What crazy wizard put a house between two apartment buildings? Harry asked aloud, looking over at Lupin. That would be Lord Black, Lupin answered, looking at Harry, eyebrows raised, you can see Grimmauld Place. He froze and looked shocked at this, but, how? Her Alpha snorted, dark amusement dancing his eyes. Her core burned with need for him. Harry suddenly felt something inside him change, something big was in or near London. He started running, dropping his broom as his eyes glowed with power. Namoko, distract, he shouted as he sprinted towards the danger. Harry, what are you? Remus called out before a wave of energy struck the group, originating from Namoko's hands. As the group collapsed from their magic going haywire before shutting off to keep the wizards and witches safe from themselves, Harry was halfway to the source of the disturbance. He then gathered High's magic into his hands before slamming his palms into the ground, causing a massive dust and debris cloud to form around his as he entered his true form, bellowing out a roar that would catch the attention of the enemy. As he marched out of the cloud, he spotted his foe. It roared at him like his roar, but the monster was built heavier than himself. Looking like it had become one with the earth, he beast growled before Harry roared at it again. He marched towards the beast, jaw set into a determined snarl as his hands came up. He charged the beast at full tilt, but the beast raised its arms and the two smashed together, causing a massive shockwave. Harry growled as he strained to push the smaller beast back, but nothing gave. The beast was only near 300 feet tall, but it looked like Harry's form. But the dorsal were shaped like real-life leaves. They then started to crackle and spark, electric energy pulsing from dorsal leaf to dorsal leaf. Harry let go of his foe before spinning around and smashing his tail into the creature's ankles. That knocked it over, but a circle of energy grew around the beast then closed in front of its nose. It thrust its head forward, nose CTing with the energy that exploded into a beam of blue power. Harry screamed as it burned into his chest armor, forcing him backwards before it exploded, flinging him onto his back. Buildings collapsed under his weight as he groaned, his chest feeling like someone branded him like a common cow. He got up, turning to find his opponent was up and was closing in. Harry got into a stance before the beast was clotheslined by Namoko. who had charged the massive Earth Kaiju before smashing her massive forelimbs into its back. Another shockwave of power erupted from the impact points, Namoko's natural defense, the organic EMP. The beast screamed as its body glowed before the glow exploded, disappearing. It had a shield covering its body. Harry rushed the beast, his hands reaching for the biggest dorsal spine. Namoko smashed her limbs into the beast, distracting it as it tried to attack her with its slow-moving arms. Harry tugging as it cut into his flesh, making him bleed. He refused to let go. Then his ears picked up the sound of cracking rocks and wood as the massive spine came free. The beast bellowed and slashed Namoko off it as it turned to face him. Harry didn't let it get another hot, but it blasted him away with a cone of noise, pure noise. He roared as he collapsed onto more buildings. Then the creature took a step forward only to have its foot encased in a block of ice. It growled, confused before a gurgling clicking noise caught its attention. The many tentacles of the kaiju known as Titanus Scylla closed around its mouth, where it had spat its ice breath attack. Harry got up quickly as Scylla cried out as the beast blasted her away with a slashing tail beam attack. He grabbed the abomination's head and stabbed its own dorsal spine into its throat. Its alarmed roar was cut short as Harry shoved the spine in further. Its eyes widened as its life left its body. Harry grinned as it pulled the spine out and with one mighty slash, beheaded the beast. The body went re-gid as its head smashed snout first into the ground. Harry panted, tiredly. That thing had actually pushed him to being tired out in only a few minutes. He held onto the dorsal spine as he kicked the body over, watching it collapse and fall apart. He roared into the sky before walking over to Scylla and helps her up, noticing the dark burn lines across her legs. He growled, asking if she was okay. She said she was fine. He asked to make sure. She said she was. He rolled his eyes and told her to stop acting like the Japanese tsundere and be herself. She retorted that she wasn't comfortable in public as herself, so her persona stayed the same. He sighed before motioning Namoko and Scylla to follow him into the ocean before they went deep into the waters and entered their human forms. He then teleported them to the park that he and Namoko landed in with the group of wizards and witches earlier that morning. He looked over at Scylla and his cheeks flushed, her form, like Namoko's body. Another teenager's wet dream. However, her hair in her human form looked like her tentacles and was covered in a shell. Her body was more a dark tan that humans could get than the near void black of Namoko. Along with a blanket-like skirt that had one leg exposed and her top was more a bikini top than anything else. Alpha, Scylla said in a stern but caring tone, you do realize what that abomination was, correct? Yes, Harry grimaced. It was one of Earth's creations before the Alpha position became something. That abomination was in fact called Godzilla Earth, or Terra Gojira, when the Earth was still young and dictated by emotional stimulus. He only knew of it because of his memories from the previous Alpha, and that Alpha has sealed it away in the depths of the Icarus Seal, a volcanic reef inside the Mariana Trench. Somehow, that thing had escaped after all this time. However, it was dead now and Harry had a new weapon, in the form of the largest dorsal spine. He looked at the dorsal spine and noticed it had gained a handle and the spine had elongated, adding more points along the sides. He swung it around, testing its weight and balance, finding them perfect. Must be the Earth compensating him for having to kill that thing, which was very nice of her to do so. Still, we have to join the others, Harry said, looking at Scylla. Care to join use, Scylla? Internal problems. As the trio walked up to the now barely rising group, it was clear that some of them had seen the fight that he, Namoko and Scylla fought against Godzilla Earth. He didn't really mind that, but he glowered at Mad Eye, moody because the battle-scared man was really getting on his nerves. The man exudes insanity and paranoia non-stop. It was really sickening to smell that. He stopped before Lupin, who looked at his new weapon across his back. Harry, he asked cautiously, where did you get that thing? Mother Earth, he answered easily, it was her gift to me. Remus nodded, clearly his inner werewolf knew better than to question the Alpha on this. Before the group headed to the door, Remus unlocked it with magic before motioning everyone inside. He then closed the door as Harry looked around. His eyes easily adapt to the darkness. The entry was small, but when it had a small stairway going down to a door and a massive multi-story stairway going up, it couldn't have been any bigger. The magic here was palpable. At least to Harry it was. Old gas lamps hisses to life as Harry grunted, preferring modern electricity to old gas. The door downstairs opened and Mrs. Weasley hurried up to the group. Harry tensed as she grew closer before his hand shot out, catching her wrist as the red-headed woman tried to hug him. Namoko hissed as Skyla tensed. Harry looked at Molly and shook his head. I don't want to be touched by anyone other than Namoko and Skyla, Mrs. Weasley, he told her firmly before lightly flinging her hand away. Namoko pulled Harry against her chest, making it clear that she was his. Harry looked at Skyla, who stepped closer and took his hand in hers, making the same statement. The witches and wizards looked at one another before Harry growled, making the two let go. Well, Molly said, looking very unsure about this. Why your room with Ron? I'm not, Harry snarled, sleeping with that boy. But, Harry, Mrs. Weasley tried to say something but Namoko cut her off. Harry has no intentions of sleeping anywhere near that weakling, the parasite hissed darkly, not after he and his co-conspirator kept his familiar, Hedwig, away from him for a month. It's illegal in magical Britain to hold one's familiar against its will from its master. Remus seemed to catch on and glowered at Molly. Molly, get Hedwig down here now. She paled, but quickly went up the stairs as the group whispered amongst themselves. Harry could smell the doubt being sown in at this. The Welsey matron was back quickly with a snowy white owl, Harry's Hedwig. The owl flew down and landed on her master's shoulder, giving everyone a piercing glare before wooting darkly. Harry pet her belly feathers before walking up the stairs, Namoko and Skyla following him. Mrs. Weasley spoke up, clearly having gotten her courage back. Harry, I'm sure Ron was trying to be safe than sorry, he'll apologize. Shut up. This time, Harry was barking, his anger at its highest yet. He did it on orders of your all-knowing Albus Dumbledore. This shouting woke up the paintings around them, one in particular looking like hag of a witch. Harry snarled as the woman screamed out obscenities and other profane things. You, Harry roared, glowering at the painting, which was only to his right. You wretch of a hag, shut your face. You, she snarled right back, fingers looking they wanted to claw at his face. Shame of my flesh, godson. Filth and traitor to the House of Black. Harry roared, and in his right hand appeared a bright blue ball of flame before he smashed it into the foul painting. The painting screamed even louder, but it started smoking, black and oily substances oozing out of the frame as Harry pushed more power into the wretched art. The painted hag's face finally ignited as the frame erupted into ash, the heat metalling the wall behind it. The painting finally combusted into ash before Harry smashed his foot into it, scattering the remnants everywhere. He snorted and turned away from the group, heading upstairs to find his own room. It was several hours later that the door was knocked on Harry's, Namoko's and Skyla's room. The two ladies were without clothing and snuggling on each side of Harry as he woke up to the incessant knocking. He slowly sat up and growled, shaking his head as he looked at the door, using magical to unlock it. You may enter, silently daring the one to open the door and get attacked by two very angry and tired-out Titanesses. The person that opened the door was Ron and Hermione, only to find themselves looking at a muscular young man as two tired-out females look up and eyes narrowed in mere seconds. Ron was blasted energy from Namoko and Hermione was hit with an ice beam. The two Titans got up and got dressed, as Harry showered then got dressed. He snorted as he passed a scared Hermione, ignoring the passed-out Ron as he headed downstairs with his females. Upon entering the downstairs door, he found it was actually a kitchen dining room. The food smelled delicious as he and girls found 3 seats. He pulled 3 plates over and plated the food for his women then himself. He was a gentleman after all. They dug into the food as Harry glanced over at his godfather, who was looking over Skyla and Namoko appraising Ly. Eyes off my girls, you mutt. Harry teasingly growled, making serious frown. Your girls? Since when did my godson get so popular with the ladies? He grinned but Harry raised an eyebrow. Maybe because I try to make them happy with me and they want me because I care. He asked softly. Sirius blinked before chuckling as the door banged open, revealing Albus Dumbledore. The man with the long beard looked around before spotting Harry, a look of disappointment on his old, wrinkled face. Skyla and Namoko looked up, glowering but were ignored. "Harry, my boy," he said softly, "could we talk for a moment outside?" "Absolutely not, dirtbag," Harry snapped, smashing his palms into the table, shaking it. "You talk here or I have my godfather kick you out." This suddenly turned in Harry's favor the moment the old man walked in. Stubborn old man. Skyla watched the interaction between her alpha and the white-bearded old man, sensing the instant hostility between them. It was pretty obvious the older male was used to being obeyed, not told what to do. Internally smirking, SC. Illa took another bite of food while watching the old human, studying him. His facial muscles formed into a look of disappointment before the eyes looked over at Harry's godfather. "You heard him, Dumbledore," he said pointedly. Glowering at Dumbledore, "You talk here or I ban you from entering my ancestral house." Namoko made a sound of amusement as the bearded man, who made a grand attempt at oaking like he was still in control of the situation and that he wasn't affected by the clear disrespect. After that, the wizard looked at her alpha with what she suspected to be the human version of old familial disappointment. That only made her alpha more enraged, his body tensing and shaking slightly. "Harry," the old wizard said gravely, as though he was speaking to someone's child that had a terminal illness. "I heard something had gone wrong. It's come to my attention that you may be under the effects of Voldemort's magic. I didn't this to be so easily eavesdropped and cause a panic." Harry snorted, blue flames rushing from his nostrils before the flames died out. Startled, both of the adults reacted like any person would, by getting as far away from the flame as possible. Sirius fell out of his chair in his escape while Dumbledore was more graceful. He and the chair went back a foot or two away from the table. Harry grinned darkly, watching the two with mirth dancing in his eyes. The white-bearded wizard looked shaken as he pulled his wand out, not pointing it at her alpha however. More like a last resort plan, if she read his body stance correctly. Namoko spoke up, "Seems Ike knows something more than just what was seen." Harry nodded, seemingly having to catch the same reaction to it like Namoko. Skyla frowned before the old man spot up. "Harry, that isn't normal flames." "Oh, really?" Harry raised his voice a bit louder, rolling his eyes. "That's like saying oil and water are not the same thing." Dumbledore grimaced as he shook his head, his voice having a tone of urgency now. "Harry, you have to listen to me. That fire will kill you if you don't let me help you." Harry rose, slamming his hands on the table again. The wood groaned loudly from this as her alpha gave the wizard a look. One that was full of barely contained anger, loathing and frustration at the human being before him. "You have no right, absolutely no right to tell me what is or is not good for me. You are not a certified healer nor are you versed in the ways of healing, you old goat. I'd rather read one of Lockhart's books than listen to you over my health." Harry bellowed, his eyes glowing bright blue. Harry, please." The man tried to speak but was cut off by the dining room table being flipped over. At least Skyla and Namoko had finished eating, or they wouldn't have been very pleased. Her alpha stomped over the flipped table and towards the old man. It seemed that instinct took over. The man sent several spells at Harry but he batted them away with the back of his hands. In a few moments, Dumbledore was crashing into the far wall, slumping down, but somehow still awake. Harry was standing, one fist out from punching the wizard. Sirius was up, but had his wand pointed at Dumbledore, eyes narrowed. "Seems I should have just banned you from coming inside. But I got a better one." The escaped wizard grinned. "From now on, you, Albus Dumbledore, will only be allowed into my house for meetings of the order. Anything other than that will keep you barred from this house. So I say, so mote it be." Sirius's wand flashed before the house shook gently, like it was waking up from a long sleep. That was until it hummed. Skyla could feel the power radiating from the wood itself. Dumbledore didn't have any chance to speak up. With a sound like a plunger being pulled from a sink, the man vanished. Along with that, the dining room table was righted as the power left but the echoes remained. Sirius started laughing, real bark-like laughter. Harry joined him after a few moments as did the two girls. The next morning, the only people up were Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, Molly Weasley and Skyla. The crustacean cephalopod Titanus had gotten a magic-proofed television and was watching the news networks, as her alpha had to lead out early that morning due to his duties. The Godfather was watching with her, sipping a cup of coffee as Remus Lupin was writing in a notebook, which was full of notes, drawings of Titans and other things. Skyla changed the channel again and again before it settled on an American station, which was reporting live from the French coast. As you can see, Titanus Gojira has just made landfall, the female reporter was saying, clearly not liking the weather over in France. Quite stormy over there, Sirius commented as Molly Weasley looked over from the sink. Frowning, it was nice when I was there as a dog. Remus snorted, of course, as a mangy mutt, you could warm the hearts of the coldest females. Skyla hissed as she turned the volume up, quiet. Something is there, the alpha predator wouldn't be there if something wasn't right. Monarch has reported increased activity from Titanus rodent for the past few weeks, along with new recordings that sound similar to the winged titan but are not completely the same. Quote, a younger rodent perhaps, Remus asked, looking up from his notes, or a female of the species. Titanus rodent is the last of his species. If any did survive, how could they? Skyla asked, giving the werewolf a glower before something made the reporter panic. Look, in the sky, what the audio cut out due to something big roaring overhead, it looks like rodent but he's all the way in Japan. Quote, the group saw the unmistakable shape that was of the Titanus rodent species, however, this one was much smaller. Skyla easily spotted the differences. Unlike rodent, this one had wider hips with stronger legs, as well as smaller chest. The wings were slimmer and seemed to leave trails of fire instead of lava like rodent did. But the most interesting feature was the head. The twin horn crest that rodent had wasn't present on this one, instead it had a single smaller horn. The beak had more teeth in it however. It's a female, a young one, Skyla gasped in shock, but how? Old family found. Rodent rested in Mt. Fuji, the lava boiling around him as he tried not to remember his past. A past where he had lost everything, including his beloved mate, leaving him as THT was until today. Something in the air changed. He could feel it, causing him to erupt out of the volcano and fly towards the sound. The ground and water passed away underneath the flying behemoth quite quickly before he circled the area which he had heard the sound coming from. The smell was that of water-covered lizard and his former mate. He nose-dived and pulled out at the last second, landing so his wings covered the smell of what he caught. He looked down at the place he smelled and his eyes widened to find a young female of his species. She smelled like his old mate but also of him and of fire, a smell he had thought to be only his scent after he attained his fire demon form. The little chick looked up at him, before sniffing his beak. Papa, she groaned, weak and tired, but having some of his old mate's tones in there and some of his as well. Yes, little senorita, he smiled, nuzzling his daughter, it is me, your papa. Rodin. A deep growl reminded that they weren't alone here. Looking up, Rodin saw the alpha glowering down at them both, jaw set in a deep grimace. He knew that the alpha must have come upon his hatchling, thinking it was some out-of-control titan but he had to defend his family. Keeping his wings around his hatchling, Rodin bowed his head in a small bow of respect. Alpha, mercy, please, this is my daughter, he said, trying not to sound like he was begging, don't hurt her any further. The alpha heavily stepped from foot to foot, pondering this before snorting. Rodin looked up, seeing the eye of the titan narrow. Go back to that volcano you've made your home with your daughter and don't come back out unless called for. The alpha hissed darkly before turning away and leaving the beach. What's got his scales all tightened up? Rodin's daughter huffed. Rodin shrugged. Maybe he doesn't like getting up so early in the morning. The smaller Titanus Rodin got up, flaring out her wings before pouting, looking down at her chest. Rodin looked and grimaced. Her chest had the blackened marks of the alpha's atomic breath. He licked her chest, getting some of the more flaky blackened parts off before rumbling deeply within his chest. His chick looked up at him before he grinned. Let's see who can beat who in a flying contest, yes. He teased his hatchling before launching himself into the air with one mighty flap of his gigantic wings. She wasn't that far behind him, as both flew around in the air. Diving, spinning, all manner of acrobatic acts. Rod, and then began to dive when he could smell the smoke of the new nest he called home beneath him. He landed on the lip of the volcano as he looked up before lifting his wing as his hatchling landed, more. E-like crashed into the lip of the volcano. Ow, she yelled out, slowly and gingerly getting up as Roden chuckled, remembering his first time landing. Then that smile vanished as quickly as it appeared, memories coming back to him of his past. As a young hatchling, he had to learn how to fly by himself while his family stayed home. Not only that, when he had returned, his mother had been injured and was being starved to death. For weeks on end, Roden had given her food, bluntly telling her that if she didn't eat, she would not heal. That had shut her up until his father pretty much set guards around her constantly. He had seen his youngest sibling get killed by one of the guards, sending him into a towering rage that was like the eruption of multiple volcanoes. His father had tried to TTLE him but was utterly curb-stomped by the enraged son. Roden had used his foot to mortally injure his father, leaving 3 massive talon slashes down his chest before flinging him off the roosting cliff. The guard that had killed his sibling lost his head and one of his own children, which he had to kill himself. The other was exiled from the roost by the headless guard's mate. His mother would make a full and quick recovery. However, Roden's biology had changed because of his new form. He had become like living lava, burning brighter than the sun that day. Earth Mother's gift, as his people said, making him the Earth Mother's chosen, which had led to the urge to mate his mother before he found his proper mate. But his mother didn't mind, it seemed that she was more than happy in bearing his hatchlings after all that he had done. It was years later when the event wiped all but his mate and himself out. Or so he thought. He found his mother dying near the roost before he and his mate carried her to a nearby active volcanic fissure, placing her inside to heal. She was still there. He would visit her whenever he could, but he had forgotten to do so recently. But now, his hatchling was here and with him. He helped his daughter up and nuzzled her head gently, being careful not to push her over. She nuzzled back before looking around and blinked. He looked and noticed the humans that research building taking pictures and videos. Let them, he was content to raise his daughter properly. Then something crossed his mind. How had she survived? Daughter, how did you survive? He asked cautiously. She looked at him before answering. I is born inside the womb of Avila, Papa, a being of fire and air. She is my secondary mama. She raised me but told me of your legends and power. I still love her but now I have you. He smiled before licking her beak gently. So what was the name you had before, daughter? Fleur Isabella Delacour, she responded instantly, and very proudly. Roden's heated blood slowed as he blinked, before understanding hit him like one of the Alpha's breath attacks. She was born to the family that had split in two, one half attacking his mate. But half was the one that raised his precious hatchling, Moonhadora. Sometime after the confrontation with Roden, Harry found himself lumbering across the cold wilderness of Russia. He had a skirmish with another minor titan on his way here, leaving several wounds across his body. 2 major ones were his left leg and his right shoulder to the left side of his chest, the cool air sending signals of pain to his brain. He growled deeply before stopping, sniffing the air as something filled the air itself. Looking up into the sky, he grunted before something in the clouds shifted and parted as a massive shape came down. Snow was thrown up as the massive thing landed, forcing Harry to turn his head to protect his eyes from the wave of white before facing the landed object. What he saw made his blood run cold. His bone freeze up and his brain shut off, then reboot to understand. Another Ghidorah stood in the winter land, however something was off with this one. The creature's color wasn't golden, but pure white. The body was more slender with hourglass figure, giving Harry a more feminine feel. Looking over the female titan, Harry got the feeling of being smaller than she was. The wide, height wings had 3 fingers on both wings and what looked like 3 tails. The main one was the largest of the 3 tails, the other 2 were smaller but the wings were connected to those 2 tails. The 3 heads were looking around. The left and right heads had what looked like crescent-shaped horns sticking out of their forehead and back of their skulls. The 7th one on the right though had the top of her horn broken off. The center head had a pair of golden horns that gave Harry the impression of deer horns, something that Harry wasn't used to seeing in Titans. The eyes were also disconcerting as well. Unlike Ghidorah, who had one eye color across all three heads, each of this new space Hydra's heads had their own color. The left head had bright violet eyes, the right had dark purple eyes that were almost black. The center head's eyes were blood red, glowing slightly in the moonlight. Harry quietly stepped closer, wanting to get some more information before announcing his presence. Ghidorah said they would be here. The right head snapped angrily. He lied to our faces once again. Can't you see he doesn't keep his promises? The left head hissed right back in a seductive tone. Oh. Eo, I'm beginning to wonder if your brain finally because you are an idiot. Can't you smell his scent in the air? He was here. He's probably sleeping after conquering this planet. You remember, several eons back in the Galicia cluster, those beasts left him with a bunch of wounds that he had to heal from and he missed our arrival entirely. Eo snapped harshly, and you expect him to be doing the same thing here, Eura. Sisters. Hush. The central head hushed them both, making both heads go instantly silent. Sniff the air again, something is off about it. The other two heads paused then did as told, sniffing the air before Eo snarled, her head reeling in horror as Eura looked ready to start crying. Harry didn't care as he took another step closer, watching the towering Hydra. Chide, Eo gasped, her anger now gone. Killed him. Calloused, Eura hissed, looking at the central head. If he's dead, what could have done him in? There isn't much I know that can kill our species. We are one of the top apex predators of the cosmos. Harry grinned before entering his battle-ready stance and growled, I killed him. All three heads snapped towards his voice, looking upon him in shock. Harry simply gave his imitation display, his dorsal spines flashing their brilliant blue hue that lit up the Russian winter landscape. Their eyes were glowing softly before they all widened a bit, tasting the air with their tongues. He must have still smelled like Ghidorah still even after all these months, though the golden Hydra's smell would last over an area for a very long time. The WHITE space Hydra took a few horrified steps back before stopping and growling dangerously. He returned to growls with his own, making the snow shake and crumble from the noise. She was taken aback from this shift, clearly not used to finding herself outmatched by something that wasn't her. He took a step forward, his spines flashing even brighter than before as he roared in challenge towards the female Ghidorah. She tried to act confident but the fear was evident in all three pairs of eyes, as he tensed his muscles. Pain ran through his body, making him hiss softly but it was enough to make her perk up. He charged her before she could do anything about it, clawed hands up much like his fight against Ghidorah. She charged him, roaring into the cold night air before they came together in a shockwave. Across the ocean in the newly established Monarch base, Mark Russell looked at the drone imagery all the way from Russia. The screen was showing a battle happening between Godzilla and another Ghidorah. But it seemed like something was off with this fight. It seemed Godzilla was aiming to defeat and not kill this Ghidorah, maybe as a show of strength to the other titans. Whatever the case, it was pretty clear that the king of the monsters had the upper hand in this fight. Doesn't her scales look like moon rocks? One of the Monarch scientists asked her fellow coworker, making Mark look over. So, you want her to be named Moonhedorah? The coworker asked, eyebrows raised. Why not? She was seen passing the moon on her way here after all. The coworker groaned and shook his head as Mark snorted to himself. Across the ocean in Britain, the news was showing the footage of the new Ghidorah fighting Godzilla in the snowy landscape of Russia. Namoko hissed to herself, memories of Ghidorah filling her head as she watched her alpha battle this new Hydra. Skyla was not in the house today as Namoko had been subjected to a thorough questioning from her alpha's friend, Hermione Granger. Mostly about her past and what she was doing with her alpha. By the ancestors, this human was nosy. She decided to be very descriptive when it came to her intentions with the alpha, very, very descriptive. The bushy-haired witch was completely red-faced after she was finished. She looked over at the still blushing witch as she smirked, not minding how much detail she used. Sex was sex, nothing was wrong with that. Of course, Now her Alpha was battling against another Ghidorah before the TV glitched and she saw her Alpha smoking and panting heavily over the body of the defeated white-scaled Hydra. She frowned before understanding filled her mind. Her Alpha was going to make her one of his females. Namoko rubbed her thighs together at the thought, an enslaved Hydra that would obey her Alpha and no other. She sat in a chair at the kitchen table, looking at the television as her Alpha dragged the Hydra's body towards the ocean. Namoko noticed a new girl step in with changing hair, who noticed her then tried to leave. She got up and walked over to her, pulling her against her body. "I know you were looking at me," she whispered to her, grinning, "and why is that?" Hands off," she hissed back, squirming but unable to escape at all. "I don't think so, Tilda," she whispered before pulling the woman towards her. "Skyla's and Alpha's bedroom, I'm going to see what makes you tick." Gamera. Godzilla didn't make an appearance for a week after that battle with Moonhedorah. Monarch was stumped on where he could have taken the female Ghidorah, but another kaiju made his appearance. A massive turtle showed up around the world, battling the creatures known as Gyoas. However, the creatures seemed to be growing in numbers and the monstrous-looking turtle was tiring from the constant taking out the monsters. It was halfway through the second week when the Gouts attacked Paris. The turtle kaiju, now called Gamera, showed up. 3 Gouts had tried to take up residence in Eiffel Tower. 2 met fiery deaths by Gamera's plasma fiery balls, but the third dodged before something made it stop in midair. The ground shook over and over, like something was stomping towards them, and it wasn't happy at all. Neville Longbottom panted as he looked at the last Gouts, feeling drained of everything as he tried to draw power into his mouth. His reserves of mana were very low, barely able to continue giving his body functionality. The power came into his mouth before a deep hum filled the air, a growling fire-like sound that made him turn slightly to see where the sound came from. Suddenly, a blue beam of death surged over his head and struck the Gouts in the air. It screamed in agony as its body glowed, then erupted into flames that turned into an explosion. Neville slowly forced his bow die to turn around and face the being that had taken out his fight, his heart stopping as he stood before him and roared. Godzilla, the Alpha Predator, the king of the monsters, was standing there. He wasn't happy. Neville could easily tell that from his expression, and he wasn't in any position to defend himself from the Alpha. If that wasn't enough, Neville could feel the presence of another one of his foes landing deftly behind him. Godzilla looked up and growled deeply, as the chilling call of Iris filled the air. Neville tried to turn to face his foe but found himself shoved unceremoniously to the side as the Alpha thundered towards Iris, the Gouts-related creature that had nearly beaten Neville before. Neville frowned as the creature didn't feel like a male at all, but a female. How did that happen? Godzilla growled deeply as the female Gouts-related monster rumbled back, its massive tentacles taking aim at the king before firing its supersonic scalpel into his body. The monster Alda's tiny cuts appeared across its armored body, taking Iris aback. Her weapons had worked wonders against Neville, but to Godzilla, it was like trying to cut into something tougher. The Alpha's fist connected into Iris's chest, the loud crunching of its chest against the powerful punch. Godzilla continued pressing his advantage, even though Iris was only 30 meters or so shorter than he was. His jaws snapped around Iris's neck as he kept her arms from aiming at his body. Like he knew what they could do, Neville realized suddenly. Was Godzilla around since the Atlanteans? If so, why didn't he help them with the Gouts problem? A memory came to Neville's mind that wasn't his own. No, it was some sort of genetic memory that Gamera had inside his mind. He was standing on the edge of Ar. Uind Atak as the god of the monsters stood before the Atlanteans' creation. This was their first creation, Project Iris, floating in the air. It droned on and aimed its tentacle lancers at the Alpha. Its tentacle tips opened with blue spheres glowing in them as the Alpha's spines glowed bright blue. Iris howled before unleashing its stolen powers upon the Alpha, but was blasted out of the sky with a single blast from the king. Neville swore in some language that wasn't known as Iris crashed into the crumbling city of Atlantis, as the Alpha stepped onto the ruins of his first home to finish off the monster. 2 holes, one in his gut and the other out his back, bled heavily due to Iris's swords. Coming back to himself, Neville slowly got to his feet as he tried to understand what he had seen. Was that a memory of one of the hosts of Gamera? He had no idea, but watching this fight before him, more like a one-sided massacre, he understood why Godzilla knew how to fight Iris. He stopped. When he saw Godzilla press his foot upon Iris's chest and roar into the sky, Neville had missed something important just now. Looking at the Alpha, he got the distinct impression that the fight was over and he should leave. Neville left quickly, because an angry Alpha wasn't a good thing to be around at all. Harry growled as he entered Grimmauld Place with 2 new females behind him. He pointed the M to his bedroom before heading to the kitchen. He was tired and really not feeling like himself. Not only that, he was very hungry. He found Namoko and Skyla in the kitchen. Both came up to him and kissed his cheek before Skyla took him to a chair and allowed him to sit down. Namoko brought him some food to eat, but he didn't get to eat anything as Molly Weasley entered the room. She looked red. Why to talk to him, but the look on his face made her stay silent before she said something that made him groan. You might want to hurry. The Order is going to have a meeting tonight. Harry sighed and walked towards the door. His food forgotten, but Namoko would carry it as she and Skyla followed him to their room. There, they saw the 2 other females. Both looked much older than Namoko and Skyla. Both were MILFs, but both were different. On the right was Moonhedora, her near-white pale skin glowing slightly in the moonlight as her eyes had 3 pupils. Each pupil was the same as Callist's. Ura's and Io's eye color and would swirl to who was in charge of the body. On her head was a golden crown like her horns, as she looked elegant as she stood there. Iris was like a shrine maiden in appearance. Her kimono-like dress was the same as the wings she had on her body. Her hair was her tentacle lancers, as her body had a healthy tanned glow to it, but still, like the other 3, she was a teenager's wet dream. Harry looked at each of them before sitting on the bed, rubbing his temples before looking up once more. Tomorrow, I'm going to see what my human lordships are. Lordships, Callist said. I thought you humans didn't understand the concept of the hierarchy. They understand it very well, Skyla remarked coolly. The country you are in has a queen ruling it, still. Never mind that she is only the head of state, Namoko said, shrugging as she handed Harry his dinner, though we will have to educate you on earthly customs. Iris hummed softly, but her words LDB heard in the room, even though her mouth, which was full of sharp teeth like her beak face in her kaiju form. As long as I don't have to face that abhorrent reptile in that shell, that thing disgusts me to no end. He was what the people of Atlantis wanted to guard them. I could have taken control of my brethren and kept them under my control easily. Quote, Harry snorted. Right, because you were in your right mind to not keep them under your control. Iris stayed silent at that, her tentacles shifting due to her acceptance of his rebuke. Lordships. The next morning saw everyone walking to Diagon Alley. Iris was very confused on everything at this height. Being almost as tall as the Alpha now in her kaiju form, she didn't get a grand view of the smaller details. The humans were quite IOUS with their cities to house the billions of themselves. Kaiju didn't have this commodity in the real world. Iris looked back upon the many years of her existence in her memories, remembering being reborn either as male or female of that generation. The humans had grown up in many ways since the fall of Atlantis, which she did miss. They were her creators after all, even though she had faced the Alpha in her first birth. As they walked down the street before the Alpha entered a rather old-looking pub, the others followed him all the way to the back of the business before they all looked at the stone wall. He tapped the wall in a specific spot before the wall opened up to show an alleyway full of buildings and a bunch of people. Iris looked around while following her Alpha down the street, to a massive building that smelled of creatures that were not human. She wondered what this place was going to be holding for her Alpha now. Harry walked up to one of the empty tellers, who was busy counting gems. Harry waited and then his temper got the better of him as he grabbed the teller's nose and pulled him out of his chair. Tell the Potter manager I'm here to see him, he snarled into the goblin's ear, shoving the goblin back into his seat. The goblin looked startled before quickly running to get the manager as he tried to calm himself, focusing his energies into the nether regions of his mind. The goblin came back and motioned Harry to follow him, which he did. The female kaiju followed him into a room that was fairly large in size, with the Potter manager behind a large desk with a bunch of papers upon it. I was wondering when you would come, Mr. Potter. Harry snorted and sat down at a very high-backed cushioned chair, looking at the goblin. The goblin was Finn, Ely dressed in a suit as he looked up from some papers, his yellow eyes glinting in the light of the room. I believe we shall start with a simple inherency test. The goblin pulled open a drawer and took out a knife. Placing it on the desk before pushing towards Harry, slice your palm open. The blade will draw the amount of blood due to the runes embedded in the blade itself. He then pointed to a bowl. Palm over this bowl. The magic will handle the rest. Harry quickly slashed open his palm, blood oozing onto the palm before he turned his hand over the bowl. His blood fell into the bowl before the liquid started to glow blue. As blue as his atomic breath. He watched as the blood flattened out before becoming a parchment which the goblin snatched up and started to silently read. His fro. WN made Harry raise his eyebrow as the Potter manager put the parchment down. So, it seems, Lord Potter, the goblin said flatly, that you are the heir to a rather powerful line of magic users. It seems you are the heir to the Pendragon line through Morgan Le Fay. Seems like after the Potters let Uther Pendragon marry one of their daughters, Le Fay remarried back into the Potter line after her 8 previous husbands passed away. Le Fay, what does this family give me then? Harry asked, frowning as he thought about it. Hogwarts for starters, the Potter manager said, you own the grounds. Castle and anything related to it as it was the castle built by Uther Pendragon for Morgan Le Fay as a wedding gift. You also have the rights to the ground of Gringotts and the ability to destroy the magical government due to it being established on family grounds of the Pendragons. Harry grinned. Well, I can now hold all the cards against them. The goblin grinned right back. Indeed, you do. Harry was allowed to enter the deepest parts of the bank, the vault of the Le Fay. It was guarded by a beast that looked like a cross between a squid and a crocodile. It moved away from him when it smelled them coming before the grand stone gate doors opened. Massive amount of gold could be seen inside, but Harry didn't care about that. His magic built up inside of him ards him, catching it with his seeker reflexes. The staff looked like it was holding a crystal that was the same color as his atomic breath inside the mouth of his true Titan form. The staff made him feel all the more powerful as he turned and faced the goblins, who were looking at him in shock. The staff of the Alpha, one whispered before Harry glowered at the goblin. Callist huffed as she followed her master back out of the alley. Hearing Eura mutter at the details and Io sleeping in her part of their shared mind. The cosmic Hydra was very upset Ghidorah was dead, but this male was showing himself to be better than Ghidorah in every way. However, she was very sure that her life was going to be full of surprises if this was what his life was like. If she was going to be honest, something in her was warming up to this Alpha. However, that beating she took when she arrived here, it was something she hoped to never have to go through again. Across the country in an ancient castle, Albus Dumbledore shivered. As he was looking over the papers that were needed to run a school. He looked up from the parchment and felt the wards shudder before being ripped from his person, entering full wartime mode. His EYs went wide as he felt the castle rumble, and suddenly the ground opened up and bricks started to build themselves back up. Hogwarts started to look like a fortress that could withstand anything that could be thrown at it. Or at least it would be when the new school year started. How could this have happened? Albus wondered before something chilled him to the bone. The Le Fay line had been taken up again, that had to be the answer. But who could have taken up the line? Malfoy. Sirius. He just didn't know. Violante and Circe Malfoy. The Amazon rainforest was under attack. Monarch was scrambling to do something. The forest was being attacked by the beast known as Gwyern and was being watched by the scythe-handed creature known as Gigan. Gigan only watched the knife-shaped Kaiju rampage across the trees. After seeing Gwyern nearly eviscerate Titanus Behemoth, he wasn't in the mood to help the simple-minded beast in his conquest of destruction. The massive blade head would slash across the trees, sending the plants flying in every direction. Gigan internally sighed. He was better at handling destruction in a more civilized manner. He hated babysitting the simple-minded freaks on this backwater planet that were very, very useless. The cyborg space beast was hoping the humans nuked the simple-minded cretin, but his hopes didn't come to pass. Instead, something worse came to handle the threat. The ground shook as something came up behind him. Gigan spun around and stepped back. His biomechanical mind realized who this monster was. He also had the misfortune of having a phantom run up his arm from a past arm breakage. not wanting that to happen again, Gigan backed away from Godzilla and took off into the sky. He was not dealing with this, he was not. At the Monarch observation post, things were starting to look up when Gigan left. Now that he was gone, Godzilla would take care of the beast attacking the rainforest. However, something else seemed to have another idea. The ground is shaking. One of the scientists shouted as the ground violently shook, before something erupted out of the earth. The video footage turned to static then came back, showing a mountain of green and an orange glow that was towering over Gwyern. The crocodile-headed monster hissed before letting out a rather feminine roar, as Gwyern looked from Godzilla to this new beast. It made a decision and charged the massive plant-like monster, who growled deeply. Green lights and energy danced across the entire body, racing up to the head before it opened its maw and spewed out a torrent of glowing acidic sap. Gwyern froze as he was drenched in the sap, making his dark green skin turn a neon light green instead. Then he started shrieking in agony as he was melting from the sap, before he was hit from behind by a blast of Godzilla's atomic breath. This caused Gwyern to combust and burn alive while he was melting at the same time, such a fitting end to a beast. The two massive kaiju closed in on one another before the massive one nuzzled Godzilla, making noises that were comparable to a cat purring. Godzilla rumbled right back and Monarch was stumped at what was happening, until one of the transfers from Japan spoke up. "It's a family reunion." The head of the outpost looked at the transfer. "What do you mean by that?" "That's Biolante," the transfer said, pointing to the plant kaiju. "She is the only genetically known relative of Godzilla still alive, or in actuality, can't die." "How come we didn't know this?" "You didn't ask for anything about it." Several weeks passed after that incident in the Amazon. As it was now time for the students to be heading off to school. Across Britain, students headed to platform 9 3/4 to board the Hogwarts Express to the castle that was a second home to them all. However, on this day, many of them saw something else. Coming out of the pillar that connected the magical world to the Muggle one, many witches and wizards saw Harry Potter stride through the barrier followed by 4 beautiful women. Many of the adults were stunned, the women that saw him and were entranced by his handsome looks. The men were cursing at said handsomeness and how he had 4 beauties following after him like lost puppies. The most impressed were the few families that had known the Potters from the last war, seeing the son of J. Ames and Lily like this brought back hope. For those of the dark families, fear filled them. The Potters were known as the most ancient, most noble and most honorable house, making all the other houses look like they were trying to kiss up. It was very dangerous for all those that had followed Malfoy's example against House Potter after that fateful event of the Express years earlier. Upon seeing the Potterhead walking through the station, the dark families were telling their children who had followed Draco to cut all ties with him and do everything in their power to get on Potter's good side. For House Malfoy, it was Narcissa Malfoy that had taken extra care to tell her husband and son this. "You both listen to me," she hissed darkly, the black blood acting up as she spoke. "Harry Potter is not to be antagonized or to be seen as a threat anymore. The Dark Lord may want him dead, but I want my family to live. Do not do anything to antagonize him, even under the Dark Lord's orders." Cousin Sirius's mother, Walburga, tried to kill off the head of House Potter and nearly led to the death of the entire family. So Draco, follow your older sister's advice and don't antagonize the Lord Potter. Draco's older sister, Circe Leto Malfoy, glowered at her incompetent little brother. The 7th-year student was like a combination of her mother and her 2 sisters, but having the white blonde hair the Malfoys had. She was close to a MILF-like body that most mistook her for a student at Hogwarts, but she was also much smarter than her sibling and even her father in many things. "I'll deal with Lord Potter, Mother," Circe said. "If he is willing, I'll see if we can get a meeting between the women of House Malfoy and Lord Potter, since the men of House Malfoy can't handle the subtle things." Lucius simply nodded. Probably better, seeing as Draco blocked Circe's introduction to the magical community. Draco glowered at the pavement, having been thoroughly chastened and rightfully so. Across the walk, Neville Longbottom stood with his grandmother, who was very rigid at the moment. Neville could feel the power rolling through the station and hit a shiver as it washed over him. He Was able to hide himself from the Alpha, but his grandmother wasn't able to hide her fear of what could have been a disaster between the long-standing alliance of House Longbottom and House Potter. Neville remembered it involved a howler. Several angry nights of watching Harry punch a wall to near destruction and then a reply that swore vengeance on House Longbottom. At least Neville was able to get a new wand for himself and get the ring of House Longbottom after that incident. Walking up to Harry was a young woman a year younger than he was, but something was off about her. Most Ravenclaws knew her as Loony Lovegood, however. Upon walking up to Harry, she was something else. "Hello," Luna greeted happily, "older brother." "Luna," Harry smiled and hugged the younger girl tightly, "you look well. Considering what that knife-shaped freak did to your beautiful forest." Luna shrugged. "Can't be helped, at least Behemoth is healing up. Besides, it's good to have family back again." Harry nodded as he opened the door onto the train, motioning the women to go first before following them to a room. Upon entering the room, Harry used his magic to expand it so everyone could fit comfortably inside. Luna then waited for Harry to sit down before sitting in his lap, smiling serenely as Harry wrapped his arms protectively around her. "You know," Luna said playfully, "I'm much larger than you." "You're smaller now," Harry easily replied back, amusement in his eyes, "meaning I have to be the big brother now." Luna pouted, "But it isn't as fun that way." The four Kaiju women chuckled at the sibling byplay, remembering when Luna arrived at Grimmauld Place unannounced. She had been quite the character, a light of humor in a rather dismal place. It cheered Harry right up when she came over, and stayed for the rest of the summer. It seemed Luna had a way of making him happy that no one else could. Someone knocked on the door and it opened to show a white blonde-haired beauty standing in the opening, looking like one of the Malfoys. "Excuse me," she said, looking at everyone in the room before looking at Harry. "I'm looking for a place to sit and it seems my little brother wants me to be nowhere near him." "Have a seat," Luna said. Before Harry could answer, "We won't judge you, even if you are related to Draco." Fortress Le Fay. The train ride was somewhat silent over the next few hours. The sun setting behind the mountains as the Hogwarts Express neared the fabled Hogwarts Castle. However, something different would be seen by all those aboard the train. The castle, that had housed students of magic for generations, had changed, in a way that made everyone feel like they were at war. The castle had become a fortress, massive walls and towers, soldiers in purple RMOR with red glowing visors marched across the tops of the walls. Magic could be felt in the air as they entered the land that had been home to generations of witches and wizards, causing the students to shiver. This was a place of war, not a school. The only ones not affected by this drastic change, at least not in the normal sense, were those that were of the Kaiju. Harry Potter looked upon the fortress, feeling the magic swirl around him, breathing deeply as the wards of the most powerful location on Earth, other than Camelot, connected to his magic and became his to control. He focused his own magic on the wards, calming them down so they wouldn't overwhelm the other magicals in the intense power. He felt the wards tell him what was going on inside. The immortal Black Knights were awake and ready to serve. Their armor was that of when the late Sir Lancelot went berserk under the magic of Morgan Le Fay's other rival, the elf princess Elmoria. Of course, only Harry knew this because the wards had been around since they had been placed at the foundation of the fortress itself. The train came to a stop at the station. Harry waited before looking at everyone in turn, studying them carefully before nodding. A silent signal to have them get ready. Iris and Namoko quickly had Circe up, stripped and dressed before Harry stood up. Luna was already in her school uniform as Harry waved his hand and his clothing changed to his finest. Circe was then placed with Luna and Harry as the four Kaiju led them out of the train and onto the station, before Harry pointed in the direction the carriages that would take them to the school. He stepped aboard last before the waiting, the carriages moving forward with a light jolt. The carriages had changed a bit, able to house more people inside them as well as be much more protective of the passengers. The creatures pulling the carriages were demonic, but for Harry, he had seen much worse than them. The carriages stopped and the group entered the fortress. Stepping out into the courtyard, the immortal Black Knights stood guard at the entrances, like statues. Followed by his girls, he stepped into the fortress before looking at Circe, who looked back curiously. Well, my lord, she said in a whisper so no one could hear them speak, I was supposed to introduce you to our world, like I said on the train. But in doing so, I became your woman to do with. Houses in school don't matter anymore with me, I have to be with you as I am yours to deal with. Luna looked Circe over and giggled, she isn't wrong, big brother, this law W. As when old families were dying out due to wars and plagues happening. Of course, the witches were way more powerful and dangerous back in the day. Morgan Le Fay was the most powerful, taking the title of Grand Sorceress due to how powerful she was. Surprisingly, this fortress, Hogwarts, was her home. It's rebuilt itself very nicely. Harry nodded silently before looking at Circe's Slytherin badge, using his magic to change it from green and silver to red and gold. Luna nodded before doing the same to her badge as well, the wards recognizing the switch immediately and changing the book of records in return. Harry felt all this happening inside of him and it made him feel happiness. Now for the feast, he was starving and he hadn't eaten something delicious in a while. Narcissa Malfoy née Black was many things, a mother of two. Head of the Malfoy household and most importantly, the only smart one. Besides her daughter in the family, she had been born a Black, one of the trio of Black sis. Churs until the Dark Lord came in and turned one insane, nearly ending her youngest sister's life and bound her husband's own life to his. That was until Harry Potter saved them all, a debt that she knew only the women of House Malfoy could pay in full. Circe, her firstborn and most powerful child, was only one half of the equation. She would be the other half, meaning that Lucius wouldn't have her around anymore. Old laws that hadn't been removed because they couldn't be removed, they had been implemented by the son of Uther Pendragon himself, King Arthur. Of course, one had to fit certain criteria first. Firstly, the parents of the child can only do this if it is their firstborn. Second, they had to be targeted by a dark force 3 times and survived before being killed. Third, the first-born had to be raised by non-magical relatives that did know about magic. Since magic was commonplace during King Arthur's age, this was a common practice. But as it became less and less dangerous for the magical community, these incidences became rare. Harry had been the only one in 80 generations to have this law happen to him. Narcissa was pretty sure that he had the help of some pagan goddess on his side, maybe Hestia, Aphrodite or maybe Trivia. Whatever the case, she and Circe were Harry's ladies the moment Lord Potter's the moment he entered the magical world. She had felt it and so had Circe. Draco had nearly killed them all because of his stupidity. She got up from her personal desk, closed the folder with the needed papers and headed to Gringotts. Much work needed to be done. Dolores Umbridge tried to play off as being a pleasant woman but she wasn't pulling it off very well. In fact, right now, she was trying to enter Hogwarts as she was the Dada teacher. However, the suits of armor were not letting her in. In fact, one of them violently tossed her into the Black Lake. She had been tempted to go back to the Minster but she knew that she had to enter herself before retreating, so she tried again. She was met with resounding failure as she was kicked out of the front gates and Wasto Le Fay grounds again. Well, now she had a reason to go to Minister Fudge. Taking control, Harry was quiet during the opening feast, simply eating and taking in his surroundings. It was the normalcy that filled his ears, people eating, joking, laughing about one thing or another. Internally, he was busy focusing on the magics that filled the air of this fortress. It was like a predator waiting in wait for its unsuspecting prey to appear, lured in by its unsuspecting nature. Something most people would have fallen for if they had not been able to see the sights of an amouche. The magic was invisible and only seen by those that had mage sight or were the lord of the land. Something that helped the lord or lady know what was what. He was brought out of his inner focus when everyone was getting up, making him realize just how long he had been focusing internally. He was flanked by his 4 Kaiju escort, Luna and Circe at his sides, as they walked up towards the Gryffindor Tower. He stopped when he saw the fortress's magic open a pathway to another tower, curiosity catching him. He went after it, seemingly to not be noticed by everyone else as he diverged from the group. He stepped up to it and put his hand on the wall, the cold stone warming up to his touch before pulling the bricks back. Stepping inside, he found another stairway near the back that led upwards. He felt his entourage following behind him as he moved up the stairs, stairs he had the feeling his ancestor walked up many times. Harry continued to move until it ended in a small chamber that had a set of double-thick oak doors, ancient and decorated in the images of times long past. He pressed his hand on the door, feeling warmth radiating off the doors before he pushed the doors in. Inside was a large room, filled with a massive ornate fireplace, many pieces of furniture and a few doorways to other rooms. The fire was crackling and the warmth filled the room, as Harry turned to his entourage and smiled. "Welcome to my home," he said, waving his hands around the room. If one believed in deities, they would find that those deities were few and far between in the current age of man. The ones that did survive were the ones that were heavily tied to something that the human race saw as a need. The home, the very idea of it, allowed the deity known as Hestia to continue to watch over humanity. Another deity, even though she should have died long ago with the other Olympians, was Aphrodite. Currently, the deity was sitting with Hestia as tended to the hearth that was her symbol. The love deity was looking upon the one person that she, Hestia, and the deity known as Ishtar all agreed needed a goddess's blessing. Of course, Harry Potter had always been something that intrigued them. For her, it was because of the odd ability to give love and have that love reciprocated tenfold. She looked upon the alpha predator. Remembering the time Olympus was destroyed by another of his kind, she knew that her time should have passed, but in all aspects of love, in all forms, kept her alive barely. She knew very few deities continued to exist, one or two fading away every month. The love goddess frowned as she looked at her blessed before looking at Hestia, who had looked up from her hearth. "It seems we may have more for Harry than we expected," Aphrodite said, motioning at the portal that allowed her to watch her blessed. "He is going to need more than our simple blessings to survive what comes next." Hestia smiled softly, her warm brown eyes filled with something that only she knew. "Indeed, he will need it. Maybe when he takes full control of Fortress Lefay." Aphrodite pondered on it before nodding. "I'll inform Ishtar, if she is still alive." Harry Potter woke up the next morning before the sun had even risen, the wards waking him up at someone trying to destroy the wards. He growled deeply, getting up as he used his magic to make his finest lord outfit appear upon his body, the dark robe swirling behind him as he summoned his staff to his hand, moving with AP. Opposed to where the wards were being attacked. Down the halls, stairs and passageways of the old fortress. Stepping out into the crisp, very early morning air, Harry grunted before marching towards the front gates. The magical soldiers that protected this fortress flanked him on either side as the front gates were opened, revealing the attackers. Harry's eyes narrowed as he spotted Cornelius Fudge standing there with a short, fat woman that looked more like a toad than a human. They had a few oars guarding them and two figures in white cloaks attempting to shatter the wards of the fortress, until Harry stepped up. Waving his hand, a blast of magic rushed forth and knocked the two on their posteriors as the soldiers moved forward. The Black Knights grabbed the figures, hauling them to the IR feet before surrounding the Minister of Magic. What? Fudge exclaimed, his green bowler head nearly falling off his head as he looked at the huge Black Knights. "Is this black magic?" "This black magic," Harry snapped, irritation dripping into his tone as he got closer to the minister, "is actually the ancestral magic my ancestor used to protect herself and her home, the fortress that stands before you. This is Hogwarts." The pink cardigan-wearing toad sneered, trying her best to look imperiously at Harry. "Not some fortress, now move aside, boy." Harry pushed his magic into the crystal on his staff, causing it to glow with its blue light, illuminating the group and Harry himself, causing the two to look at him in shock. "This is my home, Toad," Harry snarled, his voice deepening as his inner alpha came out. "The ancestral home of the Lefay line. The line that was the Pendragon line before it, the one that the Potters allowed to live before allowing the last of the line to come back into the fold. I am the last heir to all three. Unless you wish for me to turn you into primordial soup, then I suggest you swallow your own tongue." The toad stepped back before pointing at him. "Ours. He is clearly out of his mind, arrest him." That was not the correct thing to say, as that only caused Harry's anger to be ignited. Magic swirled around him as his staff glowed even brighter, building inside of it as Harry leapt back. Landing, He slammed his staff upon the ground as the magic exploded out of it into the wards that surrounded the fortress. Moulin Labe, Harry shouted, the words coming to him through his link with the fortress. Moulin Labe, came the returning cry as blue lights appeared on the ramparts and on either side, forming as Spartan soldiers. That made the Aurors stop dead as the soldiers of the ancient world stood before them, all of them ready to defend the fortress and their lord. Harry smirked, watching the minister and the toad. This fortress was built with the defense of home in mind, he said, as the sun finally rose up over the mountain peaks. Seems my ancestor was busy studying time before anyone was looking into the time turner. The say wards are fueled by all those that bled and died upon these lands, soldiers, civilian, witch and wizard. Those allowed inside will never face the enemy without the enemy facing the defenses that only magic can provide. The toad pulled her wand, a spell aimed at his head. A Spartan lifted his shield, deflecting the spell before throwing his spear right back. The toad didn't know what hit her, ooking down as the magical construct had gone through her heart. The minister gaped in shock as the construct walked up and pulled the spear from the toad's chest, muttering something like a curse in ancient Greek as he returned to the defense line. All this had happened in a minute or so, as Harry looked at the minister. Wah, he stammered, shock having its hold upon him. Leave, fudge, Harry growled. As the Black Knights and the Spartans aimed their weapons at the still living members of the group, I won't ask you again. Troubling times. It was a tense moment as the dust settled between the minister and his group and Harry himself. Namoko watched as her alpha starred at thinching, a smirk playing on her lips as everything was silent. This moment seemed to stretch on for eternity before the man quickly made his retreat. Leaving with his entourage, the term, tail between their legs, couldn't have fit better in this moment, Namoko mused. However, she could also see something was happening to her alpha. He had been looking around like something was calling him, his eyes gaining that reptilian quality that usually said his alpha senses were going off. Despite these odd moments, Namoko enjoyed the rather quiet time she spent with her alpha and his harem of women over the school year. Of course, the group got to know one another better over that time, but she always kept an eye out for her alpha. Over the first few months, Harry got more distant and became quick to lash out when angered. Usually, it was from the blonde boy, Malfoy. However, he started lashing out at others from different houses too. Of course, Ravenclaws got a major hit from it when they started to bully Luna. Namoko watched as her alpha put the bullies in their places one after another, making sure they didn't forget. She continued her silent vigilance, until he started to have visions. Most of them were from his supposed nemesis, Voldemort, but they wouldn't matter as what is a dark wizard to an alpha. No matter, Namoko helped her alpha when the nights got too hard to sleep with her own body. That always made him smile, but by the time the school year was ending, the visions had gotten worse. Harry's temper was so easy to unleash, and anyone on the receiving end of it was very well done. The most recent one had led to Harry stomping into Grimmauld Place to find Sirius before tossing the decrepit house elf into the furthest wall for lying to his face. Of course, Harry took his harem to the Ministry of Magic to deal with Voldemort once and for all. Namoko's blood hummed as she thought of what her alpha would do to show how dangerous he truly was, her thighs rubbing together. They were all surrounding a cabinet that had softly glowing spheres, looking at one that had her alpha's attention. It was labeled, but she didn't need to read it to know that it was for Harry. He picked it up, as she leaned in closer, feeling a warmth coming off of it. What is it? Skyla asked softly, studying the orb. It looks so fragile, but it has something important inside of it. That is not for you to find out, young lady, a voice said, making Namoko grimace as the others took battle positions. Now, Potter. Hand over the orb and your entourage can leave. Harry growled darkly before making a motion with his free hand, the women nodding as their forms started to shift and change. That took the Death Eaters by surprise as they turned into their real bodies, but much smaller. Namoko roared and pawed at the ground, waiting for her alpha's command to slaughter those who dared oppose him. Ha! RRY grinned before laughing at the wizards in question, before he tossed the orb to Skyla. She caught the orb in a tentacle before slipping it into her shell. I think I'll deal with him myself, Lucius. Callist. EO and EURA hissed at the three Death Eaters before their alpha changed into his true body and charged them. Moonhedora knew that their magic couldn't affect her at all, but she launched D herself into the combat without hesitation. That was until they threw spells that were area of effect, explosions raking her body. One nearly threw her off course as she collided headlong into the three. They would die, for Harry. Skyla froze a Death Eater solid as she moved around the room, as a spider would move around its prey. She could feel the orb's warmth inside her shell, as she continued to hunt down her alpha's threats. She wasn't sure if anyone else would approve of this, but she was glad to be killing humans, at least these ones anyway. Their children were so over the top and full of themselves. That sickened her to no end. Why her alpha didn't silence them was his choice, but she wanted to strangle them in their sleep and leave their bodies to be found as a warning. It wasn't meant to be, however. Iris stabbed a Death Eater through the back, her arm blade retracting itself with a swift motion as she blasted two more into oblivion with her sonic scalpel. While one of the newest of the Titan harem, she was also one of the most powerful, under Moonhedora in terms of power. At least in her mind's eye, Iris couldn't let herself fall under Namoko, as she was able to simply use her powers to keep her from using her abilities. As she stabbed another Death Eater through, she spotted Namoko toying with the only female Death Eater of the group. She grumbled to herself at this. Namoko had such a weird personality. Harry tossed Lucius aside as he rushed towards the atrium. He could smell Voldemort nearby. His blood burned with hatred and need of release. The being that had brought him so much suffering would die here and now. No magic would save him on this day, as he used his atomic breath to blast the elevator shaft free of any obstructions. Slamming his claws into the still smoking walls, he climbed up the shaft with a roar to the heavens. A challenge to be met, a fight to be shown and to be won. Pulling himself free of the shaft, he looked around the atrium. That was until he smelled the magic in the air, dark and putrid. He snarled as the snake-like form of Voldemort showed itself. However, something was off about him. His body was shaped oddly and his eyes were much larger than before. The pale white skin was forming black scales in places as he glowed at him. Had something happened to him over the year? "This is what your blood has done to me, Potter," Voldemort hissed. His tongue flicking out like a snake, "turning me into a monster like yourself." Harry snorted, his spines flashing as he growled at his foe. Voldemort shook his head, a smirk on his face. "I guess it's time to see who is the true monster." Voldemort started to laugh as his skull elongated before splitting into 5 parts, as his cloak tore itself apart as his body grew larger. The 5 parts moved and repaired themselves, each one looking like the head of the basilisk he had slain in his 2nd year. Voldemort's body grew longer and longer, his limbs becoming larger and having muscle grow on them. His skin turned void black, shimmering in the dim light as he hissed and snarled. His long tail slammed into a wall with a sharp cracking noise, as all 5 pairs of eyes opened and stared at Harry. Harry flashed his spines brighter as he adjusted his stance to one that he made in fighting Ghidorah, roaring at Voldemort's Hydra form. Voldemort roared back in readily audio. And before the two monsters rushed at one another, their cries filling the air as they collided with one another. Namoko felt the ceiling shake above her as she put a restraining limb on the woman she had been toying with. Looking upwards, she saw dust falling, the roars of her alpha and something else filling the air. She picked up her prey in her small forelimbs closest to her chest before bellowing out to her fellow females. They had to see what was going on. They all met up swiftly, heading to the surface through the destroyed elevator shaft before feeling the sun on their faces. That had a L-armed Namoko as she looked upwards to see her alpha battling a black-scaled Hydra that smelled of death and decay. Skyla was the first to speak, in her human form again. "We have to move away from here, now. Our alpha is going to turn London into dust and us into pancakes if we don't leave." Namoko wanted to watch, but it was time to go. She looked at her alpha once more, then rushed with her harem sisters away from the fight. Humanity watched in horror as the 5-headed Hydra battled the Alpha Titan, the king of the monsters in London. Buildings were leveled, people were either crushed or left to die. Gojira threw his opponent bodily into some more buildings, roaring as he charged up his atomic breath before unleashing it upon the massive Hydra. Of course, on the large television at Mo. Narch, studying Kong for longer than most people understood, probably most of her career like Serizawa had studied Godzilla. She heard the thunder boom a few miles out, causing her to look out at Skull Island with a frown. Her team had been doing their best to help Kong understand that the island was becoming unsafe and it could kill him. Kong had made his opinion clear on that by avoiding Monarch for the better part of the year. As it turned out that he was helping the IWI people move to the Monarch base to help them get off the island. That was until the freak storm obliterated the village and Kong had saved a deaf IWI girl named Ja. Eileen knew that everyone followed Godzilla as he was the Alpha Titan. Kong was one as well, but given the fact that Kong was trapped here and Godzilla could swim, that left her with a feeling in her gut that wasn't pleasant, as that seemed to mean that Godzilla could have left Kong here, but the IWI had explained that Kong had grown up on the island as an orphan. That was until Monarch had discovered hieroglyphs that showed multiple Kongs and Godzillas battling it out, meaning that there had to be some war between the species. She had pulled out the file on that discovery when a voice made her jump out of her seat. "Excuse me, Drive." Eileen, the male, who was rather good-looking and also had pointed ears like knives, "I was wondering if I could have a word." She frowned, not sure of who this being was. "Who are you exactly?" The man laughed. His clothing was ornate and in a style that spot of a fantasy setting that had long passed. "I am but a humble messenger from my people, the leaders of which are seeing a troubling connection. You see, in the near future, Godzilla and Kong will cross paths and one will come out the winner. This has been foretold by scholars in my people's long history. Two ancient deities will battle once more to decide who rules this plane of existence." She frowned more, not truly understanding. "And who are your people, may I ask?" "I, like my brothers and sisters, are Phi. Real Phi." He chuckled. "Not those you think are Phi. No, I have gotten off track." He pulls out a rather hefty book, which looked to be ages old. "In here lies the history of the Inner Terra, or Hollow Earth as you humans called it. It's in the ancient human dialect, so it'll take some time to translate it, a challenge if you will to say. If you can bring Kong into the right path to defeating his fated rival once and for all." Eileen took the old book gently, hoping it didn't fall apart in her hands, but it seemed sturdy enough. As she opened it, she saw drawings that were of so many known and unknown titans. Eyes widening, she saw Kong's species standing tall before Titanus Gojira at a time of peace it seemed. "Ah, those early years," the man said with a soft chuckle. "The age before mankind got greedy and wanted to rule over everything." Eileen looked up. "How is this supposed to help Kong exactly?" The man smiled. "This book will help you in the future to find what he needs to defeat Godzilla. Until then, this will be a mind puzzle for your monarch to figure out and understand the much forgotten history of our shared world." And with those words, he vanished, leaving Eileen alone with that book. "Did she accept your story?" "It wasn't just a story, Elder, it was fact at its minimal stage." "Indeed, but this will help in our plans to be rid of the filthy bloodline, LaFay, once and for all. Not only that, but the Pendragons as well. Of course, Elder." Ugly mutations. Maya Simmons, daughter of Walter Simmons, watch. Head the TV news coverage of the battle happening in London. The new Titan beast that had erupted out of the ground, followed by Godzilla, was attacking the Alpha as much as the city. The daughter of T. He CEO of Apex Cybernetics grimaced as she walked out of the break room and towards her personal office on the 32nd sublevel of the Apex facility in Hong Kong. In the sublevel below her would be her father's and his protege's creation, Mechagodzilla, built to rid the world of the Titans and other Kaiju that threatened the existence of humanity. She snorted internally at that, as she would be one of those that would have to die. Inside her own mind was a secondary consciousness that formerly inhabited that 118.5-meter tall statue that was in Tokyo, watching with a mindset that was human and alien. Of course, she was only alive because of that thing due to having its flesh integrated into her own body. That had been several years ago, when Titanus Methuselah woke up and shifted himself into a better position. Most people thought it was a massive earthquake, but Maya had gotten covered in the Titan's sleep breath. That had led to her having a cancer that was killing her quicker than the Apex medical staff could stabilize her. Her father had all of the samples of the creature brought to Apex and had it studied intensely before having its ever-changing DNA injected into her. That had been the most painful months of her life, as her body was forced to have its DNA changed to the newly injected one. The cancer was destroyed, but she was now something that she could never forget. The look on everyone's face as her body became that of a monster. Only her father and Ren Serizawa treated her as though she were a human still. The rest of the staff had been removed. Maya had also gotten the creature's mind in her own head, like something had been there ever since the medical staff injected her with the DNA of that mutated monster. It was clearly trying to learn and understand, but it also influenced her at the worst of times, becoming unfeeling and emotionless. Maya shuddered, remembering the times she had become that way before returning to reality as the elevator opened up. She made her way to her office, stepping through the doorway before locking that door, going into the secret door to her private chambers. She then locked that door behind herself before she stripped herself to nothing, tossing her clothing to the corners of the room before letting her body change. It was painful, as her body mutated into the form of her new Titan body. The human body slowly seemed to turn into that of a monster. Her lower legs to her feet were the same as those of the statued beast. Her hands became emancipated and sickly, elongated and wickedly sharp. The massively long tail pushed itself out of her tailbone and filled nearly most of her room as she gritted her teeth, her lower jaw splitting and bubbling up as sharp teeth jutted out of the slit halves. The top of her ribcage jutted out in a spike as her breasts swelled a bit in size, her teeth now all sharp and pointed. Her beautiful dark brown eyes now jet black with white dots as she put her sickly hands on her breasts. The upper half of her head staying mostly human as her hair elongated into a black, stringy length. Out of her back were the spines, sharp and dangerous as they looked. Her neck looked like the beast's own neck, sunken and enlarged in certain places. Her skin had darkened to near ash black, glowing a dim blood red from all the places that looked like open wounds. Her eyes stared at the mirror as she looked upon her ugliness, shaking slightly as she couldn't stop looking at her body. This was what she was now, a horrible and ugly feminine beast that was nothing more than what people would call a science experiment. She turned away from the mirror, forcing her body back into her human body. Pain filled her body as she returned to her own skin, but the damage was still there. She was stuck in as that thing forever, unable to return to her true human state ever again. Harry slammed Voldemort into the ground as he charged his atomic breath once more, his foe thrashing around as he tried to free himself. The five-headed form of the most dangerous dark wizards of the modern day roared in agony as Godzilla blasted one of the heads off with his most powerful weapon. The other four heads lashed out, sinking their fangs into his leg with unrelenting force. Venom injected into his body, but his radioactive body could hold off the more dangerous parts of Ed to kill his foe quickly before he left London a smoking ruin. Limping back a bit, Harry growled before leaping onto Voldemort, his heavier body crushing the thinner form under him. Bones snapped, organs ruptured and skin ripped open from the bones piercing through. He clawed at his mortal enemy's chest, tearing the flesh asunder with his claws. He got slapped away from his opponent, causing Harry to get up and slam his foot onto Voldemort's chest, until it went all the way through and out his back, his foot hitting pavement while crushing flesh and bone. Voldemort stilled as he looked at the massive hole in his chest, then back up at Harry, who was panting heavily from the venom running through his body. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed as Harry stepped out of the hole he had put into Voldemort, rumbling as the dark wizard's turned monster died. He shook himself before bellowing in victory into the air, heading towards the ocean as he limped. The venom would be taken care of when he returned to the fortress, but he had to keep up appearances, as he sank into the waves and swam far away enough to teleport to back home. Deep within the hollow earth, something stirred in its slumber. It had been leaping for millennia until it heard something that it hadn't heard in a long time. Lifting itself out of the shallow sea that was in this place, water cascading down its form. It looked around before sniffing the air, not getting a scent of what it could be that had been so familiar to it. With a heavy sigh, it lowered itself back under the swallow sea waters to return to the slumber it had been in since its kind had been driven to extinction. Maybe that sound would return again in the future. Pieces moving. Outpost 54, also known as Castle Bravo, was silent as Monarch continued their research into the Titans. However, unlike most other outposts, this was their headquarters in the location that Godzilla usually stayed near. That hadn't been the case since the London incident that left Th. 7% of the city decimated and one unknown dead Titan left behind. Godzilla had not been seen since that battle a few weeks ago. It was now mid-July and the tension was very high. Mark R. Ussel was on edge as he looked at the reports from the research teams that had been studying the body, as he started to realize this Titan wasn't a natural creature of the planet. Most of its DNA was human. From someone that was around 60 to 70 years old, the radiation signature was that of Gojira, meaning this human must have tried to turn himself into the king of the monsters. That had failed in turning him into Gojira but into a Hydra beast, before his untimely death via Godzilla's foot. Of course, it seemed that Godzilla was resting after the venom was injected into his leg, the R. Researchers found the venom to be even more potent than the most dangerous venom on Earth. However, things on Outpost 236 were becoming worse. The storm had grown even more dangerous as it had only been enhanced by the remnants of Ghidorah's self-created storm. Titanus Kong had been relocated to the biodome, much to the giant ape's displeasure. "Sir," one of the military personnel looked up nervously. "Godzilla has just shown up on the scanners. He's heading to Pensacola, Florida." Eileen Andrews winced as she watched the CNN coverage of Godzilla's attack on the Apex Cybernetics headquarters in Pensacola, Florida. Godzilla had been provoked by something going on there. Something that would have most Monarch employees rushing to find out to keep Godzilla from destroying even more of them. However, the Alpha Titan used his atomic breath to blow up a massive section of the facility before grabbing a sphere and tossing it into a nearby park. He then blasted the thing in the area with his atomic breath, bathing it in his radiation to make sure everyone stayed away from it but could look at it. With that out of the way, Godzilla left without any other actions against him. CNN reporters on the scene were busy trying to describe the object that the king of the monsters threw into the park, like some sort of metal eye. She shook her head, walking out of the room to the security offices. That checked on the security of the biodome. Kong had just thrown another tree spear into the dome, causing the illusion to break. She grimaced as Kong roared in anger once again. The massive ape was not happy to be locked up in this place. The world was in motion. Ever since the Pensacola incident, people were starting to question what Apex Cybernetics were doing, while military leaders were early discussing the use of another oxygen destroyer missile to be launched at Godzilla should he ever resurface near land. Of course, that was promptly stopped as Monarch made a press statement that Godzilla had surfaced because humanity was doing something that it shouldn't even be doing. Messing with the natural order of the planet, as the spokesperson for Monarch called on all peoples to not see another mishap with the natural order. Maya grimaced as she looked at the HEAV that was being loaded onto a cargo container that would be heading to Skull Island to pick up the gigantic monkey. Her father had drawn the press away with his oily words, saying that machine hadn't been for some robotic titan. No, it had been for a new spacecraft prototype that had been using too much energy. People ate that explanation right up, as it seemed Godzilla had overreacted. However, it seemed that more people believed that Godzilla had surfaced because Apex was up to something much more dangerous. She had been on the same chopper as her father and Ren. Godzilla had watched them for several long minutes. It was like he knew what she was before Ren snapped her out of her fear, having her calm down. Then Godzilla acted way more human than before and tossed the eye of Mechagodzilla into the open. That had not been the plan at all. But here they were now, getting Nathan Lin to Skull Island A&D to get the monkey off of the cursed place. The creature inside her head was silent, as it always was. It was so alien to know what it was feeling when the silence lingered. In her dreams, she saw it standing there in the ruins of Tokyo. It was a burning hellscape that it had created, standing sentinel over the ruins of the place that had been destroyed before by another creature similar to it. Its long tail swaying behind it as it stared at her with its unblinking eyes, like it was staring into her soul. By the end of these dreams, she was covered in sweat and her heart was trying to tear itself free of her body. She walked towards the ship, ignoring Nathan as she walked straight past him. She wasn't in the mood to speak with anyone at the moment. She had too much on her plate at the moment. Across the ocean waters in Hong Kong, Ren Serizawa watched as Mechagodzilla was being built in the main combat room. It had to be perfect if this human creation was to defeat Godzilla in combat, leaving humanity on top. The son of the late Ishiro Serizawa also knew that the battle would be one of family ties, as he saw Godzilla as the elder brother that his father constantly looked out for. Ren had once felt jealousy and loathing towards the Alpha Titan, but that had passed when his father gave his life so that Godzilla could live in. Kill Ghidorah. The irony was that they now had the H.E.A.D. that Gojira ripped off to help them control the mechanized Titan. Though Ren would swear on his father's grave that the skull was trying to reach out and talk to him, it was unnerving, but the CEO hadn't tested the connection just yet, as they didn't have all the assets in place. Godzilla was still king, and would hunt the mecha down if he ever got wind of this happening. But, with Maya on her to get Kong from his island and take him to the Hollow Earth, they would soon have the power source needed to power Mechagodzilla for good. Battle lines. It was quiet during the trip to Antarctica, of course. As quiet as one could have it, as they were avoiding the routes Godzilla patrolled. Eileen watched Kong as he ate his breakfast of fish, cereal next to her. Kong seemed pleased with his foe. As they continued slowly going onwards through the Tasman Sea, the military fleet in formation to protect Kong. That was until things went wrong, starting with the fact that everything seemed too calm. Eileen had also told the ship captain that Kong bows to no one earlier, but that had been in the heat of the moment. She didn't know if Kong would bow or not, as he wasn't like his ancestors. The same ancestors that butchered all of the Titanus Gojira species before Godzilla tore them apart by himself. She shuddered, remembering that bloody history from the book, starting over a young Titanus. Kong killing a Titanus Gojira baby that had wandered outside the sanctuary that all the young Gojira species grew up in. After that, the first and most bloodiest war in Titan history began. Eileen Sue LD vividly see the war playing out in her dreams whenever she put that book down. It was starting to drive her mad with what the Kongs actually did. Much to her horror, she had to say that Kong was related to tyrants and bloodthirsty monsters that killed other Titans for sport. Several years into the war, Godzilla's elder female sibling was brutally despined by a group of raiding Kongs. All of her dorsal spines were torn from her back before she was eviscerated right in front of him. She had learned that in the pack system the Gojira species had, Godzilla was the lowest of the low in birth. Unlike Kong, who was born to royalty, through his mother being the daughter of the reigning Titanus Kong leader. But in the long run, that had been the last straw for the current king of the monsters. In an act of revenge, Godzilla castrated every raiding Kong, tore out their own spines and made them eat their own family jewels before he tore their heads off. After that, Godzilla became a roaming butcher. No Titanus Kong was safe from his rage, as it became known throughout the Hollow Earth that Godzilla had become Gaia's wrath incarnate. Kong after Kong was slaughtered, children, women, men, it didn't matter. In the end, Godzilla was forced into a trap. He fell into a volcano that the Kongs used to charge their weapons before sealing it up, before they attacked the Titanus Gojira pack. In the end, the war would have ended right there, as the Kongs killed almost every Titanus Gojira specimen. However, it was written that a few of the species escaped into the wild that the Kongs refused to traverse due to not being skilled enough to handle swampy areas. Godzilla had escaped his prison, then proceeded to kill every Kong in his way until he reached the Temple of the Kongs. There, he killed Kong's mother's family, then beheaded Kong's father's father. Then he caved in Kong's father's eye, leaving a mark that would remind him of what happened that day. In the end, only 3 families of Kongs escaped to Skull Island, but Kong was the last survivor as the Skullcrawlers came after them. Eileen mentally grimaced as she looked at the last surviving Kong as he finished off his fishy breakfast. Trying not to see the burning and death his bloodline caused that made the last Titanus Gojira in existence to want Kong dead so badly. Kong was having a wonderful morning. Jay was safe, he had gotten his fill of food and everything was okay. Sure, he missed Skull Island, the only place he ever knew. But he was also pretty sure that after Kamazot's attack that even he couldn't handle the winds that were tearing his home apart. That was until the atmosphere changed and became darker, oppressive and dangerous. Looking up, Kong felt shock take hold of him as he saw spines coming out of the water like a shark. In his nightmares, He saw those spines in the distance, a primal force that would not be stopped or halted by anyone. He panicked, trying to get his shackled off of his wrists. They wouldn't come off. Much stronger than he was at this moment as he heard the humans firing upon the monster that had come. He knew why that monster was here. The IWI told him to never ever leave Skull Island for any reason. In IWI mythology, the wrath of the planet ruled land and sea and had declared Kong's people to remain on that island after what they had done. The planet had decreed so Kong knew that what his ancestors must have done had to be really bad, but now that wrath was here to end him because he left Skull Island. He paused as he saw half of a ship get dragged under the waves. Kong gathered his courage and roared at the water. In a heartbeat, Godzilla erupted out of the blue water and slammed into the ship with enough force to cause it to flip over. Kong cried out as he fell into the water, trying to pull himself back onto the ship but only got a last gulp of air in before he was under the waves. Looking around, he saw the beast charging him at full speed. The water demon nearly tore out his throat if Kong hadn't been able to defend himself due to his restraints being undone. He held his enemy back as he tried to bite his face off, over and over again. In a moment of thought, and losing oxygen quickly, Kong smashed his skull into his opponents. The wrath of Gaia was stunned, then Kong used his enemy to springboard himself back to the surface and onto the ship. Pulling his water-drenched body into the ship, he stood up and pulled the neck collar off. With a roar, Kong looked for the wrath before realizing Jay was in trouble if he stayed here on the ship. He spotted the spines then looked behind him, spotting one of the largest ships that the humans had. He leapt from the ship he was on, to a smaller ship to jump to the largest ship. Once upon it, he threw one of the small objects at the wrath, who ignored it. With a roar, the wrath erupted out of the surf and onto the same ship, which began to sink under their weight. Kong slammed his fist to his opponent's face, but because he had a tail, he only took a step back before being slapped across the face with more power than he had put into his punch. On his back, unable to do anything, Kong expected nothing but death. The humans saved his life as they distracted the Titan. Kong quickly got up and shoved the wrath off the ship. Kong then realized he made 3 mistakes. The first was he pushed his opponent into his home turf. The second was that he was now on a sinking ship, and third, the water was glowing. Kong quickly, and stupidly, jumped into the water. The ship he had been on exploded behind him as he felt the heat nearly burned his hair away. He was about to swim to the surface when he was hit from behind, and began being dragged under by the wrath. With very little oxygen left and the darkness filling his vision, Kong accepted his fate to die. It shocked him when he was released, before he swam to the water surface and pulled himself onto the ship. Coughing up chair and gulping down air before collapsing onto his back on the ship, spotting the wrath looking at him through the flame-covered waters. He had been beaten and he was so tired. He closed his eyes and knew no more, as the darkness consumed him into the nothingness. Earth's wrath. The oceans were quiet as Harry swam through the depths, heading for his normal patrolling paths as he had taken care of that oversized monkey. He wasn't going to let that simian-like beast get away with leaving his island, because the other Titans were either asleep or in human forms to blend in with the humans better. The wizard-led instinct drive him through the roots he had forged over the years of being the Alpha Titan, as he thought back on the memories the Titan held within itself. The Kongs were mortal compared to the other Titans, but had a higher birth rate than any of the other Titans. This combination, along with their vast intelligence, made them even more dangerous to the delicate balance the Earth held. Gaia was very upset with these beasts that had been created by her innate opposite, the former living goddess Tiamat. Mother Earth had given him the power to deal with them until the war ended with Tiamat. In a desperate act to save her perfect Titan species, created Skull Island. The last of the Royal D species escaped his grasp, as he faced against the last bodyguard of that family before tearing his skull out. Harry pushed those memories away, as they were not his memories. Those were Godzilla's memories before he became what he was now, allowing those like himself to become a living embodiment of the greatest Alpha Titan to have ever existed. He sent out a soft rumble, a signal to his ladies to begin their patrolling routes. He didn't get a response, not at first, until Namoko sent her return signal to him. Humanity would see his ladies patrolling the skies, the land and other places. That was until he sensed something that was clearly coming from one of the larger human cities that the little humans had created. Harry refocused himself, as it became harder in this form to see himself as a human being. All the power that he had and what he had gone through. All the memories he now had made him feel like something else. This was how things would be turning out for years now, ever since he awoke the primal Titan powers inside of himself. But that signal came again, rushing into him like the burn of alcohol down one's throat. It was coming from the human city called Hong Kong. The signals were reminding him of something he knew was there but couldn't quite remember who it was. With a swift slash of his tail, Harry torpedoed his way towards Hong Kong as his fury slowly built itself up as he bared his teeth in a vicious snarl of hatred. Iris W. watched from the heavens as that massive ape of a titan was carried across the ocean towards the ice-covered lands that both Skyla and the several species of Titanus aptenidites, a massive penguin-like titan. Of course, Gojira had no patience for that species and only left them alone because they learned from the time he had come over to deal with the alpha male aptenidites after Ghidorah's uprising. After that, the species kept to the poles without any problems. Now, Iris was seeing the aptenidites rising out of the icy cold waters to watch the sleeping Kong get carried across in the air. She knew that she would have to tell Gojira about this, but as of right now, he was busy looking for that signal that was way too close to Ghidorah's own telepathic wavelength to be anything else but that. But it was muted, dampened, metallic. Iris was able to hear it better than the Alpha because she was created and birthed by the technology and mana of the Atlanteans, giving her powers that rivaled that of that turtle, Gamera. She followed silently as the humans dropped Kong before the powerful portal to the hollow earth. She could feel it even up here. Her tentacles swayed in the air as she walked. TCHED until Kong and the floating human vehicles vanished into the gated portal. With that, she dropped out of the air and landed in the area before the closed gate. The humans cried out in shock and horror, as she moved her tentacles to the gate and forced it open with her own strength. Inside, she saw the stalagmites and stalactites and the distant form of Kong. She quickly followed after the ape. The portal was close, so close. As she saw Kong trip then fall into the portal itself. She hovered over the portal before falling into the tunnels between the inner and outer earths. She felt the in-between trying to crush her in its gravitational talons, but it didn't work against her as she forcibly shoved the talons off her form. She then felt Gaia's telepathic touch her own mind before the tunnel widened as it showed the hollow earth in all its glory. Iris opened her wings to slow her descent before she closed them once more, her telepathic powers holding her aloft as she adjusted the gravity around her to hold her in place. Above her was land, and below her as well. Greenery as far as the eyes can see, ancient plants that lived on the earth and inside of it before the time of the gods came and tore that past apart. Iris had been around when the people of Atlantis worshipped the titans of the Greek myth, then the Greek deities. Until they stopped worshipping them due to the arrival of Gojira, who battled the deities until he turned their precious home into rubble. She honed her abilities to listen to all the life that still survived down here, as she then found Kong heading towards the center of this place, where all the Kongs had ruled until Gojira dealt with them himself, with death and destruction. The wrath of Gaia, he was called, and she felt the power of his rampage still throbbing in the air. So, she was about to figure out more history here than ever before. Final preparations. Walter Simmons watched as Mechagodzilla powered down due to the lack of power needed to run at the full 100%. A frown forming on his face as the mechanized titans. His daughter was in the hollow earth looking for that power source, to power this creation to end Godzilla once and for all. He looked at the displays at the information on the latest testing, the mecha's main weapon leaving number 10 in two halves on the ground. In the hollow earth, the humans were watching the shape of Kong galloping across the landscape of the land. Nathan Lind grimaced internally as he looked at the surrounding views until something on the scanner caught the pilot's attention. "Ma'am." The pilot looked up. "We're being followed by another beast." "What is it then?" Maya Simmons asked before the HEAV shook as a deep low hum filled the air. "Atlantic Iris," Nathan said, remembering the scientific name of the kaiju known as Iris, a part of the Atlantica gout species. Atlantica Gamera is also of that same type of titanish super predators, except they were all created by the people of Atlantis. Maya frowned. So they were bioengineered monsters. Pretty much, though many speculate that the people of Atlantis came from within the earth. Nathan shrugged. Maya's frown only deepened, as the nearly 2,000-meter-long length of Iris flew overhead. That was until a deep guttural roar got Iris's attention and something started hitting the HEAV, looking like red tarfish that were leaking brown sludge onto the vehicle. Iris's deep call filled the air as the HEAV was forced to land to remove the quite large starfish creature. However, the creatures that is fought caught the attention of the group and Kong. These creatures were like dragons but made for water, as Eileen gasped in shock. Atlantica Dagara, she gasped as Maya frowned, the first ons of the people of Atlantis before they supposedly scrapped them. Unless they were made down here, then they fled to the surface. Iris was busy cutting into the Dagara monsters with its tentacles. Sonic scalpels tearing into the flesh of the beasts without any resistance. By the end of it, Iris landed on the ruins of what appeared to be an ancient temple. The only Dagara left alive was the alpha of this pack, a massive black monster with yellow markings that groaned at Iris. Iris extended her right arm blade before slamming it through the skull of the Dagara alpha, killing it before absorbing its blood into her body. A few minutes later, she retracted the arm blade and loosed a deep thrumming call into the air. Let's be glad that she's only watching Kong and not killing him, a pilot. Ada's another shot the starfish off the HEAV, or we'd be stuck down here for good. Up on the surface, Mark Russell was beginning to feel worried as the equipment picked up Godzilla's approach. Of course, Mark was still reeling from getting slapped by his daughter into the dirt all the way back at Florida. He had been very stupid back then and way too focused on believing Godzilla had changed to not see what the problem was. Until Madison left him with a red handprint on his face and his clothing covering in dirt. After that, Mark had been looking back at Godzilla's behavior and started to understand why Godzilla was acting up. Apex was making something that was driving Godzilla into a very territorial mood. Attacking Florida was a warning. But now, here in Hong Kong, Mark was going to see the king of the monsters. Not the first time he had seen Godzilla, but this was Arian's, as the waters around Hong Kong started to light up blue with the approach of the Monster King. Godzilla rose out of the waters, bellowing loudly as he looked around the illuminated, colorful city of Hong Kong. His spines glowed blue and flashed over and over, as he looked this way and that. Now what was he going to do exactly? While events transpired to the liking of the Phi Council, one of the few alien hybrids of that council sneered at the others. She was a black-haired beauty in a seductive red silk dress that left her arms and back bare, as she glowered at the young son of the Phi that started this entire line of events. Her disgust with the Phi had only grown greater as her mother, a vampiric alien lifeform from the Indylus Cluster Galaxy, had fallen for a Phi Lord before dying, birthing her. Not only that, she had been around since the Titan War began. Her sharp nails dug into the intricate wood of her throne-like chair as she watched Godzilla charging his most powerful weapon. Unlike the others, she had worshipped the Gojira species as gods and still did, in secrecy of course. The Phi were worshippers of Tiamat, the same freak of a goddess that created the Kongs. She felt her blood burn with the hatred that even the Gojira species held for the Kongs but forced it down, unlike her gods. She could hide it and make it seem like she did worship Tiamat. Lady Dimitrescu, the young Phi Lord addressed her, as she turned her alien blue eyes on him. I see you're enjoying the festivities. She smirked, her lips parting to show her 12 sharp fangs that her mother passed on to her. I may enjoy them, but I do remember that Gojira was my responsibility to handle. You took that from me. The Phi Lord shrugged. Father wanted it dealt with, much more than your slow plan would ever call for. He also gave that woman. She took a sip out of a wine glass which was filled with the blood of a unicorn, Eileen. I believe her name was, that book that only told the history as you wanted it to be. I found it easier to do so while actually not alerting Gaia to the plan, the Phi remarked coolly, smirking softly. Kong is going to kill Godzilla and the Titans will bow to him, and then we'll have the Titans destroy the world before we have them bow to Kong to be killed by him. With their blood, Tiamat shall be reborn into a new world. Dimitrescu internally tore out her heart at the words this being was spouting, as she smoothly got up, while I'm sure the plan will go spectacularly. What's to say Godzilla won't simply kill Kong and then leave his foremost loyal to deal the final blow? The Phi laughed. Apex, of course, we've been planning Tiamat's return for centuries. Godzilla will not survive what is coming to end him. At long last, the Phi will rule the world once more. She left as he muttered that last bit to himself, heading to her own manor as she made up her mind on what to do. First things first, she mused to herself, it was time to interfere much more than she already had done beforehand. Much like when she gave that dark wizard, Voldemort, Gojira's blood to make him into the Hydra beast. Or when she sent Namoko to the Alpha Titan. Or when she first helped awaken her deity inside of the boy known as Harry Potter, Lady Lilith Dimitrescu had been Phi. Ghting, a secret war against the beings she was forced to call her people. But right now, she was going to mess with their plans even more, beginning with the weapon they wanted Kong to find. Vanishing into a shadow and appearing in the Temple of the Kongs, Lilith went to work with her magics. The weapon the Phi had created was laying before the throne, like it was waiting for someone to pick it up. She could feel the mind-warping power it had, so she disintegrated it before summoning one of the older axes. It had been embedded into the skull of the former Gojira Alpha, so she took her time some real reverence in setting it up to be spotted and be grabbed by Kong. Unlike the Phi-infused axes, this axe was the first axe that was created by the Kongs to battle the Gojira species. Meanin' that Kong would be fighting without any Phi help or interference against her god. She finished setting up the needed pieces before vanishing into the human world, looking at the skull of what used to be the left head of Ghidorah. Nicknamed Kevin by the humans, the regenerated head being named San, Lilith put her hand on the snout of the skull and felt for the life force. She found it and pulled it up to the surface, grimacing at the clearly insane mind trying to take control until she calmed it down. Your time will come, she projected into the invisible force of life in that horrid skull. To face the one that tore you from your brothers. Be prepared to take it. With that, she pulled her hand away as she stepped into the shadows once more. Appearing in her bedroom, she walked out of it into her viewing chambers. She was going to watch as the Phi's plan fell around them, and when it did fail, she would be the first to leave this horrid pocket dimension for good. If her plans played out, Godzilla and the other Titans would come here and wreak unimaginable havoc upon the Phi and end their legacy here. As she waved her hand before a massive crystal slab, the images appeared and swirls of color showed. Before her was her deity, Godzilla, looking around for that faint life signature of Ghidorah. She waved her hand behind her as a chair came into existence, allowing her to sit upon it as she made half of the crystal show her Kong and Iris as they and the humans closed in on the Temple of the Kongs. She smiled softly at one of her long-term projects, Maya Simmons, as she seemed in control of herself at the moment. Oh, how it would be wonderful for her deity to meet one of her successful creations, after unleashing the beast known as Shin Godzilla upon Japan all those years back. Operation Final War. The ground shook violently. Dust erupts into the air as the earth feels the full fury of its wrathful avatar, blue filling the night sky as the blue power surged out of Godzilla's maw. The king of the monsters was expelling so much radiation at that moment, it would have lit up the entire world easily. The earth started to shake even harder as the king fed more of his energy into the atomic breath attack, causing everyone in Apex to nearly fall over. It was clear that this wasn't just Godzilla playing around. No, he was absolutely done. That also gave some employees fear for when Godzilla actually focused his rage on them. Outside of Apex, Godzilla continued to burn his way through the Earth's crust into the hollow Earth. His body only got brighter as he built up more and more power, his eyes glowing like massive flaming torches. Then it was over, Godzilla shaking his head to clear it before glowering into the hole. A snarl formed on his lips as he stomped at the edge of the still burning hole before bellowing into it at full volume. The sound covered all of Hong Kong easily as everyone within a few miles covered their ears from the pain it caused, not knowing what he was roaring for. He snorted before stomping away from the hole, clearly not amused from whatever before a few moments passed that was followed by a massive primitive-looking axe. The massive Titan, Titanus Kong, slowly followed after the axe and roared at Godzilla. The Titan King turned and growled darkly, slamming his tail into the ground in a manner that was for intimidation. Spines flashing, jaw set and muscles tensing, Godzilla gave his opponent a withering look that could have killed. Kong slammed his fists into the ground, roaring in return at his enemy before snatching up the axe. Kong charged forward, ready to give the Monster King war. Harry ducked the overhead blow that Kong gave him, quickly getting behind the massive simian titan. With the axe burying itself into the building he had been beside. Kong had disarmed himself in the opening move. Harry retaliated, his powerful jaw clamping around where Kong's neck met his body. He pulled the muscular ape Awa Y from his weapon and into another building, his claw slashes he went for another throat attack. Kong sidestepped before bringing his elbow down upon his head, stars erupting before his eyes as the blow hit home. In the few moments it took for the stars to vanish, Kong was trying to get his hands into his mouth. He reacted quickly, charging up his atomic breath to remove the fingers. Kong's Apanda Jess escaped before the gigantic Titan primate punched his head away to save himself from another atomic breath. The beam struck a building instead, much to Harry's annoyance before he swung his tail around. The tail tip sent Kong flying into the building where his axe was, as Harry charged up his breath weapon once more. Out of desperation, Kong grabbed the axe and held it before himself as the atomic breath surged forward. It would have struck Kong dead center if the beam hadn't been pulled off course and into the axe, which absorbed the energy easily. Harry stopped feeding the weapon his pow and charged while Kong was busy looking at his glowing weapon. Kong was sent into the bay, Harry following him to try and stomp his chest in. He just missed, but Kong brought the axe around, as pain surged through Harry's left thigh. Kong grinned cockily before Harry grabbed Kong and threw him back to the shore, watching with satisfaction as the ape smashed into the buildings with a loud crunching sound. Using his jaws, Harry bit into the handle of the axe before pulling it out of his leg. Using all of his upper body strength, he threw it into one of the tallest buildings where it stuck. He turned his death glare upon Kong again before charging at him, his fist smashing into Kong's skull. The ape, caught off guard by the human-like attack, stumbled back as Harry punched Kong in the gut. Kong doubled over before he was sent onto his back by the follow-up headbutt, knocking one of Kong's teeth out. Kong retaliated as he drop-kicked Harry into another building and rushed off towards his axe. Harry roared and unleashed hell upon Kong, his atomic breath spearing through the air. He missed the first few times. Kong was a slippery titan, but he waited until Kong was going for the large leap before striking. Kong shrieked as his back was torched by his attack, blue burning off fur, flesh and skin in a heartbeat. He smiled widely at that, seeing Kong in pain, just like the pain he put him through all those years ago. Kong got up, snarling before using the buildings as cover, leaping from building to building, tearing off the top of one. Using it as a shield, Kong was able to block his atomic breath before snatching up the axe. With a war cry, Kong leapt at him. Harry unleashed his weapon at full strength, before the world turned blinding white. Mark Russell had to cover his eyes as the white flash filled the air, before it was gone. Looking up, he saw both titans were blasted away from one another. Godzilla was clearly out cold while Kong smashed into the ground with enough force to give him a concussion. Kong had dropped his axe, which was dimming as Kong got up before hiding himself in the shadows. "I think Kong won," one of the people with him said uncertainty. Mark looked over at the man. "Absolutely not," Mark snapped. "Kong only gave himself more time. Godzilla will now be way more cautious or just tear Kong limb from limb." "Oh." Harry got up, shaking the white out of his head before looking around for Kong. After seeing what that axe could do, Harry was not going to allow Kong the opportunity to get it again. Slowly making his way forward, Harry stretched his senses out to look for that ape. He couldn't find the massive simian before something struck the building next to his head, causing him to instinctively look at the source. He would regret that as Kong leapt onto his back, slamming his head into the building. Kong then pulled him into another one, then another, giving Harry a massive headache. Kong then tried to get his arm around his throat, to strangle him to death. Harry threw his head back, stunning Kong before grabbing the arm and biting into the wrist. Hard enough that Harry heard the wrist loudly creaking from the pressure. He then pulled Kong around. Over his body, around himself, then into the city. He felt more than heard Kong's arm coming out of its socket as he pulled him around, grinning in satisfaction. Kong slam met the dislocated shoulder into another building, causing even more damage it seemed from the sound of the roar he gave. Harry charged. Kong threw himself sideways, causing Harry to go head first into the building. With much frustration, he pulled his head free and then pimp-slapped Kong to the ground with his tail. Kong was down, but Harry wasn't done with him, going on to all fours. He rushed that massive simian titan. Roaring in utter hatred, he was death incarnate, a whirlwind of claws, teeth, tail and jaws. Kong couldn't stop him as he was covered in deep wounds, blood flowing out of them. Before Harry stood up and slammed his foot into Kong's chest, Kong roared and punched Harry's injured thigh, causing him to roar out in outrage. He slammed his foot into Kong's chest, breaking them on his ribs before twisting his foot into the chest of his eternal foe to dig the broken shards in deeper. Kong tried to rip his foot off but couldn't do it at all. Harry leaned in, seeing the defeated look in Kong's eyes. Harry hadn't had enough though, he wanted Kong to beg him for mercy. He roared everything at Kong, telling Kong what he wanted. Kong got some courage back before roaring in defiance right back at him. Harry finished roaring and was about to finish the enemy of the hollow earth off before a memory pulled itself into the front of his mind. He whimpered, looking up at the king of the Kongs as he looked down upon him. The Kong King glowered at him while holding a massive battle axe in one hand. He held him underfoot, his foot pressed into his chest, his teeth bared as he was told to beg for his life. And he was about to do that until his older sister clotheslined the older being off of him. She pulled him out of the ground and roared at the Ape King, who backed off quickly. His sister had broken his arm as she slammed into him. The Kong glowered before bellowing his war cry. She slapped him across the face with her tail before carrying him away. Looking back, he saw the defeated look on the Kong's face as he watched them go back to the sanctuary. Harry growled before lifting his leg off of Kong's chest, the anger leaving him slowly. His anger at them had been so consuming, so destructive that he forgot something like this. The weakness the ancient Kong King had when his sister beat him so easily, someone on the lowest rung beating the highest of royalty in the hollow earth. He was looking at the same thing and decided to do what his sister did long ago, let the Kong go. He nodded his head to the Kong and turned away, leaving Kong to his fate. He heard Kong get up, roaring weakly in challenge before his heart finally gave out. Death had finally come for him, and with that, his species, the royal lineage, was dead. Godzilla had won. Ancient houses united. Hong Kong was silent after the dust settled from the dueling titans. People were busy evacuating and trying not to gain the ire of the Monster King as he looked around the city as the sun slowly rose. Of course, news reporters were quietly reporting the aftermath of the battle to the world. All of them were quietly doing so, as the atmosphere was so tense. Neville Longbottom grimaced as he watched. Ed the magically protected television inside Manor Longbottom, his grandmother Augusta Longbottom having been convinced to get it after a week of serious arguments. The wizard shook his head as he watched before he felt something deep inside him tell him to get up and go help the king. He tried his best to ignore the feeling, but it came back stronger than before every time, before he finally got up. He was about to head out to the family greenhouses when he froze, watching the television in shock as a red beam blew out the mountain. He knew that this wasn't normal, the exact opposite in fact. Coming out off-Gris was a mechanized monstrosity that looked like the alpha predator, its glowing red eyes looking contemptuously at the city before beginning its destructive rampage. The heroic monster inside of him finally told him to stop stalling and get moving, causing Neville to run. He ran past everything, the portraits, the shocked look his Uncle Algie gave him before bursting through the front door into the slowly dimming sunlight of England. In a moment, his body shifted into the heavily armored shelled form of Atlantis Gamera. He growled before reaching his full kaiju height, letting out a haunted howling roar into the darkening sky. Anyone in England would have instantly looked over in shock as the massive turtle kaiju roared into the approaching night sky, before lights erupted under the massive monster. Gamera gained lift into the air before his arms and head curled into the shell before starting to spin at high speeds, arcing its way towards Hong Kong at speed. DS that nobody knew that the turtle could reach. Harry growled as he glowered at the mechanical double of himself as it raised Hong Kong around it with its beam-like attack. He wasn't feeling so good himself. He was below half in his energy reserves after his battle with the Kaiju simian, which wasn't good at facing this mechanical monstrosity. He would have needed to be full energy to actually do anything, but he would stall the monster so the humans could escape destruction. He roared and got the robot's attention before he heard, distantly, the mocking laughter of Ghidorah. He saw red at that, his hands curling into fists as he rushed the mecha. Metal and flesh crashed into one another, but the mecha had the upper hand, using its longer arms to tighten-handle Harry into a building, then grabbing his throat. He was tossed from one building to the next, roaring as the heavy human constructions actually hurt. He tried to get up, but his feet were mercilessly kicked out from under him as the mechanical double laughed in that halting electronic manner. That was before Harry had enough of that laugh and unleashed his atomic breath at the mecha's face, which it used its beam attack again. The beams fought for several seconds when the monster in metal pushed more power into its attack. Harry roared in agony as he felt his scales turn to ash, his armored hide burning the muscles underneath them, and his chest was on fire. He roared helplessly as he looked into those red eyes, the eyes of Ghidorah. He could see the head grinning now as it stomped over and grabbed his jaws, forcing them open as the red beam powered up again. Death was calling for Harry and he accepted his fate, but fate wasn't going to be getting his soul. A shriek filled the air before Mark Russell looked around, seeing two orange-yellow flaming projectiles fly through the air and knock Mechagodzilla off of the Alpha Titan. Mechagodzilla looked around, confused and clearly scanning for a new threat before he was knocked off his feet by something spinning in a circular pattern, a blue line in the center of the spinning object. The object stopped spinning as two Flynn-like appendages appeared in a head. "No way," a female Apex worker gasped. "It's Gamera." Mark watched as the huge turtle circled, his mouth glowing again as the Atlantean-created Guardian readied for another bombardment of the machine. Mechagodzilla blasted its own beam at Gamera, but the flying shelling beast gracefully dodged, ducked and whirled out of the way. The mecha fired missiles that hit Gamera, but the Kaiju turned so it slammed into the mechanized creation before spinning around so that it blocked humanity's failure from nature's defender. Gamera growled darkly before howling into the air, his hauntingly ghostly roar filling the space between the two opposing forces. The two looked at one another before Mechagodzilla launched itself at Gamera with its thrusters, roaring as it reached out to grab the Turtle Guardian's face. Gamera ducked the metal arm. The claws hitting the rim of his shell, then used its broad hands to slap the joint, causing the mecha to nearly lose its arm entirely. Mechagodzilla then was blasted back by a torrent of plasma-like flames, which was starting to melt his armor plating as Gamera used its hands to push the longer-reaching appendages of the mecha away. The fight grew way more intense, Gamera getting in closer as both its hands were covered in flames and he was using them like blades. Slices of metal were coming off the mecha's chassis, leaving parts exposed and components easily seen. Mechagodzilla rallied and grabbed both of its enemy's arms by the elbows, pulling them out before its tail slammed through Gamera's chest. Harry watched in horror as Gamera, or Neville, was impaled by his double's tail. The spinning tail spikes were slowing down as Neville looked down at the tail before Mechagodzilla pulled the tail free of his body. Green body fluid slowly poured out of the grievous wound as the alien-controlled monster pushed the Atlantean Guardian onto his back. Gamera was unable to fight back as he collapsed. Godzilla felt his heart stop before he thought he saw something in the sky. Like the sky was glowing. Hong Kong was filled with music that people thought they had forgotten, Mark's eyes widening as he looked into the sky as the glow grew brighter and brighter, pulsing faster and faster before with a thunderous clap of air, all the clouds that had been gathering suddenly vanished. In their place was the glowing form of the Queen of the Monsters herself. Her massive wings slowly flapping as rays of power came from her being. "She's back," he heard a few Monarch workers shout. "Mothra's back." "She's bigger though," another cried out, looking at her laptop. "She's like several times larger than before." The peaceful feeling slowly vanished as the glowing Titaness dive-bombed the mecha monster, her scythe-like arms out before her before they slashed across the abused metal head, neck and upper chassis of the human-built abomination. Mechagodzilla roared as it stumbled back, deep gashes across its body before silken webbing covered its eyes. Mothra, unlike before, was a dark black in coloration and much larger. Her limbs were also thicker, much stronger, as they could see white-gray floof-like hairs around her head and down her chest in a tear-like shape. Her wings were massive. Emerald greens and reds danced across them, as blues glowed across the wings themselves. Mechagodzilla tried to get the silk off, but it only got sparks flying off and igniting the silk, causing it to panic more. Mothra circled before deftly landing on Godzilla, her wings curling and glowing as her eyes glowed emerald green. The end of the abomination. The mood was suddenly tense. Metal monster watching, the massive moth kaiju trilling softly, Godzilla rumbling on the ground. Mechagodzilla opened his mouth and was about to unleash his photon scream Yupo. End the moth before he was blasted off his feet by Godzilla's own atomic breath. Mothra shifted herself to allow for her weight to not adversely affect him, as he pulled a leg up. His foot planted firmly into the ruined ground. Godzilla rose up. Mothra moved and nuzzled her head against his neck before spreading her wings and taking off. The Alpha growled before his body started to glow, starting from the tail. The blue that everyone saw when he charged his atomic breath started coming out of every crevice and fold of his scaly, armored hide. It continued upwards until his entire body looked like he had been in Boston ages ago. Then it grew in intensity. Mechagodzilla backed up, fear clearly seen as Godzilla moved forward towards it. Then Mothra chirped, carrying the axe that Kong had used. She pulled off a swift maneuver that tossed the axe to the Alpha, who caught it, and the axe started to charge and hum loudly. Godzilla rushed the alien-controlled creation, bellowing a war cry that hooked the heavens before bringing the axe down. Mechagodzilla tried to escape, but his arm was removed from his chassis by the glowing axe, dropping heavily to the floor while gushing mechanical fluids. Followed before a blast of atomic breath knocked the mecha off its feet, as the buildings shook. Godzilla slammed the axe into his foe's collar, cutting the mecha open before tossing the axe away. His hand thrust forward and grabbed what would be the mecha's spinal cord, before pulling at it. Mechagodzilla tried to kick Godzilla off, but the rising heat of the glowing blue titan melted the servos of the legs. Finally, Godzilla pulled the spine and the head free of the body. He lifted it up with a victorious roar that caused his glow to vanish, then silence filled the air. He shook himself, panting as all his energy left. Looking around, he spotted his queen flapping over before twisting serenely in the air and landing on his back. She trilled into his neck as she nuzzled him again, before she stopped and chirped in question. Godzilla nodded before moving towards the fallen form of Gamera. Harry looked over the body of Gamera before nearly jumping as Gamera whined in pain, as his chest wound clearly wasn't killing him. He quickly got the turtle onto his feet before he smelled the air. He turned and saw a lightly smoking Kong leaning on a building, looking like he just woke up from a date with death. He sneered before he heard a familiar low droning howl, looking up to see Iris flying out of the hole into the hollow earth. Then the others came, the other titans from before came. They surrounded him like before, then he saw there was more. Tiamat looked quietly at him. Rodan and his daughter were looking curiously at him as Biollante and Moonhador looked at one another, then at him. He felt Mothra come off him and lands before him, facing him with her glowing green eyes before he nodded. He lifted Mechagodzilla's deactivated head while squeezing it, the metal crushing itself before it fell off, showing the insides to have the skull of Ghidorah inside of it. The titans looked horrified at that, as Godzilla dropped the skull and crushed it underfoot. He then looked at each titan before growling, softly demanding their loyalty. 3 times he had fought for this position, against Ghidorah, then Kong, then Ghidorah's soul controlling the mechanized version of himself. He had not only earned his place as Alpha but also their loyalty, so if they decided to become rogues, he would end them. Now, every titan and every human watched with bated breath before Kong stepped forward. Harry looked at him before growling darkly, ready to end the simian titan. Kong dropped onto one knee, head bowed towards him. One by one, the ones that hadn't arrived at Boston to see his victory over the invader bowed to him. They were followed by the ones that had arrived at Boston, Rodan bowing quickly, then followed by his daughter. Harry looked around as Biollante, Moonhadora, Iris, Gamera, and Namoko then bowed. He paused as he saw a feminine monster look at him, looking similar to that statue in Japan. He sniffed the air before she too bowed. He would learn more about this mysterious titan later. Then he looked down at the ground, at Mothra. She trilled and bowed her head, her wings spreading out to glow gently in the air. He lifted his gaze before unleashing one last powerful roar into the sky. The sun behind him as he let the world know of his total victory over his oldest foe. In London, at Grimmauld Place, Sirius Black was looking at a blast from his past. Well, in all respects, she had died. Standing in the doorway of the kitchen was Lily Rose Potter née Evans. At her side was Harry James Potter, his godson. Lily looked like a red-headed goddess from some forgotten mythology, and with her standing next to some of Harry's women, she looked like she ruled over them herself. Lily. But, how? The last head of House Black rasped in shock before Lily walked over and hugged him. Tightly enough to crack his back. A secret that I can't let others know besides my son and his girls, Sirius. Lily said, holding him at arm's length. Swear you won't let anyone in, Sirius. Until I'm done explaining this to him. Sirius nodded firmly. Understood, Marauder's honor, Lily. Lily watched Sirius leave before the door closed behind him, leaving Harry and all his women standing in the kitchen with him. The mother of Harry Potter motioned them to sit before using her magic to summon a fire whiskey to her hand. Yes, let's get the obvious out of the way, she said. I'm supposed to be dead. In actuality, I've died so many times that it's hard to remember how many times I've done so. Namoko spoke up. It's your powers then. Lily nodded, sipping at the magical drink. Yes, I was born as the goddess of the moth, in ages before humanity became this. I am Mothra, goddess of peace, queen of the monsters, and I have birthed every person that has ever had the potential to bring forth my king. My body and looks may change, but know this, my son, you are mine and I am yours. I have been around long enough to understand what this means and the implications behind it, but I have lived as Mothra for so long, I really don't give a damn. Harry got up, walked over to her and hugged her. I don't mind, but I want to know you as my mom first, queen and first love second. Lily nodded with a smile. Of course, it's been 15 long years, I have a lot to catch up on then. A few years passed after the Battle of Hong Kong, which saw many things happen. Apex was seized, its technologies grabbed by the militaries of the UK and USA. The first year after the battle, Monarch helped get Kong down into the Hollow Earth. They set up a new research post to study the insides of the planet and the creatures there, with Kong's help. Godzilla didn't show up and everything seemed peaceful. The second year passed in much the same way, but in the first few months of the third year, the attacks began. Humanity saw monsters that looked like titans rise out of the ocean and attack massively populated cities. Monarch and the militaries of the world were able to barely defeat them, but soon learned that these attackers weren't terrestrial. Designated as Kaiju, to distinguish them from the titans of the earth, these monsters were sent on missions to wipe out humanity. Titans soon started to wake up as more of these Kaiju attacked, leading to full-scale wars of attrition between titans and Kaiju. Humanity watched for Godzilla, but he didn't appear. Monarch, realizing that Godzilla must be hibernating from the battle with Mechagodzilla and Kong. So, humanity built their own weapons to wage war on the invaders. Jaegers were soon built, massive mech HS that used rebuilt and reinvented Apex technology that had been used in Mechagodzilla. But in each Jaeger would be two human beings, fighting alongside Titans in a war to save their home. Hermione Granger was getting her combat outfit on when the alarm sounded, ringing dully in her ears. At the age of 18, the young witch found herself wondering what her friend, Harry, was up to. After 5th year, she left Hogwarts and pursued more non-magical forms of education until the first attack on humanity. She lost her parents when the Kaiju codenamed Oratrike tore through San Francisco. She joined the Jaeger program through Monarch, and soon found herself with her partner a few months later. The brown-haired witch looked up to see Daphne Greengrass raise her eyebrow at her. Yes, Daphne, Hermione asked, raising her own eyebrow. You seem way too calm for this, the pureblood witch said, her ice blue gaze looking Hermione over. I've been training in my occlumency, now let's go. The major won't want us to be late again. Gypsy Danger drops in 15 minutes and I'm sure she'll want us to be there. Let's go. Age of the Jaeger. Daphne Hera Greengrass followed her drift sister towards the ready room, where they would be properly suited up before the drop. Formerly a pureblood heiress, Daphne had left the wizarding world after killing her betrothed due to his abusiveness. With her sister, Astora Greengrass, they were able to join Monarch before Daphne was brought into the Jaeger program. After weeks of training, she got stuck with her intellectua before they drifted together for the first time. Turns out, they were perfectly compatible within the drift and knew each other better than before. Hermione Jean Granger was a survivor, much like Daphne, and with the Kaiju war ramping up, it was time for them to show the monsters they would die as cowards. They were given the Mark-3 Jaeger, Gypsy Danger, after the Jaeger's former pilots were killed in action with a Category IV Kaiju near New York. The two witches had taken the Jaeger and almost fully rebuilt her from the ground up, introducing runes, wards and magic into the machine. While she looked like before, anyone had knew the original design of Danger would see that she now had a slight hourglass figure but was armored much more heavily. Daphne and Hermione took pride in her reconstruction before having to head out to kill a Kaiju near Japan. The newly reconstructed Jaeger performing even better than a Mark IV and the would-be fresh off the line Mark-5. But in the here and now, Daphne looked at her drift stir before staring ahead at the screen that showed them their mission. A Category 3 Kaiju has gotten past the Mark-1 Jaeger Romeo Blue, Marshal Stacker Pentecost was saying over the intercom to them, codenamed Knifehead. You two are being deployed to stop it before it can reach the Miracle Mile, is that understood? Hermione rolled her eyes. If it's anything like Shatterskull, we'll stop it, sir. Pentecost didn't say anything before he said, you drop in 10 minutes. Daphne looked at Hermione with a small smile before the suits' helmets were put on, yellow fluids draining after coating. The clear plastic with anti-misting properties. Once that was done, the final suit connections were connected and both witches were led to the head of their Jaeger. Colin Creevy was typing away at his control panel as he pulled up the systems needed to scan and communicate with Gypsy Danger, as his soon-to-be wife, Astora, looked over the holographic displays of the weapon systems. Marshal Stack, Kerr Pentecost stood behind them as hundreds of other technicians and magic users rushed all over to prepare for the imminent Kaiju assault. The Anchorage Shatterdome was home to several Jaegers but on Lee 1 was fully prepared to take on a Kaiju in hurricane weather, that was Gypsy. All weapon systems are online, Astora reported, looking at the Marshal, Gypsy can fight. Colin nodded. Drop ready to go, sir. Pentecost nodded. Begin drop sequence. Colin madly typed away as he got the message that both Daphne and Hermione were suited up and locked in, readying for the drop. The young wizard gave the code needed and the head of the Mark III Jaeger dropped from above, going down nearly 200 levels before neatly landing into place on the body. The head twisted into place, connectors and other attachments making sure that Gypsy's head wouldn't go flying off into the ocean. Colin then pulled up a secondary holograph, showing the magical energy levels inside the Jaeger. Magical circuitry is warming up, sir. Ready to begin drift. Understood. Pilots will begin drifting in 15 seconds. Colin counted down the seconds before both Daphne's and Hermione's brainwaves fluctuated before stabilizing. Harmonizing so strongly, it was like they were one person to the computers. Their drift compatibility was rare, even amongst those that were drift compatible. Once they finished drifting, Colin switched to the magical systems. Okay, Daphne, Hermione, he said into his microphone, begin magic circuit uplink in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gypsy jolted, its body lifting off the ground by a foot. Its restraints pushed to their limits before settling down. Magic poured through the Jaeger, filling every micron of space before the powerful turbine on its chest began rotating. Ever since the Jaeger program accepted magicals, they found out that magicals couldn't use nuclear-powered Jaegers. The radiation removed their abilities to do magic completely. Several suggested an alternative to nuclear power, but nothing helped until magical circuits were created, tested by both Gypsy Danger pilots. Kickstarted by their combined magic, the Jaeger would pull ambient magic out of the air and power itself until it was powered down, allowing the magic to go free. Nothing was lost and everyone benefited, At least that's what Colin thought. Gypsy Danger fully powered, he nodded to the marshal. Gypsy is ready to fight, sir. Hermione did a final systems check before nodding, knowing Daphne would feel it inside her own head. As one, they started moving out into the churning waves off the coast of Alaska. Gypsy hummed, feeling alive and as though it had a soul of its own. Hermione wondered if Jaegers actually had souls, or if that was just the build itself that gave it a personality. Daphne hummed across from her as they moved under the water, avoiding the storm entirely as they followed the closest interception course. Civilians are in the zone, Hermione said, looking over at Daphne. We need to get them out. Daphne rolled her eyes. I know, but we have to get there first, Hermione. Remember that. Hermione grunted before they both started to move faster, Gypsy spreading up to save lives. Knifehead erupted out of the surf, roaring mightily as he looked around. He had his orders to destroy the coastline, and he intended to do so, but he wanted to have some fun along the way. He had sensed this puny vessel out on the stormy waves and decided to obliterate it, giving him some fresh victims to listen to scream. His fun was interrupted when a massive metal being erupted out of the surf between him and his prize, angering him. With a roar, he slashed his massive clawed hand at the thing. It glanced off its protected shoulder, sending sparks into Knight as the machine got the vessel to safety. Knifehead rumbled before a metal fist slammed into his jaw, making him nearly bite his own tongue off. He stumbled back before another fist slammed into his skull. Stars danced before his vision. He rallied, pouncing the machine in absolute fury. It grappled with him, deftly dodging his head protrusion that would have decapitated any other machine. He was about to slice the machine wide open when he felt something rip his chest open, giving him pause. The sensation came again, stronger this time, with the smell of his flesh cooking. He felt his vitals slow, then stop as his body went limp. He was shoved into the water, but then his secondary body systems kicked in, reviving him once more. He growled before waiting until the machine had its act turned before launching himself out of the water and biting down on its left arm. With it clamped in its jaws, Knifehead tore the arm off. Roaring, he brought his arm around to grab into the head of this intruder. He didn't get the chance. Hermione cried out as her left arm went dead, all sensation gone. Gypsy had systems that made sure her own brain wouldn't be affected by the loss of a limb, but it was so wrong. She knew her real arm was there, but it wasn't to her senses, which screamed that it had been torn off. Daphne screamed in shock as Knifehead brought its arm around to grab the head of the Jaeger. Hermione looked at Daphne, seeing her drift sister getting pulled out and dying. A deep throaty bellow filled the air, causing both young ladies to stop. Knifehead paused in his attack, looking around for the source of that noise. The source erupted out of the water, its roar sounding all so familiar but somehow different. Knifehead screamed in shock, then agony, as the monster bit its outstretched arm off at the elbow. Blue blood squirting out of the fresh wound. Then the roar came again and both women gasped. As that, Daphne started to ask before Hermione interrupted her. No, it can't be, it's more high-pitched. Quote, that was when the hum of dorsal spines reminded them of where they were, as a brilliant blue glow illuminated the area. It revealed the creature to be similar in body structure to the Alpha, but something was off, but both couldn't look at it now. Out of its mouth came the atomic breath, Sloth's chest with a primal fury. It burned its way through the body and out the back in a fiery display of power before finally stopping. The Kaiju dropped, finally dead, into the crunning waters. The Titan roared into the night, vibrating the cockpit of the Jaeger with its volume before it turned and looked at the Jaeger itself. Hermione gasped in surprise as Gypsy's lights illuminated the Titan's body, showing it off. The body wasn't thick or tanky like Godzilla, no. This body was athletic and lean. Hermione couldn't help but blush at the near-perfect hourglass figure this Godzilla-like Titan had. The female Titaness Gojira's spines were also much softer, more smooth. Much more so than Godzilla's sharp and rough ones, though he had lost them in a fight with Muto Prime. The Titaness Gojira was also smaller than the Alpha Titan, but probably not by much, 50 to 60 feet at the most. Her eyes were also a brilliant dark blue, seeming to glow with their own inner light. Daphne, thankfully, knocked Hermione out of her stunned stupor. Hermione, she said flatly. Why is there a female Titanus Gojira standing right there? I thought there was only one Godzilla and he was the last of his kind. London saved. Back at the Anchorage Shatterdome, Hermione was looking at the battle-damaged chassis of Gypsy Danger. The Muggle-born witch grimaced as the Jaeger was slowly put back together, as wizards and witches slowly reformed and other damages were closed. It would take Gypsy days to be fully repaired, then the loss of metals in the closing of the metals would have to be put back in. She shook her head at the craziness of it all. Her drift sister walked up and handed her a cup of herbal tea. She took it and sipped it as Daphne sat against the guardrail, looking at the Jaeger with soft eyes. She survived in rougher shape than before, Daphne commented. But they've built new parts that'll help improve her by several %. Hermione snorted. So, Mark 5 parts in a Mark 3. Is Gypsy going to have a complete makeover? Daphne snorted. Maybe in the future, but until then, we're going to have to update the insides to make her faster and stronger. Like the Mark 5E type Jaeger that'll be called Striker Eureka, but we'll be still holding on to the older, bulkier form. Hermione rolled her eyes. So newer insides, older outsides. Daphne nodded. Of course. And the Titanus that is outside the Shatterdome. Daphne raised an eyebrow. What about her? Madison Russell will be telling us what to do with the Titanus Gojira. Hermione shrugged before an alarm went up, sighing as she shook her head. That won't be first this time. Daphne nodded. Gypsy earned her time. Wonder who's on the chopping block this time. The one on the chopping block was all the way in London, which was facing much more danger since the Kaiju were TTING much more aggressive and coming out faster than before. In ones and twos, the Kaiju came but usually attacked various Pacific cities. But ever since the battle at New York a month or two back, Kaiju assaulted every coastal city in reach. The London Shatterdome was now home to 2 Jaegers, both of which were unique. As were the pilots, all 5 of them. The 5 were also magic users, however. 4 of them were married and the last was their teammate from school. All 5 played on the same team and all 5 were extremely loyal and deadly, having gotten more experience since Godzilla found titans and other monsters near and in London itself. Of course, the 5 were in 2 teams, 2 Jaegers. The first team was made up of completely identical twins, who had followed a pranking legacy throughout their school years until joining the Jaeger program. Fred and George Weasley, before the drift, were able to accurately predict the other with near psychic accuracy. After the drift, they were in total sync. But they also drifted with their wives as well, to know them deeper and much more in tune with them. George had married Angelina Johnson while Fred married Alicia Spinett. Both were extremely happy marriages. The twins' Jaeger was also a unique creation, as it with the prototype created by the PPDC to be the idea for the Mark-5 Jaegers. However, it wasn't what the designers wanted, as it was too smooth and rounded. The twins took it instead, keeping the Jaeger's name of Obsidian Fury but giving it their own upgrades. Brass knuckles with triple W's on the knuckles themselves, using more equipment created by the twins when their own weapons would be depleted. Fury was much more dangerous because of its upgrades than without. They were stationed at the London Shatterdome along with their wives and their Jaeger. Their Jaeger, Golden Vixen, was a 4-armed Jaeger of the Mark IV generation. Unlike the 3-armed Crimson Typhoon, Golden Vixen was a more updated Daisy GN to that but looked more feminine and dangerous. While Typhoon was a monk warrior, Vixen was a seductive warrior dancer, meaning she was much more equipped for dodging and attacking than Typhoon. Anne, Galena and Alicia would be able to handle the 4 arms, in addition to Katie handling the needed load that came with extra limbs. Right now, the Kaiju codenamed Razor Crest, a Category 4 Kaiju, was charging toward London. The Weasley twins were deployed and waiting for the Kaiju in Obsidian Fury, both redheads watching for the signs for the monster. Both remembered the shouts of their mother when they told her that they were joining the PPDC and saving the human race. Molly's banshee screams at them that they would kill themselves before both told her that she was never allowed to holidays or birthdays with their families. Both twins pushed that thought away as Obsidian's much more powerful comm pod and connections acted so much like the twins. Inside its head, it was rather uncanny for anyone to see that. Razor Crest launched itself out of the water, both twins dodging as the Kaiju roared. The snake-like monster glowered with its half a dozen eyes narrowed, its saw-like crest flashed. Obsidian Fury charged and slammed a fist into the Kaiju's face, leaving triple W's burnt into its skull. Both twins continued to pummel the monster as it writhed under the onslaught, clearly no T expecting such a quick and devastating assault. The twins silently pulled a grenade-like device from Fury's belt before slamming it into the open jaws. With a sharp jerk, they clamped the jaws shut and held it. The Kaiju scream was muffled, but it clawed at the armor, leaving light scraps but nothing unrepairable. With a boom, the head of the Kaiju expanded. It was quite comical, as the Kaiju ked frantically everywhere before the twins activated twin plasma scissor blades. The twin blades were plasma-enhanced blades that were an alternative to the Mark V weapons that Striker Eureka wielded. The curved blades glowed blue with plasma before they slammed fully into the skull of the Kaiju, killing it as the blood boiled and evaporated. Then the Golden Vixen dropped beside Obsidian Fury, both lifting the Kaiju up and out into the waters. There it wouldn't be as dangerous to the people there, the five knew, but even then, things were becoming much rougher. Jaegers were being destroyed by smarter and smarter Kaiju. But more magical people were joining, but they were not joining fast enough. More people were facing more dangers, and now, with Titans getting more hurt as the war grew even more dangerous. They couldn't keep going like this. New management. When Madison Russell landed at the Anchorage Shatterdome, she was not expecting to see a Titan playing catch with a Jaeger. Spec. I ally if the Titan was of the Titanus Gojira major species, but there the Titan and Jaeger were. The Jaeger, one of the new arrivals from Australia, Atlas Destroyer, was throwing a rather heavy metal sphere across the countryside for the Titan to catch. This went back and forth. It seemed to bring great delight to the female Titan as they did so. Her mother came to mind, wanting a world where both humanity and Titan could coexist. Madison knew better. Her mother wasn't all there when her brother Ha Russell had become a broken mess that wanted her son back. She even said that he would come back if they brought balance to nature. Madison shook her head. Her mother had gone batshit crazy and she had ignored it for far too long. Never once had she questioned her mother until the day she awoke Rodin from his slumber that began the mass awakening of the Titans. She was so absorbed in the sight that she didn't see Marshal Pentecost come up. Quite a sight, isn't it? He said, startling Madison back into reality. Seeing a Titan play a human game like a child. Maddie nodded. Why yeah, but still, she's probably enjoying doing something other than fighting. Pentecost nodded. Please, let's get inside before the rain comes back. I don't understand how the Gojira species enjoys that weather. Madison walked after the marshal, looking in awe at the Shatterdome. All the crews, personnel and the rangers that were around astonished her. Then she saw the Jaegers in their bays, many she couldn't name, but the one she could name was Gypsy Danger. The Mark III was being rebuilt or repaired, she wasn't sure. But Maddie couldn't help but smile. Miss Russell, Pentecost said, welcome to the Shatterdome. I see you spotted one of the more famous Jaegers, Gypsy Danger. Her pilots, Daphne Gring, Ras and Hermione Granger, are busy in the training comm pod. They are training to deal with a much more powerful body and rigging that a Mark V would provide, orders from up top. A Mark-V in a Mark III's body. Maddie couldn't help but whisper in astonishment, eyes widening at the Jaeger. Indeed, Stacker Pentecost said, the Kaiju are more varied and more dangerous, growing smarter and smarter. All upgrades are mandatory now, but I'm afraid she'll be one of the last to go through the upgrade. Madison grimaced. The heart of the issue was here. The UN representatives had pretty much told the Jaeger program to shove it and die. Wanting to place their money into a wall that would upset the balance of nature. Stupid corporate senators, Maddie hissed under her breath. They were some of the stupidest beings on the planet. Some that should be boiled in their own bodies. Monarch is going to take you on, Marshal, Maddie said, handing him a card. The PPDC is under our jurisdiction, not the UN's anymore. Monarch broke away from those greedy and stuck-up dicks ages ago, praises to whatever deity you worship. Stacker nodded. I sense a bit in there. Madison nodded. Any new Jaegers are to be reviewed by a panel. Which I'm on, by the way, to see if they will be able to be used in combat with a Titan companion or partner. Pentecost nodded, much like Gypsy Danger and that female Gojira outside. Madison nodded. Yes, but most Titans do not enjoy outside help. Very few of them do. They've faced these kaiju before, Marshall. They hold grudges for a very long time, longer than we know. Both looked at one another before Madison coughed into a fist. Anyway, I think you called me here to explain the Titan here. In a large room, Madison set up her computer and other gadgets upon the holotable. Also in the room were Gypsy Danger's Rangers, Stacker Pentecost and, much to her surprise, Striker Eureka's Rangers. Striker Eureka was barely off the line for a week when it got use. D to defend Sydney from a Category 3 kaiju named Harrowsen. Put the ugly brute down in under several minutes, but Madison hated the arrogant son of Herc Hansen, Chuck Hansen, who piloted the Mark V with his dad. Okay, I'm fully connected, she announced as the holotable came to life. All right, let me pull up the relevant information. Holograms formed up on the table, showing the forms and shapes of the Titan that was Godzilla. It was walking slowly, clearly in a cycle as its large 3-foot scale continued its stride upon the table. Maddie looked at the Marshal before nodding her head to the hologram form of Godzilla. This is Godzilla, as we all know, Maddie said, before swiping a package across her screen and it reformed itself into the form of the new Gojira Titan. This is the new female one. The holograms walked side by side and everyone saw the differences immediately, though Madison saw the gypsy duo didn't seem surprised. Why is it so small? Chuck asked, pointing sharply at the holograms. I thought all the Gojira species were massive powerhouses. Madison snorted. You haven't seen one in action, have you? Herc shook his head as Chuck looked a bit flummoxed. No, only the video footage and rumors. Mostly from Godzilla's appearances at San Francisco, Boston and Hong Kong. Madison nodded. Well, this new Titanus Gojira was not something Monarch didn't notice. She was spotted ages ago, mostly moving towards one of the many tunnels leading from the hollow earth to up top. Images of the female Titanus Gojira appeared, all of them showing her traveling across hollow earth's interior. Chuck glowered at them before he started snarking again. Yeah, she's a real beaut, he snapped, but it doesn't explain why she's small. Madison glowered. She's not small, Chuck Hansen. This Titan is the size she's supposed to be. Despite her smaller stature, her muscular structure is much denser and more flexible than Godzilla's. I'm sure you saw what happened and she purposefully bit into Knifehead's arm. Maddie typed at her laptop and a holographic simulation of the battle between the two appeared. Maddie slowed it down to show the bite of the female Titanus Gojira, which bit through the arm at the elbow as though the huge joint hadn't been there at all. Chuck clearly paled as the simulation finished with the female Titan blasting the chest of the Kaiju out with a single atomic breath attack. Madison felt some pride at putting the arrogant jerk in his place, as she looked at everyone else. Monarch also did some tests and found out another thing, she announced. This Gojira is not related to Godzilla. She is not a sibling or a long-lost daughter. She is actually the daughter of the Alpha Gojira from centuries before. She's also younger than Godzilla by about a few million years. Give or take a couple thousand. Everyone blinked then looked confused, meaning that if Godzilla wanted an heir, he has a female to produce one with. They are the last of their kind. And weren't not counting the smaller subspecies that look like they came from suit-wearing Japanese monster movies. Still, they are only subspecies to the main Titanus Gojira line. Stacker looked at the two holograms of the Gojiras that returned to their walk cycle animation. So, can this new Gojira help us as Godzilla isn't around? Maddie nodded. Esther will. She seems to enjoy the company of Jaegers. Especially Gypsy Danger. Esther, Chuck started to say before Maddie silenced him with a glare. Esther, an ironic name as Queen Esther was a poor civilian who became queen to the most powerful man in the world at the time. She calmed herself before looking at Pentecost. As for Godzilla, we don't know where he is other than that he's not showing himself. He's hidden himself for this long, away from our sensors and scanners. He is doing the same again, but if things go the way I and the rest of Monarch think they will, he will return. Increased losses. The war escalated again. This time they went even further. Another breach surged and opened in the Atlantic, causing the Titans to go berserk. Soon, every Titan was up and tearing through the world. Every Single monster that Monarch had discovered were attacking the kaiju that dared emerge from the breaches. Body parts were spotted everywhere on all the beaches as the Titans wreaked havoc on the kaiju that came. Jaegers were deployed when the Titans were overwhelmed, but the Titans seemed to come back with a vengeance never seen before in any species. Even then, Monarch could only come up with one answer. The Titans had faced the kaiju before and were not going to allow them to come back again. However, the war dragged on for 2 more years. Jaeger pilots were dying more and more as the kaiju becoming unleashed nearly every 3 to 4 weeks. 1 or 2 coming off Mark 1s and Mark 2s were almost all scrap, and any surviving Mark 3s were being retrofitted with more modern upgrades. However, the losses were being added upon. While Titans could heal from their injuries, Jaeger pilots couldn't, and the increasing injuries were killing them. Any new Jaegers usually were given to trained survivors now, as the recruits were becoming less and less. As the war reached the zenith, it was now going to get worse. The headless corpse of a Jaeger dropped as the kaiju codenamed Hack Jaws bellowed. Drool and slime flying out of its mouth as it roared. Gypsy Danger was on a knee as they saw the body of the Mark III Jaeger, Silver Lightning, collapse. It had been one of the few Mark IIIs left, leaving Gypsy Danger and only several Mark IIIs left in the world. Hermione and Daphne growled, which caused the fog hour to blare. The kaiju turned to face them, its 4 eyes showing malice and death in them. It leapt at the Jaeger but was sidelined as Esther slammed into Hack Jaws, roaring as she bit into the monster's carapaced shoulder. Shoulder armor snapped and twisted in her powerful jaws, as Gypsy sprinted at the kaiju. With an elbow rocket-empowered punch, Gypsy snapped off one of the jaws. Blood sprayed and sizzled as it hit anything organic. Gypsy powered up for another punch. Before it was backhanded into a building, Esther grabbed the other jaw and broke it off, causing the kaiju to scream the gurgle as it couldn't articulate any proper noise. She then blasted her atomic breath down the beast's throat, incinerating its insides and killing it. She then rushed over to Gypsy and helped the Jaeger to its feet, looking it over with concern. This rather human behavior seemed odd, but it had appeared when Jaegers had teamed up with one another, partnerships that rubbed off on Esther. Gypsy's pilots pat Esther's head before they straighten, allowing the helicopters to pick them up to carry them away. Esther simply followed after letting out a roar of victory. Stacker Pentecost looked at the screen, showing the increasing Jaeger losses. People were sending in money to help them as the governments around the world were showing their displeasure by stealing the bodies of the fallen Jaegers. Those Jaegers were being melted down and used to construct the already failed wall, which they simply refused to stop doing. "Sir," Herc said, looking at Pentecost, "I thought Protocol 10 would have been finished by now." "No, it seems the representatives of each government have gone to ground, making it that much harder to find them. Only one of the representatives, the one from France, was found." "And?" Herc asked, after several moments. "It seems all those representatives were not human," Pentecost said. "They were of another race that lived before with the Titans." "The Phi?" Herc raised an eyebrow. "The Phi?" Stacker nodded. "Monarch has been rather quiet on this, but it was for good reason, Herc. The Phi worship the goddess Titan known as Tiamat, not the Titan that is her namesake. This same Tiamat created the Kongs, whom they also worshipped as her soldiers and children. When Godzilla slaughtered all but a few of them, the Phi swore vengeance on humanity and Godzilla." Herc nodded. "So, these Phi may have made a deal with whoever is sending these kaiju." Stacker nodded. "Yes, that is the prevailing theory." Herc nodded before changing the subject. "Mako is making a name for herself." Pentecost nodded as the Mark V Jaeger, Samurai Indigo, appeared on screen. Mako Mori had made a name for herself and become a rather exceptional Jaeger pilot, even when Pentecost had wanted her to stay away from it. Her partner, a half-Vila witch named Gabrielle Delacour, had only drifted once with her, and they were tighter than glue ever since. They had gone before the Jaeger Commission Committee to present their Jaeger and had gotten it green-lighted before Penn. Tecost had even heard of what was happening. France took the pair in, and the French coast had never been so defended, causing only 2 other Jaegers to stay due to how effective the duo were. The Jaeger itself was a very feminine build, light on its feet and carried so many blades on it. Pentecost was sure Mako had used her family's heritage of sword making to make all of them. Of course, Mako Al. so told Stacker that unless he fixed his relationship with his estranged son, Jake, she wasn't coming home. Jake and Mako originally were rivals until Mako started to work and be there for Jake, even avoiding Pentecost completely to help Jake. Jake had recently left the PPDC because Stacker made a horrible mistake, telling Jake he would never be inside a Jaeger. Mako had immediately transferred RSELF to France and pulled her younger adoptive brother back into the PPDC. Jake piloted one of the other Mark V Jaegers in France, Cyclone Emerald, with another pilot, Victor Crumb. The Jaeger was cribbed as if Crimson Typhoon and Striker Eureka had a kid, which Stacker agreed with the assessment of the design. He also had been told, from his wild Elizabeth Pentecost, that if he wanted his family to be back as a whole that he better patch up his relationships with his son and daughter. I haven't heard much from her since, he tried to say but couldn't finish the sentence. Herc knew what he was talking about however. Since your son left the PPDC because of your stupid ego and mistake. Yeah, I think it would be best if you tried to patch it up with him before he and his partner, Crumb, get killed. Nothing hurts worse than not saying anything that could fix a broken bridge. Stacker nodded and sighed before turning away from the screen. Prep the helicopter, I think it's time we headed to France to inspect the Shatterdome there. Herc nodded. I'll have Striker flown over as escort and extra defense. These kaiju attacks have only gotten worse since the Atlantic Rim opened up. Kidnapping a king. Within the third and final Mark V Jaeger stationed in France, Narcissa and Circe Potter legally watched the cooling body of the kaiju that had come ashore on the Dover coastline. The white cliffs were sizzling from the kaiju blood that had splattered all over it. The Jaeger, Grim Faith, was smoking lightly but was otherwise undamaged. The Category 3 kaiju looked like a cross between a shark and a multi-legged salamander, but was in two pieces due to Grim Faith's scythe weapon. Unlike the other Mark V Jaegers, Narcissa and Circe didn't get her until a year after they joined the PPDC. Grim Faith had, formerly, been an amalgamation of several various Jaeger types. That was until it was scrapped and the new one had been created. The mother-daughter duo was relieved at that. The original Jaeger had been a mess and most likely would have killed them, but Monarch saved them from that fate. The new Jaeger was jet black and ran on magic, like many of the magical Ranger-run Jaegers did. The duo got the Jaeger to stand up as they waited for the helicopters to pick them up, silence filling the comm pod. Both were missing Harry deeply, however, they both knew that he wasn't going to just run back to them at the slightest bit of danger. They knew who he was, what he was. He was the alpha predator and he had a bigger role on the natural order of the planet than anyone else. The former Malfoys decided that joining the Jaeger program would allow them to at least help defend humanity from the kaiju threat while Harry did what needed to be done. All pilots, a crisp voice said over the intercom of the Jaeger. More Titans have arrived. Repeat, more Titans have arrived. Atlantica Iris, Titanus Moonhedora, Titanus Skyla, Titanus Muto, Titanus Missoura, Titanus Biolante. Both mother and daughter looked at one another in surprise. More Titans. Titanus Rodan, Titans Rodania, the voice continued. Really, Rodania? Circe rolled her eyes, calling Rodan's hatchling that. Narcissa hushed her as the voice continued. Titanus Mother Rodan. Any Jaegers that wish to be dropped in with the 3 Rodan specimens must consult their Shatterdome commander and Monarch agent for further details. Both women looked at their heads. No, they wouldn't be transferring to the Rodan partnership. Working with flying titans was a hazard of its own making and ones that were part V. Olcano were not the best with Jaegers not designed to handle those temperatures. Deep in the Arctic Ocean, Godzilla or as others that were close to him knew him as, Harry Potter, was heading to an opening to the Hollow Earth. He had only recently woken up from his hibernation state, only realizing that the Earth had come under attack from another ancient threat. The False Titans, or as the ancient humans called them, the gods of the outside. The Titans were recovering from the Titan War when the false gods attacked, coming through the breach. Titans were won the assault once more and drove he false gods back into the breach before he closed it. Then a few years later, the one who was many arrived. He pushed those memories away, finding the opening before swimming into the tunnel and exit. Into the vast hollow ocean that filled many deep places. This section of the ocean bordered the ancient and long-forgotten Gojira sanctuary, and where his sister's bones lay. Harry felt a tear roll down his cheek, ignoring it as he tried to rationalize that she was Godzilla's sister, not his. That failed as he also knew that his mother had a stillborn before he had come around. That stillborn had been a girl. The parallels between the Alpha and himself were quite striking, but he was starting to realize that maybe he was more than just some powerful wizard or some Titan king. He then pushed the philosophical thoughts away as he came out of the ocean waters and into a darkening storm. Hollow Earth was quite dangerous in everything, including the storms that came down upon both top and bottom of the ecosystem. It was how Titans got to be strong. The survival of the fittest and wisest lived long enough to survive to adulthood and have a family. That was how it worked. He knew this, and he knew that the Earth knew it. He moved through the storm, as the rain slammed into his hide like bullets. Lightning struck his spines, but he didn't react. This was a test Gaia did to all previous Alpha Titans before him. Yes, there had been other Alpha Titans. He was just the only one that lived the longest, as the cycle demanded. He stepped onto the soggy mud and sand that made up the beach. The winds trying to shove him down into the soil. He growled and his spines ignited, glowing completely blue. The winds died and then the storm broke. The test was over. He made his way inland, past the marks of previous nests that had held the children and eggs of Gojira. He finally reached it, crouching down to uncover the bones. They had been covered, like someone had buried her. Probably that stupid Kong. As he was a Samane, he had no concept of burials amongst the Gojira species. He soon uncovered her bones and looked at them, ancient and cold. Her spines had been recovered by in ages past and reconnected to her body, so they wouldn't be used again as weapons. He didn't know how long he stayed there, remembering his elder sister before he was sidelined by something massive. With a howl of rage, he collapsed. Seeing white, he scrambled to his feet, blinking until the white left. He saw one of the false gods, grinning darkly at him over some cruel joke. The thing had a hammerhead-shaped skull, multiple tails, a muscular build, and was taller than him by about a dozen or so meters. He roared, his spines igniting the dark area around them in a dazzling blue show of power. The false god backed off, startled by the display before leaping at him. Harry caught the offender, hands throttling the kaiju as he smashed it into the ground. The monster gasped before he was backhanded by something else, the strike sending him flying into a nearby mountain. He groaned weakly, not really feeling his legs or body as the massive hulking black shape came into view. It was even taller than the false god, all black, gray and dark green. It had softly glowing orange orbs all over the sides of its chest, either side of its neck and down its tail. Its two huge arms were connected to hands that had 6 fingers. All of them were massive and tipped with massive claws. Its feet had 5 toes with the same claws. Its small head gave him a dark look as he felt a huge hand grab him by his throat. He growled, but he couldn't concentrate long enough to attack with his atomic breath, as he was dragged away from the mountain. He was dragged into the ocean before he saw the orange glow of the breach. The creature pulled him in before he was now in the place where the kaiju came from. He felt something trying to force dominance on his mind, but he sent it back and forced his mind on whomever dared to do that. He gained information and realized that these were the masters of the kaiju, these precursors that thought all things nodded before their grand empire's edifice. Of course, they stole other monsters from different empires they had destroyed. This included the monster holding him by his throat, dragging him towards the biomass sea. This beast was called Nemesis Prime, a monster created by the Arrows, the former malevolent extraterrestrial empire. He also found out that they were nearing completion of their next phase. Of what that was, this mind didn't know. Or did know, but he didn't get it out of the accursed thing before it died, the corpse slowly collapsing in the alien gravity. It felt like Earth's oceans here, like he was swimming in this place. Nemesis P. Rhyme growled before throwing him bodily into the biomass ocean, the muck swallowing him with an alien hunger. He panicked, thrashing around before reason took control. He charged his spines, filling him with power before causing a shockwave to come out of his body. This wave incinerated the biomass ocean around him. The smell of flesh and other organic materials burning filled his nose. He didn't care. He stood up and glared at Nemesis Prime. The hulking monstrosity growled back, eyes staring him down. He charged up his atomic breath before rushing Nemesis Prime, the monster lifting a massive hand to slap him away. He opened his jaws, catching a glimpse of its surprised face and opening mouth before his most powerful weapon went into its mouth. Nemesis Prime couldn't scream as it lost its head. Before aiming his atomic breath down, the blue beam cut open the alien beast before it exploded, consuming the area around it and himself in a massive explosion. The Atlantic Rim. When the news that the Kaiju were appearing less and less came, most of humanity couldn't believe it. Dozens of Kaiju were around the planet, Titans hunting them down with a tireless anger while the major attacks were on the rims. However, the news came and the smaller Kaiju were ignored as less Category 3 and Category 4 Kaiju were not appearing as frequently. They still came, but it was at a slower rate than the near-weekly appearances. Now only appearing every month to 3 weeks. This news also allowed for humanity to take a breather, Jaeger pilots now getting some time off to relax. Of course, the relaxation only went as far as there were no Kaiju around. That didn't mean much as the scientists were having a nightmare as reading from the breaches were coming with unknown data readings. They pulled their hair out over it before the Atlantic Rim started to fluctuate, fewer Kaiju coming out of it until the day Godzilla tore out of the Atlantic breach with several Kaiju bodies around him. Hat was until he turned around and blasted the breach shut with his atomic breath, collapsing the tunnel between worlds completely. The sensors then picked up a sudden surge in the vibrations around He Alpha that had barely settled before the worlds exploded into action. Titans around the world started attacking more ferociously or woke up, new Titans appearing in places that didn't get explored. Hawaii's active volcano erupted and out came a humanoid serpent monster. Its body was feminine and burned with the heat from the lava itself. She would later be classified as Titanus Pele, the Hawaii Ian Titanus oft of the volcano, and killed a Category 3 Kaiju by throttling and melting the Kaiju alive. The Kaiju also reacted violently to the lava and its skin boiled and its blood exploded upon contact. Titanus Pele didn't seem to care, as she guarded the Hawaiian Islands jealously. Another Titan, Titanus Apophis in Egypt, crushed a Category 2 Kaiju within its massive serpent coils near the Suez Canal. The nearly 1,500-meter-long snake Titan looked like a massive cobra, but it was clearly a land-dwelling Titan, as it didn't really work well with water. The Egyptians didn't care because they soon got a Jaeger to help defend them along with Titanus Apophis. Across the world, more Titans awoke and started guarding the lands they were in with near-religious fervor. Monarch soon identified this behavior was from Godzilla himself, having used his alpha call to cause an army of Titans to rise up and defend the planet from harm. This gave even more relief to the PPDC as Titans were soon partnered with 1 or 2 Jaegers, but the Kaiju soon started to randomly appear. It was rather erratic in appearances and many theorized it was from the closing of the Atlantic breach. He didn't know how long he fought in the alien universe, he just killed those that came at him. Everything was a threat and would slit his throat should they get the chance. Any sleep he got was only light as more Kaiju would wake him for another go at him. Harry Potter woke up once more as 2 more Kaiju charged at him, another clone of the beast named Knifehead and the other was a creature that looked like a turtle crossed with a gorilla. Both Kaiju were quickly upon him, claws reaching for his body. Harry unleashed his atomic breath upon Knifehead, but it puttered out when the second Kaiju unleashed a new organic weapon. Like the Muto's EMP, the waves of energy interrupted his atomic energies. He growled before jumping on the beast's back, tearing open its carapace armor. Glowing blood sizzled on his scaly hide, but he ripped out the organ that caused the problem. He then bit into the neck of the Kaiju, teeth sinking into its flesh before he ripped it out. The monster backpedaled, led before slowly collapsing from loss of blood. He spat the flesh out of his mouth before roaring, adding 2 more bodies to the hundreds behind him. He felt completely feral, animalistic and full of raw hatred. He shook himself, forcing his occlumency shield down hard enough that his head jerked from the effort. Looking around, he noticed the sky was getting pulled towards a hole in the air. The hole opened like the mouth of some jellyfish monster, a pair of Kaiju swimming up and away from the ground before vanishing into the maw. He gritted his teeth before stomping towards the maw, spines flashing as he drew closer. Several other kaiju noticed his approach and tried to stop him. They did try their best, but he tore them apart limb by limb. As he drew near, Harry saw the aliens, in limbs creatures that were only slightly taller than a human. He could mentally hear their shock, horror, awe and terror as he approached. He growled at them before looking up. He built up his attack. Body glowing brighter as he opened his maw. The maw above was incinerated upon contact with his atomic fire, the blue causing the alien, nameless colors to shy away from the light. He clamped his jaws shut, then bent his knees before leaping into the air. He got halfway up before the precursors signaled for his death, two gigantic forms slamming into him. He bellowed, feeling one rip out his shoulder flesh and another ripped open his gills. Red blood gushed slowly into the air before he powered up his deadliest weapon, destroying the first offender's head. That body slowly fell away before focusing on the second. Harry felt disgust fill him. He saw a creature that looked like someone had tried and failed to combine him, Violante and a kaiju together. The oversized head of the freak snapped at him as its multiple clawed arms slashed at his body. He clawed right back, drawing blood as he snapped his tail, sending them both towards the maw. The two clawed, bit and tore at one another, until Harry felt the familiar coolness surrounding him, grinning as the kaiju froze for the last time. He slammed his claws deeply into the freak's upper chest before ripping its entire neck and head off. He slowly stands on a ledge over the breach, looking at it as the energies of planet Earth filled him. They repaired his body and refilled his energy reserves before he overclocked his body, wing brilliant blue like so many times before. He then saw more kaiju clawing their way towards him, so he roared into the breach before unleashing hell upon them. Blue surged downwards, the breach plotting and igniting as his atomic flame rushed down it. The kaiju roared in the throes of death, the breach collapsing, but before it did, he saw the other side. A mushroom cloud was erupting from where his flame connected with the ground, sending flesh and biomass everywhere. The breach then shut and all was quiet in the ocean depths. He stood there, listening, orienting himself to the earth once more. He then let the others wake up. As he used his alpha call for the first time, the precursors looked at the devastation that had come upon them, not really realizing until now how close to death they had come. For several Earth months, they had sent weapon after that Titan. All of them were killed, all failures. It took 2 exterminator weapons to do any real harm, but the NGE of the beast left only a little flesh to work with. They discussed, planned and then went to work. The new batch would kill the Titan King for good. Incoming monsters, the return of the Titan King, and the massive awakening of the rest of the Earth's Titans brought about the largest movement known to humankind. Kaiju attacks were increasing, but the breaches were opening, dispelling the beasts then vanishing into nothing once their purpose was complete. In the first week alone, over 8 cities were attacked by 5 or 6 kaiju with a severe loss of life and death of Jaeger pilots. However, the Titans were quickly ramping up the assaults. They didn't help much in the first few weeks, but by the end of the month, the Titans had finally woken up. Nearly every time a breach opened, a Titan or 2 was there to greet the kaiju that dared come through. Even without a Jaeger to back them up, the Titans tore apart the smaller category kaijus. This left the Pacific breach open for logger kaiju to come out of it. Mostly, Category 4s appeared out of that breach, but several of the PPDC kaijutologists were starting to think that a triple event would occur soon. How soon was a heated debate that wasn't ending anytime soon, or it would end when the event took place. Jaeger pilots were also becoming scarce as the new recruits were getting killed on either their first or second missions out in the field. As the veterans were only adding more kills to their roster, it soon became apparent that something had to change, so Monarch had the new recruits guard the cities while the Veterans would make sure they lived through at least 5 attacks before the recruits got put with a Titan partner. This worked right up until the events of the Triple Breach. Hermione Granger patrolled within the confines of Gypsy Danger with her drift sister, Daphne, along the Miracle Mile of Hong Kong. The former Mark-3 Jaeger moved through the water as the two continued their patrol, having been posted here with Esther the Titaness Gojira ever since the double event a week back. Esther got really wounded in that fight, so Gypsy had to kill the 2 Category 4 Kaijus on the Miracle Mile, barely keeping it together as it hadn't been fully repaired or upgraded. Gypsy had gotten back into the shop and finally got her full makeover, now considered a Mark V Jaeger. Of course, Gypsy would always be the Mark III to everyone else, as that was how she started life. Daphne sent a mental signal through the drift and they both stopped, the blonde-haired girl pulling up a sensor relay. Noching and Dome hasn't sent any word of the breach opening, the blonde Slytherin said, glancing over at Hermione. The brown-haired witch nodded in return. Let's get back home then, Esther will follow quickly enough. Esther was busy lounging on an empty dockyard, watching the water with dark persistence. After her injuries, she hadn't taken kindly to any kaiju near her. That and titans for that matter, they seemed to cause some trauma to occur. She worked best with Gypsy, no other Jaeger could work with her, as Esther would kill the kaiju before the Jaeger could step in. Some of the monarch titanologists speculated that she was trying to prove something to herself, but Hermione guessed it was because she wanted those that harmed her to feel her pain. The helicopters came over, cables dropping down to attach to the Jaeger. Esther looked up at Gypsy before she got up and started towards the Hong Kong Shatterdome after Gypsy. The ride was rather silent inside the comm pod, though the two didn't need to speak aloud, as they could just read the other's thoughts just as easily. Both were master Occlumens, having learned it by drifting for so long. The drift, for whatever reason, resonated with magic users more than regular human beings. However, if non-magical humans could drift, they would drift. It was just the problem of finding their drift-compatible partner. Both witches had drifted and our joint magical power had only increased, their magic having grown every time they drifted in Gypsy. It was like Gypsy was giving them more magic to work with, trying to keep them alive. Gypsy had Ned some sort of sentience during her career, magic did that with devices of such great power. Gypsy wasn't an only case either, most of the magical rangers said the same thing about their Jaegers having personalities. Most weren't as expressive as Gypsy, however, as she was the eldest of the Jaegers despite being rebuilt, upgraded and retrofitted multiple times. The Shatterdome came into view, the front opening and the platform coming out so Gypsy Danger could be put into place then be brought inside. Gypsy was lowered into place, facing outwards before the platform locked her feet into place. Then pulled itself and the Jaeger inside the Shatterdome. The people moved to and fro around the dome as the Jaeger was put back into its own place. On its right was Striker Eureka and the left was Crimson Typhoon. Gypsy's head was undone and pulled up 30 stories before the two witches were fully disconnected from the comm pod and the drift itself. They exited the comm pod and were greeted by Lynn Creevy and Astora Creevy née Greengrass, who hugged them both in turn. Once they pulled away, they pulled the two out of the drop zone and into the main command center of the Hong Kong Shatterdome. Inside, Hermione noticed Stacker Pentecost was talking with the heads of 3 other Shatterdomes, Apolline Delacour of the French Shatterdome, Susan Bones of the London Shatterdome and Alexander Smithson of the New York Shatterdome. The Jaeger pilots are seeing a vast increase in Category 3s. Marshall, Apolline was saying, as a screen showed the numbers of kaiju appearing across the world. Nearly 87.64% of all the kaiju are Category 3. A hologram appeared under Apolline's video feed, showing the lists of the kaiju that had appeared on Earth. Most of them were Category 3 types, the others being 2s and 1s. Hermione looked at her partner before grimacing. This wasn't a good sign either. Colin was back at his post before he looked around in shock. "Sir," he shouted, Edenis Muto appeared in the Hong Kong Bay. She's heading into the city." Pentecost frowned before another alarm went up, his eyes widening as 2 signatures of Category 4 kaijus appeared on the sensors. The pair were near the waterline but not that close to Hong Kong itself, meaning the Muto was going after them. They must have breached past us by using something new to hide their signatures. Astoria said, furiously moving her finger across her tablet. "Get Striker Eureka up and going," Stacker ordered. "Gypsy needs some maintenance anyway. The Hansons need time out of the Shatterdome anyway." Namoko hissed as she moved her new body onto land, enjoying the sensation of not swimming. Her new body looked similar to the Jinshin Mushi that her alpha faced years ago, but she was different. Her head was the same. only larger and having more teeth. Her forelimbs were like the Muto Prime's, except it didn't have the annoying little leg that helps support its weight, just the arm with 3 massive clawed fingers. Her armor wasn't orange either, it was a dark crimson that would glow blue like her alpha's glow. She also had another pair of limbs, like her forelimbs from her previous body, but they had 2 fingers on each hand. Her legs were larger, built far better than her previous ones. Her body also had a very noticeable hourglass shape, showing that she was a female. Her Ms were held close to her body as she tasted the air. She could taste the horrible scent of the false gods easily. She galloped towards the scent, ignoring the humans and their silly civilization as she passed. The city soon thinned out as she slowed down, her red eyes flashing as she growled. Vibrations went into the ground then came back to her, giving her the location, sizes and general description of her enemies. There were 2 of them, one shaped like a gorilla and the other was on all 4s. She moved swiftly closer, she had to catch them off guard if she hoped to win. Namoko finally spotted the 2. The gorilla one watching the smaller one doing something. Namoko frowned before she heard the cry of something young and helpless fill the air. She snarled and let out her own challenging roar. Smashing the ground above the crater the 2 had put themselves in for protection. The larger ape Kaiju turned and Namoko got the sense she was looking at the offspring of Gamera and Kong, but only uglier. It roared before something erupted out of its back, a pulse of energy slamming into her but doing nothing. She frowned, so did the monster down below. She charged into the pit, her limbs giving her a greater advantage over the false gods. The monster charged at her as well, roaring in outrage before they collided. His limbs tried to wrap around her and crush her, but Namoko used her massive forelimbs to punch the Kaiju away. She capitalized on it by grabbing the beast's face and yanking him off his feet. She couldn't help but grin now, this was so much fun. Striker Eureka ran through the landscape until it stopped. Seeing Titanus Muto toss the Kaiju codenamed Leatherback across the crater by its skull. Leatherback was sent airborne with a howl of surprise before crashing onto its back. The second Kaiju, codenamed Odachi, was still in the same position. Herc gritted his teeth as he radioed back to the Shatterdome. Odachi has given birth, he said. Repeat, Kaiju Odachi has given birth. Chuck, his son, looked a bit green. Those things can have babies. Apparently so, Herc remarked before saying to the radio, we're going after Odachi and the little Kaiju infant. The father and son charged at the Kaiju but Leatherback had started charging something up but the Muto roared at the gorilla-like Kaiju. But instead of a roar, out came a oculary, sonic roar. Chi shook the earth and knocked the Kaiju on his ass. His ability also exploded in a shower of gore, glowing flesh and blood going everywhere as Leatherback howled in pain. The Muto shrieked in victory. As the Hansons turned on the weaker of the pair, blades came out of the Jaeger's arms as they rushed Odachi before the Muto pushed them out of the way. The pilots rolled as the Muto howled before the pair looked up. Titanus Muto was smoking from several severe wounds across her shoulder and front limbs. That downright pissed her off, Chuck remarked as they got Striker up onto its feet. Looked Ike Mom when we did something completely stupid. Muto roared and attacked Odachi, those massive frontal limbs reaching forward and grabbing the sack under TT's chest. With a single motion, the Titan ears the sack and half the Kaiju's jaw off. The Muto tossed the offending flesh away before throwing the Kaiju to the far wall, Odachi letting out a weak gurgle as it lay on the ground. The Muto then turns and smashes the little Kaiju infant into paste with both massive fists, both Hansons looking away before the infant is killed. Herc and Chuck then walked over and decapitated Odachi as the Titan howled into the sky in victory. You know, Chuck said after several moments of silence, I don't want to be the one teamed up with her. She's a right old spiteful goddess, that Muto is. Don't you forget it either, Chuck. Herc said right back, Titans came before us, we're only renting the land they walked on. So you better not do something stupid or I'll personally assign us to Titan duty. Chuck, thankfully, stayed quiet throughout the return trip back to the Hong Kong Shatterdome. Triple event. Everything grew quiet after the battle with the 2 Category 4 Kaiju, the number of Kaiju. Attacks grew less but the numbers were still enough that everyone was on high alert. Across the planet, Titans slaughtered Kaiju with Jaegers until the start of the triple event began. Colin Creevy was looking over his instruments as he typed away at his hologram computer, frowning before his sensors went off. He made sure his computer was fine, given that Leatherback had caused a rather sizable disruption with his one and only EMP pulse attack. He checked the connections before pulling a diagnostic program before his heart stopped beating for the briefest of seconds. The alarm wasn't from a afflicted computer system, but from the ever-constant systems that scanned the Pacific breach. The breach had widened by several hundred meters in both directions, allowing for something massive to swim out of it. Something did, and he hit the alarm for the entire base before shouting into the microphone. "Everyone," he said, his voice nearing its panicked high-pitched squeak, "Kaiju are coming out of the breach. 1, no. 2, no. Oh help us, 3 Category 5 Kaiju have emerged." Deep in the Pacific Ocean, in the Mariana Trench, the 3 Kaiju looked around. All 3 had been cultivated thoroughly and with the help of the flesh of the Titan King. The precursors hadn't left any detail behind in creating these 3 either, having gathered the data from the Kaiju that had been sent en masse through mini breaches on the Earth. Once collected, these 3 had been created to defeat the Titan King from that data and the flesh of the king when he had been wounded. The first to have come out of the breach was a 4-limbed beast that looked like a crocodile that had a more human physique. The head was triangular but it split open into 4 parts as a long tongue snaked out to taste the water around it. Its massive tail was twice as long as its body, having a paddle-like end to it. Its hands were designed like Nemesis Prime's, massive hands with thick fingers that held huge claws for devastation. Its feet were wide and cone-like, 4 fat toes made the foot look like an X shape. The second Kaiju was built differently than the first one, it was clearly female. The hourglass figure, along with sensual proportions of grace and deadliness, was designed into every cell of her being. Her body was covered in scales that were like armor, her hands and feet ending in sharp claws. Her long tail swished out below her as she looked around, her glowing yellow-blue eyes studying her surroundings with rather human intelligence. The third and final Kaiju looked like Titanus Gojira, however, it was more sickly. Its body was thinner, with less mass on its bones. Its longer tail flicked and snaked out under it as its lower jaw split in half. Its milk-white eyes stared blankly around as its longer arms twitched as its sickly thin hands and fingers curled into fists. Its skin was a dark blue, nearly black color as its spines flashed a greenish-violet color. In some places, the bones looked like they would collapse under the beast's weight. It wouldn't. This abomination lifted its head before snapping its tail. The other 2 followed after the leader, heading straight to Tokyo. "As we have gathered," Astoria said on her tablet as she spoke to the gathered Jaeger pilots, "these 3 new Kaiju are not the same as the previous ones. These have been designed for only one purpose, it seems, to kill Godzilla. These Category 5 Kaiju are heading straight to Tokyo, where Titanus Gojira officially made his first appearance to the world. This is clearly to draw Godzilla in. We will not let them get any further than the bay. First Kaiju is codenamed Slashjaws, second Kaiju is named Dragon Lotus, third and final Kaiju is codenamed." Astoria frowned before looking up. "Abomination or the simpler moniker?" "Imposter." Stacker nodded as he pointed out the holographic representation of Tokyo Bay. "Gypsy, you, Striker, and Crimson will be here at the Miracle Line. The others will be here and here, on both sides of the bay. We won't let this end in our world becoming a wasteland." Tokyo was a softly shining jewel of humanity, even though many of its populace were going into Kaiju bunkers deep underground where even Kaiju didn't go. The rest were gone, as they had been warned hours before the Kaiju could even leave the breach. If anyone had looked around the city, he would have noticed the missing statue of the monster that had attacked Tokyo years before. Shin Gojira's statue had vanished several months after the first Kaiju attack, but nobody noticed. They never liked that statue anyway. It was ugly and disgusting. But now, people had started questioning where the statue went before the first Kaiju attack on the capital city of Japan happened. When it vanished, things had gone to hell. Jaegers were en route to help stop the Kaiju, but people were afraid that they wouldn't arrive in time. The Kaiju arrived first and were looking around at the glowing sea. Before the crocodile one snapped its jaws impatiently. The female Kaiju, Dragon Lotus, shoved the larger Kaiju's face away before wading over to the shore, then getting up on it. She swayed her hips, probably on purpose. As she made her way through the city, she clearly was enjoying herself until something stopped her stroll, as the sky filled with the Jaegers. Gypsy Danger dropped in front of Dragon Lotus before blaring its horn at the Kaiju before taking up a fighting position. Dragon Lotus had backpedaled out of surprise before entering a fighting position herself as the other Jaegers enverged on the other two Category 5 Kaiju. Slashjaws snarled before Imposter roared in a hollow, shrieking roar that was a bare imitation of the real Godzilla's roar. Both were ready to fight and kill those that came closer. Every Jaeger around them and the city itself would be desolation in the end. Victory at Tokyo. Gypsy Danger held a defensive position as the Kaiju Dragon Lotus launched herself at the Jaeger, kicking out with a leg that would have sent any Mark -1 Jaeger to the scrapyard. This Jaeger dodged and hurled a punch into the gut of the Kaiju, sending the creature backwards. Dr. Agon Lotus flipped gracefully midair and landed in a crouch, tail flicking quickly. Hermione and Daphne moved as one, rushing the Kaiju and grabbing her before she was able to do anything. Lotus howl. Ed in outrage as Gypsy slammed her into building after building before tossing her into another, which collapsed on top of the Kaiju. Crimson Typhoon moved in from behind, activating its blades in all three hands. As they spin up, Lotus erupted out of the rubble with a hiss. She wiped some blue blood away from her mouth before backflipping over Typhoon as the triple-armed Jaeger tried to strike her from behind. She landed before sweeping the red Jaeger's legs out from under it, as the Chinese Jaeger fell flat. Striker Eureka was quick to capitalize on her distraction, slamming a fist into her skull before uppercutting her. Her feet left the ground with that uppercut before Eureka kicked the feminine Kaiju away farther over several skyscrapers as she tumbled into them from the kick. Gypsy turned its head to see Obsidian Fury, Golden Vixen, Grim Faith, Samurai Indigo, Cherno Alpha, and Cyclone Emerald were busy attacking Imposter and Slashjaws. Their battle wasn't going as well as Cherno Alpha was sent flying into the city before a sickly green-violet beam slashed Cherno Alpha in half before the old Russian Jaeger exploded. Jake Stacker and Victor Crumb could only watch as Cherno Alpha was sent flying overhead by Imposter's tail, as the old Russian Jaeger smashed into a massive storage unit. The pilots couldn't get the Jaeger up and Jake wanted to help them, but Imposter had another plan. The Kaiju opened his jaws wide, the lower jaw splitting in half. Multiple circles appeared in front of its mouth before a beam surged forth, a sickly green-violet death sentence that cut Cherno Alpha from crotch to top. The two Russian pilots roared in defiance before Cherno Alpha's reactors finally gave out and the Jaeger exploded. The two Rangers of Cyclone Emerald could only stare in shock. Before they were knocked off their feet by Grim Faith as Slashjaws sent his own breath attack at them. The Weasley twins pulled one of their prank grenades out and looked over at Golden Vixen, who only nodded back. They moved in sync, Vixen distracting Slashjaws before the twins got the Kaiju's attention, tossing the grenade into its mouth. The Kaiju closed its mouth around the grenade, then it exploded, sealing the monster's split jaws shut. That only pissed the Kaiju off as it backhanded both Jaegers away from it, sending them into the city and crashing into buildings. The twins quickly said their escape pods as the buildings around them would crush the Jaeger under their weight, the pods escaping just in time as one of the larger buildings turned Obsidian Fury into metal scraps. Fred and George got out of their escape pods, seeing Golden Vixen was up but only just. One of her legs was twisted the wrong way and she was holding herself up by several buildings. She wasn't going to be able to provide much support in that state. Fred turned his brother's head and they saw Gypsy hurl Dragon Lotus away from itself, as Eureka and Typhoon charged ahead to meet the threats of Slashjaws and Imposter. Herc and Chuck came to the realization that out of the 10 Jaegers that came, they would all be dead or escape and the Jaegers scrapped. Category 5 Kaiju were not only dangerous, these were meant to kill Titanus Gojira. Jaegers were not ready for that type of battle in the slightest, but they would give it their all in this war. Stryker rushed forward, slamming a fist into Imposter's mouth that caused the beast to stagger backwards. Another punch kept the Kaiju on the back foot, but they soon got blasted away by a very thick cloud of blue smog. They were pushed back the bay was engulfed in this smog before it was ignited, exploding violently around them. Both father and son gritted their teeth as pain ran over them, but they held their ground. Striker. The voice of Narcissa came over the radio. Move. Herc and Chuck dodged to the right, narrowly missing the beam that had destroyed Cherno Alpha only minutes before. Once they got back onto their feet, they activated their blades before closing in for the kill. The blades sank deeply into the thighs of Imposter, but the right pair were snapped off from the swipe of the Kaiju's arm. Striker crashed into the bay and barely got its feet again when it was set upon by Slashjaws. The Weasley twins had done a rather splendid job of sealing the Kaiju's mouth shut, but that left its melee capabilities open. Rimson Typhoon was there and both Jaegers sent Slashjaws flying into Abomination, Typhoon activating its circular blades once more. They charged Slashjaws, but something went wrong. Slashjaws' mouth was free. The four parts opened and a sonic scalpel, like Atlantica Iris or the Gouts, sliced off one of Crimson's 3 arms. Imposter followed up by biting into Crimson's other arm, tearing it off before kicking the Jaeger back towards Slashjaws. Slashjaws grabbed the Jaeger's comm pod in one huge hand and crushed it, the head of the Jaeger exploding as the Category 5 monstrosity focused on Eureka. It opened its jaws and a long tongue shot out, wrapping around the arm that had a blade on it. Within seconds, Eureka was pulled in before its lower arm was torn off. Herc and Chuck cried out but quickly shut off that part of the Jaeger, leaping back away from the Kaiju as it swallowed the arm. Slashjaws gurgled deeply, like a crocodile, watching the Jaeger before its tail came around and say, "NT both Grim Faith and Cyclone Emerald into the city." Both Jaegers crashed, bodies a twisted mess of parts and limbs that wouldn't be getting up again tonight. "Where the hell is Samurai Indigo?" Chuck snapped, getting into a battle-ready posture before wincing, the phantom pain of the Jaeger's missing limb still there. "Right here," Mako Mori said as the feminine Jaeger erupted out of the surf. ND slashed the crocodilian Kaiju across the throat with their sword. "We were calling in some backup." Herc nodded before he and his son grabbed Samurai Indigo, pulling her away as Gypsy Danger was and crashing into the water where the sword-wielding Jaeger had just been. Dragon Lotus was on the coastline, looking rather smug as Gypsy slowly got up. Herc then realized they were the only 3 Jaegers left still standing. Striker Eureka, Gypsy Danger, and Samurai Indigo. Imposter hissed, jaws drooling, as Slashjaw's wound repaired itself right before their eyes. "Contact." Colin's voice came over the radio, entering the bay. Chuck looked at the instruments. "What? I don't see." He was cut off as all 3 Kaiju roared and began to charge when the water shifted. Everything stopped cold, the Jaegers and the Kaiju stopped. The water shifted again, this time with sound. Thwump. The Kaiju slowly turned to face the entrance of the bay, all looking rather panicked. Terrified. Herc didn't know, but the sound came again. He felt the Striker Eureka's framework groan in protest as the sound hit the massive robot. Thwump. The water also began to softly glow blue, very softly at first. Then it grew brighter and brighter, the light only growing in intensity as the approaching thing came closer. The water started to become humped before it collapsed, spines cutting through the surface. An army of mountains decided to take a swim. All of the spines were pulsing, completely neon blue in coloration as the sound became a very distinct and very familiar humming sound. "It's him, isn't it?" Chuck asked, as the Jaegers instinctively began to back up. Herc could only nod as he watched the water explode upwards, swearing he heard chanting and the beating of tribal drums as the massive creature stood up on 2 legs. Standing in front of the Kaiju was the Titan King himself, water cascading down his body as he snarled. Blue smoke came out of his nostrils as he bared his teeth in utter loathing at the 3 Kaiju. Shifting his legs into a more open stance, all 3 Kaiju roared at Godzilla, who watched them darkly before bringing a foot forward and unleashing a roar that shook everything around him. The pulsing grew stronger as his body started to glow blue, like the energy was trying to escape its confines. He then lifted his head to the sky and a perfectly straight beam of atomic energy tore into the atmosphere, sending the clouds and rain running. The brilliant display of power ended and Godzilla growled deeply in his throat. The 3 Kaiju looked shaken before they charged at him. Godzilla rushing right towards them with a shriek of pure rage. Slashjaws was first to arrive and got lifted into the air by Godzilla's fist closing around its throat. Godzilla then lapped the imposter away as he blasted Lotus point blank with his atomic breath, sending her tumbling into the water, her scales smoking. Godzilla looked at Slashjaw's before slamming his entire hand into Slashjaw's chest, burying it up to his elbow. Slashjaw screamed as Godzilla grabbed H single move, ripped them out of the Kaiju's body. Slashjaw's eyes went dark as Godzilla dropped his corpse into the water. Focusing on his imposter double, his spines went blue before he sent an atomic beam at the fake. Abomination returned fire with its own beam, both beams locking in place as both Kaiju and Titan battled it out. Herc finally pulled his eyes away from the combat and issued orders over the radio. Godzilla has this, he snapped, get the other pilots, we can salvage the Jaegers later. Harry pushed more power into the atomic breath, finally overpowering the fake clone attempt of himself. He was beyond pissed at the precursors now, he would end them himself. The abomination's chest was a smoking crater of flesh and bone. Yet the creature still lived. By some design, it lived. Harry got in close and punched his fist all the way through the beast's neck, blood splattering out as his armor hissed and sizzled. His fake gurgled before falling away, under the waves. Godzilla turned and looked for the last Kaiju, not finding it anywhere before a clawed foot slammed into his face. Harry roared in surprise as he was sent into the water, stars in his eyes. He got up and saw the Kaiju in a rather human fighting stance, the imposter slowly getting up as its wound repaired itself. Ari snapped his jaws as he charged his body, flames surging out of the sides of his mouth as he roared in challenge. His skin rippled brightly as he let the earth fill him with power, he was her wrath. He would bring judgment upon those who dare step onto her soils to kill her. He saw through a blue haze the two Kaiju rush him, he didn't care as he punched the smaller one away and grappled with his imposter. The creature glowed its sickly green-violet color, mouth opening, but Harry grabbed its neck and forced it to aim into the sky. He didn't account for the tail to slash his thigh open, energy leaving him as he felt clawed hands tear open his gills. He roared and threw the imposter into the smaller feminine Kaiju, gasping as his gills bled. He shook himself before charging at them once more, grabbing the imposter. Then another pair of arms grabbed the imposter. He blinked before seeing a female Gojira nodding, and they both shoved the Kaiju into the city. Buildings crumbled around him as they worked together and tore apart the Kaiju, both monsters roaring in fury as the imposter was finally put down. Godzilla, with the female Gojira's help, tore the Kaiju's head off its body before blasting the body into ash. They then cauterized the head stump so it couldn't regrow itself. Then both titans marched out of the city into the brightening day, the final Kaiju on the shore. She was on hands and knees, gasping for air before looking up to see them. She got up and weakly took a fighting position, but Godzilla rushed her. He felt his fingers closing around the female Kaiju's neck, squeezing before the Kaiju weakly whimpered. He felt her body change under his grip and her smell became that of a titan, the first of her kind. Mother Earth was giving this Kaiju a chance, one she better not squander. He dropped the imposter's head and looked out over the city. His first appearance was here, he felt like it was home here. He let out a slow breath, feeling his body covered in new battle scars and wounds that he didn't even realize he had received. Looking around, the Jaegers were coming closer, as was the female titans. He looked down upon them before hissing, causing the Gojira to bow. The Jaegers followed, and then the new titan. With a final nod, he roared into the heavens to signal his victory. The breach closes. When the battle was over and the PPDC got the Jaegers back into the Shatterdome, repairs began as the losses were counted. 5 lost Jaeger pilots, nearly 100 lost civilians and many injured. Monarch sent relief efforts as plans were put into effect to close the breach forever. But right now, everyone needed some R&R. Even Godzilla needed it, and they had pulled one of the most powerful nuclear submarines out of the ocean and allowed Godzilla to absorb the radiation. Madison Russell couldn't help but giggle as Godzilla held the submarine like a teddy bear, while the crew inside were only there to make sure the sub continued to run and feed the king the radiation. The 8 remaining Jaegers were being repaired so they could head to the Pacific Breach. However, Stacker looked like he didn't like the odds. Gypsy Danger, Striker Eureka ND Samurai Indigo are the only Jaegers in any condition to head to the breach. The rest will need months of repairs before being able to head anywhere. Madison sighed before another voice made her jump. One she hadn't expected to hear at all. I can get something ready to help you. Both Stacker and Maddie turned to see Maya Simmons come in, followed by several security personnel. She held a TABL. Eden was looking rather attractive in her business suit, though Maddie had to push that out of her head as she noticed the holodable activate. My new team has created a new machine, she said before a hologram appeared on the table. One that looked familiar in shape. I believe this can help you. The Saurian design gave Madison the impression of Godzilla, but it wasn't the same, as she looked the hologram over. The clean silver, metal, rocket pack with missile launchers, and railgun cannons on each arm. Maya nodded to the hologram as she spoke. The skeleton of a Gojira subspecies was used, however. We used drift technology and got something unexpected. We found that the soul of the Alpha Predator's elder sibling has taken control of the machine, and refuses to obey orders. She's quite adamant on seeing her little brother, to make sure he's alright. Maddie frowned. How is she communicating? Maya sighed. She's somehow learned how to use the computers to communicate. Of course, W.E. used a specialized hollow Earth radiation nuclear generator to power the machine. Stacker frowned. What is this Mechagodzilla called? Maddie winced. That's exactly what this was. Another Mechagodzilla. Except it seemed that Godzilla wasn't going after it either due to the Kaiju war or it didn't disturb the natural order, somehow. MFS Type 3 Kiryu. Maya said, before motioning to the weapons, dual wrist-mounted Type 54 railguns. The latest of Jaeger weaponry. The back unit carries Type 146 plasma-tipped, multi-purpose guided missiles, along with Type 202 anti-Kaiju buster missiles used by Striker Eureka. Inside its mouth is a triad of new energy weapons. The hologram opened its mouth and out came blue arcs of lightning-like energy, which struck a Jaeger projection. The Jaeger collapsed as its systems completely shut down, making both Stacker and Maddie look at one another. New Type 4 Maser technology, created from the combination of Gypsy Danger's plasma cannon and the Apex Mechagodzilla's photon shrieker. However, only Kiryu has the energy requirements to power it. No Jaeger can safely use a Maser weapon until we can lessen the energy cost. Maddie nodded before noticing Th. Mechagodzilla changed to look like Esther, only much larger and mechanized. That is Kiryu's newest body shape, Maya said. She's only a dozen meters shorter than the Alpha Predator, so we're adding more weapons to her before shipping her here. Maddie frowned. What weapons? Maya tapped her tablet and what looked like battleship guns appeared on Kiryu's thighs, as Maddie watched the turret's SP. And then the barrels lift and fire energy into a hologram of a kaiju. Each barrel is nearly 25 feet across, Maya explained, able to fire off 9 shots every 3 seconds if constantly used. New missile launchers are lined across here. She motions down the 2 alleys between the 3 dorsal spine rows, along with energy generators to create a personal shield. Stacker frown deepened. And how did you create all this? Apex is gone. Maya's eyes flashed a rather striking purple before returning to normal. I'm now head of the new company known as Potter LaFay Corp. We also are ones that create all the Jaegers you've gotten so far. Hair company ages ago before the Kaiju war began but didn't get far until we started creating Jaegers that were better and off the line quicker than everyone else. We've been getting everyone the machines needed to win this war. I hate the Kaiju just like everyone else, but I also know that Godzilla can't do it alone. The cold mechanical bow Dai she was now inside had become rather warm as the radiation from her homeland filled it, allowing her to move again. These humans were very smart, they always had been. They had also given her a name, Kiryu, a name that she had come to enjoy as it fit her. Despite being dead for who knows how long. Until Mother Earth asked her to take control of this mechanical body. She had accepted, if only to see her little brother again. She felt the weapons being attached to her body as well before being lifted upwards, the sun striking her metal armor with its light. Helicopters flew overhead and Ada shed cables to points across her form before she was lifted into the air. Weightless, she could only watch as they carried her away to somewhere. She closed off her body's eyes or what was equivalent to them and checked over the systems. Everything seemed in order, but she made sure and was glad she did. Someone had misaligned one of the railgun laser-operated sensors. Thankfully, she could shift it back while in flight. Once returned to place, all systems were green across the board. She then reactivated her eyes and found herself near Hong Kong, confusing her. How quickly had they gotten here? Systems inside her head warned her that the cables were going to disconnect, giving her free rein. She activated her flight capabilities, and once the cables detached, she flew towards the Shatterdome. Now normally, a Gojira would hate being in the air, as that wasn't normal. She loved the feeling of going anywhere in the air, wind against her metal body. She soon found a large pad upon which to land, angling herself in before deftly bringing her legs up and softly landing. The platform held under her as she looked around, gaining her bearings before spotting a Jaeger. It was the robot named Gypsy Danger, and it was standing next to. She blinked, then did a double take. Kiryu pulled up the files on the Titanus Gojira before her, finding her name to be Esther. Oh, the irony in that name. This female was the daughter of the previous Gojira Alpha before her brother took the responsibility after his death. Speaking of which, Kiryu looked around before spotting her little brother, who wasn't so little anymore. He was huge, muscle and thick armor plates and pulsing with the sustaining energy of the planet. His spines pulsed as he slept, while holding a nuclear submarine. She slowly walked up on her little brother, crouching down before nipping at his small dorsal spines on his neck. He shook, growling stubbornly as he refused to be woken. She couldn't help but grin and tease him more, just like old times. He soon woke up with a vengeful bellow, pushing himself up with his arms. His snout hit her metal one with a dull thud, but no damage happened as both looked at one another. His eyes were in shock, horror and fear, until she squashed it by nuzzling him like before. This was something only they knew, a way to tell each other apart. He froze before tentatively returning the nuzzles, acting like a hatchling again. She couldn't help but laugh and nip at his neck spines again, making him whine loudly in protest. She wasn't going to give this up after being given permission to live again. The final preparations were made for the closing of the Pacific Breach. The Shatterdome was full of activity as Gypsy Danger, Striker Eureka and Samurai Indigo were outfitted and prepped with new deep pressure armor and upgrades. Thankfully the Magicals were able to make something that would allow the Jaegers to fight without the water pressure inhibiting them in the fight, allowing L3 to fight as if they were on land. Kiryu didn't need the upgrades, having been built with Godzilla in mind. Everyone also had watched as both Kiryu and Godzilla played together, like siblings did. It would be eventually told that Kiryu had the soul of Godzilla's long-dead sister inside of it, but unlike Ghidorah, this wasn't a monster from outer space that existed to only destroy. Once everything was ready, the Rangers got into their Jaegers as Kiryu was given her orders. Godzilla looked around at everything before marching into the waters around Hong Kong, heading towards the breach. Kiryu followed after him, both of them clearly not caring about the waters as the Jaegers were airlifted to the location. Several hours passed in silence before they reached their destination, all Jaegers disconnecting from the helicopters and dropping into the ocean. Water exploded around them as they closed all hatches and other tubes that would have allowed water to get into the robots, sinking beneath the waves. Within Samurai Indigo's compod, Mako Mori studied the instruments before herself and her drift partner, Gabrielle Delacour, the adopted daughter of Stacker Pentecost and older sister to Jake Pentecost. Knew that this could be her final mission alive. She would have been dead with Gabriel if Eureka hadn't pulled them to safety back in Tokyo. Gabriel reached out and activated her radio, calling the other two Jaegers. Do you have sight of Godzilla or Kiryu? The radio stayed silent, meaning that the other four were looking for the two massive titans, or mechanized titan. Then it crackled into life as Herc spoke up. Spotted both, the blue glow about several hundred meters below, he said, as the Mark V Jaeger pointed it out. Seems they're waiting for us to finally get there. Then let's not keep them waiting, the crisp voice of Daphne Greengrass said before Gypsy swam itself down. The other two followed, the Jaegers quickly joining the two titans on the ocean floor. Mako quickly flipped switches and pressed buttons as she quickly activated the undersea protections. Protections charging, she commented, sure everyone else was doing the same, stable and holding, Samurai Indigo is all green. Gypsy Danger, Hermione Granger said, all green. Stryker Eureka. Chuck reported in, green as grass. Godzilla and Kiryu seemed to nod before marching towards the Mariana Trench. As though this was some leisurely walk. Mako couldn't help but notice that all three Jaegers were having to do the equivalent of speed walking to keep stride with the massive titans. Kiryu kept turning her head this way and that, scanning for enemies. Around them, soft orange-yellow lights of volcanic vents dimly lit up the darkness. Mountain ranges could be seen but the tops couldn't. The underwater abyssal not as welcoming as the upper world. Mako couldn't help but wonder why this was. Maybe if she survived, she'd ask a monarch scientist about it. Godzilla stopped, growling deeply as everyone saw at what he was looking at. A blue-orange alien glow could be seen ahead. The breach was there, however. Godzilla didn't move closer. Contact. Colin shouted over the radio, 2 Category 4s. I don't see any bloody kaiju. Chuck shouted over the radio, it's too dark. Stryker was slammed into by what looked like an eel, except it had multiple scythe-like legs and its mouth was a vertical creation of teeth. The Mark V had caught it before activating its new blades to battle its foe. We have this, Herc said. Indigo, Gypsy, get Godzilla and Kiryu to the breach, now. As the Jaeger and Kaiju battled it out, Mako and Gabriel drew their Jaeger's sword before another Kaiju rushed them. Gypsy got in front of Samurai Indigo and punched it into a volcanic vent, scorching it. Both Jaegers looked at one another before Mako radioed Kiryu. Get Gojira to the breach, we'll handle these 2 brutes that want to stop you both. In the Shatterdome Command Center, N was furiously typing as Stacker looked at the Kaiju information. The Kaiju attacking Stryker Eureka had been codenamed Vector, while the other and more brutish one had been named Scunner. Both reoccupying the Jaegers but both were moving towards the breach. Breach is opening again. Colin said, Category 5 has no Titanus Gojira attributes. Must be a regular one. Stacker nodded before radioing Kiryu. Category 5 Kaiju just breached, named Slattern. Deal with it. Harry growled before noticing Kiryu activate all her weapon systems, then his senses warned him of the danger. Over 900 feet long. Nearly 600 feet in height, this Kaiju was built to destroy. An exterminator class, he remembered, a monster created to obliterate anything in its way no matter the cost. His spines charged brilliantly. The excess sustenance down here was fueling him greatly. Kiryu didn't let him attack, her weapons firing. The Kaiju growled as its skin was torn into pieces torn off as powerful missiles slammed into its energy blasts left large wounds upon its body but it still kept coming. Then Harry saw why. This Kaiju's body was regenerating quicker than the damage given to it. He snarled before launching himself at the beast, 2 colossal beings colliding into one another. Energy erupted out of him, a shockwave of blue hurtling the monster into ground with a shriek. He quickly followed, spines flashing as his mouth filled with power. The monster's triple barbed tails struck out and buried themselves deeply into his gut but he opened his jaws and his blue power surged forth. The monster roared in agony, its flesh burning and falling off as he poured more into his attack. Then a massive clawed hand sent him flying into the mountain wall, tails pulled from his gut. He crashed into the mountain as he bled into the water, looking up to see the monster get up. His blood covered its secondary clawed hand, the pair he hadn't seen as he had tunnel visioned. The beast laughed before roaring again as its body shook from electric-like energy sizzling across its body, trying to enter it. Kiryu had unleashed her own breath attack, blue lightning-like energies surging outward to cook the Kaiju alive. The Kaiju thrashed before a massive boulder was sent hurtling at Kiryu, knocking her off her feet and into a vent. The vent erupted and black smoke covered her form, hiding it from view. Harry snarled before slowly getting up, his gut wound had healed but was still tender. The Kaiju grinned triumphantly before turning to face him, closing the distance in heartbeats. He waited before jumping at the Kaiju again, catching it off guard and wrestling it to a vent. He then held its face over it, watching it burn away and only leave bone behind from the intense heat. The bone blackened before the Kaiju slapped him off his feet. Crashing into the ground, he couldn't see as the fine soot had obscured everything. A roar from the Kaiju told him where the fake god was. Slowly getting up and looking around, he spotted the Kaiju, hissing as its face didn't repair itself. It had been burnt beyond repair this time. He roared again before his roar stopped, gagging as he felt the tails in his chest. Looking down, he gasped as one pierced his heart. The kaiju snarled before shoving him off its tail, the cold water growing colder as darkness filled his vision. Ryu had only barely gotten up to see her little brother get stabbed through the chest, watching him collapse as death took him. Her heart broke as she watched as his body fell onto the ground, lifeless. Slander roared in victory but didn't get another chance. Kiryu had launched herself forward and ripped out the kaiju's throat. The beast reeled back in shock as Kiryu tore into its flesh, weapons firing everything at point-blank range. Rage consumed her very being. Her little brother had just been killed and she wanted revenge. Slander was being torn to pieces by her weaponry, but even then, it was healing itself. She was putting as much damage into its body as she could before she was backhanded, crashing into a mountain. The crash also damaged many of her weapon systems. Any that would fire wouldn't do much anymore. She was left with melee combat, but even then, she wasn't built with close-ranged weapons that would put this monster down for good. Warning. Radiation levels beyond acceptable levels. Warning. She frowned before a deep humming filled the area, a glow like the sun came. Both kaiju and mechanized titan watched as Godzilla slowly stood up, his entire body glowing brilliant red-orange. Slander attacked Godzilla, but her little brother unleashed a pulse that shrieked like Mothra, burning the Category 5 so badly that it now looked black in color. Her brother stomped forward, reaching out and grabbing Slander by the throat before turning towards the breach. Slowly, he walked to the breach, Slander weakly trying to break his hold on him before Godzilla threw him into the opening. Slander must have thought he was free until Godzilla's spines hummed so loudly, it vibrated the surrounding area violently. Mouth opened and a red spiral ray of atomic power speared downwards. Kiryu couldn't see what happened next as she had to get away from the area or she and the Jaegers would be cooked alive. The precursors watched the exterminator weapon go through the breach, pleased with its new abilities. They were planning for the newest generation of that type when the systems went haywire, overloading then exploding in blood and gore. The aliens looked up and saw the breach had gained a fiery glow before it started to melt, great blobs of flesh falling onto the ground below. Then the gateway was torn open, the exterminator weapon was falling through. It was pushed by a red spiraling ray of earth energy that caused even more systems that held the weapons they created alive to die. The beam and weapon hit the ground, the creature was dead but the beam continued. It burned a hole through the massive carcass then, through the crust and deeper. The precursors panicked, any available system activated to show them what was going on. When they saw it, their hearts stopped in their chests. The beam had burned its way into the core of the planet, causing the molten core to go critical. Within moments, the planet would explode. As if in slow motion, one of the precursors watched. He had accepted his fate and now watched as his fellows ran, trying to save themselves. The ground erupted, lava spewing out of the once lifeless crust. Weapons shrieking as they were cooked alive, their blood reacting with the substances within the lava. The reaction chained with more as everything collapsed around them. He didn't care. He sent his final message to the main hive of the species. The Queen would come to deal with Earth herself. After all, they were only a minor precursor to the true threat that was the Harvesters. An empire that took everything and slaughtered everything in their way. Nothing would be left standing. He then felt his flesh vanish as a wave of heat washed over him and his mind went dark. Epilogue 1. After Effects. Maya Simmons looked out over the city of London in the huge PLF Corp building, seeing the Jaegers that had been built to help with reconstruction working with the other construction vehicles that were still being used. Only 3 months after the Battle of the Mariana Trench, humanity was finally rebuilding and resurging. Life was finally returning to normal, no more kaiju attacking human cities or politics trying to ruin programs that actually worked. The head of the PLF Corporation picked up her wine glass. The red liquid was a very old, magical vintage that her boss had given her as a birthday gift. That same boss had raven black hair, glowing emerald green eyes and was the Titan King. She smiled to herself as she sipped the liquid, savoring the taste. The memory of her night with the Alpha still burned within her, of course. He had taken to getting to know who and what she was first. Maya Simmons was the new incarnation of the creature known as Shin Godzilla, but was one of the few ladies that was seen as the alphas. Namoko was very adamant that Harry Potter's harem was his alone, no one else was allowed in unless they qualified properly. She shook that thought away as she took another sip. Og as a construction-type Jaeger held materials up for the crew to take and build with. She wondered how life would be if titans and other things didn't exist, not magic of course. She knew that magic was so deeply rooted into humanity. It could never escape. She tried to imagine it but stopped herself, having seen her boss in an abusive household. He grew up unloved before having to face some RK wizard while having a manipulative old man as a mentor. I think I need to stop drinking this stuff, she muttered, putting the wine glass down. I'm hallucinating things that are too dark for this time of day. Indeed, today was the day all the surviving Jaeger pilots were rewarded for their bravery in the Kaiju War, or the Second Titan Kaiju War, take your pick. She turned on the television on the far wall, watching as the surviving Jaegers stood proudly, looking brand new in the sunlight. Gypsy Danger, Striker Eureka, Cyclone Emerald, Obsidian Fury, Golden Vixen, Grim Faith, and Samurai Indigo. Their pilots standing before their Jaegers in full comm gear, holding their helmets under one arm. Maya smiled softly as the camera panned over to Narcissa and Circe Potter, both looking younger than they actually were. Mother and daughter piloted Grim Faith and were now getting the reward that came with it, unlike their previous lives in the former British magical community. Once the world knew of magic, the International Confederation of Wizards officially ended the statute of secrecy. They had to face the consequences of not doing so. They had been at war with the Kaiju for a year. After everything that had been done, magic had been accepted by the non-magical population, but the magical population in some countries didn't accept it. They were, unfortunately, silenced or executed. Publicly or not, they were put down, and most of them were of the rich, pureblood type of people that believed they were vastly superior than everyone else. Maya thought darkly that any pureblood watching the television would be choking on their own saliva as two high-standing pureblood witches received the highest reward. She picked up her wine glass again and finally drained it before leaning back and watching the rest of the ceremony. She had fully relaxed when her door banged open and a very beautiful blonde witch stepped inside. "Hello Maya Tilda," Luna Lovegood said happily before plopping down into a comfortable chair she had conjured with a wave of her hand, watching the ceremony. "I was until you barged in," Maya retorted, muting the TV. "What do you want, Luna?" "Simple," Luna said before handing her a file that read, "Temple of Ashes. I want to head off to Arabia and begin an excavation site of this mythological temple that supposedly had humans worshipping vampires as deities. I'll be going with Harry, Iris and Namoko too." Maya looked at the folder, then at the witch before pinching her nose. "Fiend, I'll get the funding and have the equipment ready. Do you have a location of where his temple is?" Luna was bouncing on her seat with excitement. "Of course I do, it's in the file, Maya. Also, I'd suggest getting some rest before 3 today. The head of the minor company, Works Lowe's, will be trying to push you into a deal that makes it so he runs Harry's company." Maya froze before groaning loudly. Luna Celeste Lovegood. End of Part 1 of Lord or Alpha. Part 2 Ch0, Prologue. Far ancient past, around 52,668 BC. The notes came over the speakers, the sounds of failing systems and dying technology. He could only listen as the gigantic colony pod rushed towards the planet. The ship burning and parts of it exploding into the void. He was one of the last living members of his kind, a peaceful race that only wished to explore and study the universe. That had been taken from them by their enemy, the Elder Things. Chased around like some frantic animal, they had been forced into a system with a dead star. Then the pain began. Their ship had gotten infected with a parasite that infected them before killing the host before taking over the body. Then the body would attack someone else, bite them and begin the cycle anew. He had locked himself in the main communications hub, listening to the undead howls of the infected. He could hear his mate's siren tones as she tempted him to come to her. He refused to accept that call, finally getting the controls from the main computer into the terminal before him. With a few note changes, he angled the ship deeper into the atmosphere. He wanted the ship to burn up in the atmosphere then detonate, but he As thrown from his place at the terminal, he hissed as he realized his wing was snapped. He'd be unable to fly away now. He slowly got up, yelping as his left leg gave out too. He had to crawl to the terminal and tried to adjust it again. But the ship hit the outer layer of the atmosphere. He was sent flying into the wall again, darkness enveloping him as the screams of the infected were drowned out by the wailing howls of the hull as it started to warp and break. The darkness was quiet before he heard music, soft and young. He lifted his head, looking around. He saw the currents of something around him, dancing to some unknown tune that had come from the planet itself. He reached out to touch one. It reached back and he felt music fill his body. You live, female, young, rather soft in tones. You are not cursed like the others. He sang a few notes before they became words. No, I locked myself away. Who are you? The voice gained shape, currents forming into the shape of some biped that was feminine. Currents of blue, green, brown and orange danced and sang around her, giving her shape and form. I am Earth, she said. I am the being you are hearing, seeing, singing to. Your ship has embedded itself deeply into my landmass. It will not escape. But I can't let those parasites out or they'll destroy everything and lead me to ruins. He tilted his head, understanding not Ming to him as he tried to figure out what she meant before he felt something cup the sides of his face. I shall give you a gift, Earth said, before he felt weightless. You will guard me from these tainted corpses. You will protect those that live in me and won my surface from the curse you unwillingly brought. Here, how will I do that? I am as susceptible to the parasite as a mortal is. Earth chuckled before power filled his bones, wings, veins and mind. He felt the power repairing his body before he started to grow in size and strength. You will become a titan, Earth said as she put in the gigantic chamber that had been the recreation commons, one whose purpose is direct and defined. Defend me from those parasites. You will gain more power as your age, but you will meet my wrath one day. He will be Alpha and you will bow to him. Do you understand? He bowed his head before standing up, wrapping his wings around himself as he stood tall. Perfectly, Lady Earth, I will conquer these cursed corpses with my music and keep them here in the darkness. About 33,459 BC to 2238 BC. The giants, escaped experiments of the alien race known as the Elder Things, roared in triumph as the foul monsters ran for the outer reaches of the cold space between stars or their cold dead cities. The giants had escaped thanks to the massive winged creature that had been fighting the Elder Things for 20,000 years. The bipedal creations had taken up arms against their creators and drove them off. The massive creature then led the entire population to a rather lush piece of land before the people began to build and grow in knowledge. They worshipped the massive winged beast, building a temple over its home and began to help it end the curse that tainted its home. Every day, the giants would ritualistically kill the smaller winged creatures as the sun would rise. The tainted beasts would howl in agony before igniting. The giant would then stab the monster through the heart with a thick wooden spear. The beast would then burn on that stake until it had become ashes. This continued for thousands of years, the people starting to spread over the new biped that came up from underneath the ground. Humans. They called themselves lost and afraid. The giants took them in and the people told stories of their gods and goddesses, titanic monsters that kept the balance of the planet. The giants told stories of their only deity, and of their purpose, to end the taint that he was guarding the planet against. The humans pledged to help them stop the taint if it ever escaped from the depths, sealed in blood. Ages passed and the goodwill between humans and giants started to crumble apart, their alliances forgotten and broken. They also worshipped new idols, figures of their own making and creeds. The giants couldn't help but mourn for the lost humans before they had to defend themselves from their former allies. They became the enemy, the threat because of their huge size and immense strength. Soon, the giants that lived around the Temple of Ashes were attacked by the Akkadian Mad Emperor Naram Sin, who had wanted the gold enriched supposedly inside their temple. The giants fought with magics and weapons but were killed by the emperor's army. The last giant, the head priest of the temple, used his remaining magics to seal the land with a curse with the blood of his fallen people. The curse would last until someone killed all the tainted beasts that still lived in the underground caverns below. Ancient past 2231 BC, Akkadian temple. The deranged emperor lay on his throne, blood covering his golden mask. He was dead, the worshippers of the Gaia's wrath made sure by checking his body. The general, a woman by the name of Ruito, motioned the army to begin burying the temple into the earth. It was formed from the earth, she can have it back. It had been 7 years to the day that the giants of the Temple of Ashes had been slaughtered by the Akkadians. The worshippers of Gaia's wrath prayed that their souls would finally find peace in the afterlife. Something is in the darkness, one of the scouts said, looking in disgust at the temple. It's taken the bodies of the fallen. Those found are drained of their blood, leaving only skin and bones behind. Ruoro growled, shaking her head as her disgust grew. The taint is waking, we must hurry before they fully awaken. She hated the Akkad temple, as it wasn't really their temple to begin with at all. The land this place was built on was tainted, everyone tasted the taint. Unlike the Titan bat that stayed below the earth, these things were not of the natural order. Then the Akkadians came, raiding and pillaging the temple for everything. Instead, they awoke something similar to the one who was many. Use Wrath's fire. Burn them into the ground, then sink the temple, she ordered, tearing off her top before handing it to her scout, not caring if her impressive bust was now on display. Use this to satisfy our God and the earth. A sacrifice must be made. Of course. The scout ran off, as the general nodded, walking up to her guard. Lady Ruito, one asked, confused a bit. A sacrifice must be made, she told him. That top was a relic from my mother's since the time of Gojira. That was the scale height of one of them. It was given freely to my great-great-great-grandmother for her HEA. Ling of the hatchlings before those freaks, the Kongs, showed up. The guard nodded, understanding, filling them as they realized that her sacrifice was something rather close to the heart. The ground shook and the army backed away, as the temple that had the outward visage of an Akkadian temple sank into the earth. The ground covered the place as the army reformed and marched off, the wrongness now in the hands of the earth's care. Within a couple years, the worshippers of the Gojira would be wiped out by Egyptians after they destroyed anything magically related to summoning any deity into the living realm. Days before World War II, Berlin, Germany. Adelric Gerver frowned as he finished listening to the last radio message of Daniela Huweiler, one of Germany's most knowledgeable female archaeologists and Nazi supporter. He had just heard her scream and then die, the sounds of some entity coming clearly over the radio before it shut off. He looked at the man standing before him and got to his feet. Does anyone know of this radio communication? He asked, hands tightening behind his back. No sir, the man said, shaking his head. The Führer said she was only to report to my secure channel to report her findings. Then I gave them to you to then be given to the Führer himself. Adelric nodded, remembering that day quite well. Daniela had given a rather grand presentation to everyone in Führer Hitler's staff, even giving evidence through rather secret channels. Adolf Hitler had given her the backing of the Reich, as it seemed ancient history like this did interest him. Adelric knew that the Führer wouldn't be pleased with the death of Daniela. The young woman had been one of the greatest supporters of the regime to begin with. Daniela had made allusions to an expedition that took place during World War I. Italians had gone to that same location but all mysteriously vanished into thin air. If Mussolini got wind of this, he'd be rather outraged with the Führer as he would claim it was Italian and not German. By some miracle, the information hadn't leaked and Daniela had gone to that site. I will give her final report, Adelric said. If the Führer wishes to continue the expedition, then we shall. Sometime before the first Kaiju attack, Iraq. Absolutely fascinating, marvelous, superb. Those were the words used by the man studying the ancient stone table from ages past, while a combination of American and British soldiers guarded the dig site. The man looked to be in his late 40s with a dark mustache that had inklings of gray in it as his bright silver eyes flashed with a youth that wasn't apparent in his body. His tan button-down shirt had its long sleeves rolled up to his elbows as he used a small handheld flashlight to look over the tablet. These carvings look Egyptian, but Egypt never went this far inland in Iraq, absolutely astounding. He continued, grinning like a child. This means I was correct and that stuffy monarch scientist Lopez was absolutely wrong, huh? He slapped his knee in delight before motioning over a young woman, who looked to be in her late teens, early 20s. She had rich brown hair, shimmering teal-colored eyes and a soft face of beauty. Ashley Rain was a beautiful woman and as smart as he was, in most respects, but she was still learning. Something groundbreaking on the tablet, Professor? She asked excitedly. Indeed, RVE Glenn nodded before motioning to the tablet on his lap. It seems that this temple was for a civilization dating back to before the Egyptians and Greeks. You see on this tablet the carving was done with something much more brittle than what was used by Egyptians. Meaning they came first, but also come look at this. Ashley looked closer and frowned. Are those bats, Professor? Harv shook his head. If I'm reading this correctly, then those are vampires. Not the wording used by them, but they follow the general idea of a vampire. Blood-sucking, bat-like attributes. But look at this carving, noticing what it depicts. Ashley narrowed her eyes, then widened them in shock. That's an elder thing, but those were created from the mind of a crazed man with nightmares. The professor chuckled. My dear, aliens are real. Ghidorah was proof of that ages ago. He wasn't a part of the natural Earth order. Godzilla ended him for good, but that doesn't mean that alien life doesn't exist. Moonhedora also proves that, so why not the elder things? She frowns, because he's crazy. While H.P. Lovecraft was indeed crazy, he also was one of the first to describe alien species. Now, if this tablet is correct, this vampire species went to war against the elder things. However, they lost and then came here in the distant past. He muttered something before frowning. That's strange, it says he. Read that it wasn't humans that worshipped them but a creation of the elder things that escaped their creator's labs. Similar to humans but not head. What is it, Professor? Harv pulled out a worn Bible, and flipping through the pages before finding what he was looking for. I didn't believe I read it correctly, but it seems this confirms it. Ashley, this tablet was carved by the giants that are described in the Bible. Actual giants. Can you believe it? He laughed before putting the Bible on the work table he had set up, pointing to another tablet. Quick, bring that one to me. Ashley did so with great haste, handing the second tablet to the professor as he put the first next to his copy of the Bible. This tablet had different carvings, ones that told a different story. By Jove, he grinned widely. Here it is. When the giants and the humans first met. It seems that the giants were the escapes of the elder things, and humans were on good terms with them for years. I wonder what changed so drastically. One of the soldiers walked up and tapped the professor's shoulder. Sir, we just got word from base. A massive monster just attacked San Francisco, rampaging through America as we speak. We need to get you back to a Monarch base to begin studying the creature. Harv stood up and put the tablet on the table before nodding. Very well. Leave everything here, we'll come back to it later. Everyone gathered their personal items and left the excavation site, but soon, the site was forgotten. The Kaiju War raged across the world and no one remembered this place. Harv was key. LLED in a Kaiju attack on London when the Atlantic breach opened up, releasing its first Kaiju. Ashley Rain would survive the war, but she only told one person about the excavation site, a certain blonde witch. Part 2 Ch1. The Temple of Ashes. 4 months after the end of the Kaiju War, Luna Lovegood led the expedition to the Iraq Desert to the location of the Temple of Ashes. Iris found the host of Biolante interesting, as she could see the future but was very cuddly with everyone that was with the Alpha, like one of those teddy bears the humans had. The Atlantean-created monster was in her human form, riding on horseback along with her Alpha, Luna and Namoko. Following them were the workers that would help uncover more of the site that Luna's informant had given her. Of course, the excavation site had been uncovered by someone by the name of Lilith Dimitrescu. When they reached the site, they found it uncovered, but everyone carried weapons that fired wood darts. Lilith looked up as they approached, smiling softly. Sorry for the precautions, we've met some unsavory creatures here that only get harmed by wood. She said before looking directly at the Alpha. Iris noticed that Lilith bowed a bit more to him and showed off her rather sinful body. Iris huffed. So what are we looking at? Lilith motioned to the temple. Welcome to the Akkadian temple. However, under this human-built structure is the Temple of Ash. The temple above was used to hold off the powers of Pazuzu, the god-demon of plagues and diseases. Namoko frowned. and the temple below. Lilith led them down into the excavation site, motioning to the newly arrived crew to move to the excavation director before answering. That temple, she grimaced, we needed to set up UV lights at all the entrances and other light spells, near sun perfect. But that temple was set up to worship whatever these things are, one of them was bigger than the others. Might even outdo Camazotz for his title as biggest bat titan, if the statues are correct. Iris looked down as they were led deeper into the temple, finally reaching the entrance that led to the real Temple of Ashes. It was guarded by huge UV lights, with or of them hanging on the walls and the ceiling. Luna looked at the lights before looking at Lilith, tilting her head. This is a bit much for a single vampire, Lilith. Lilith snorted. If it was singular, yes. The magical ground crews had to pull all non-magical personnel out of the underground due to high levels of vampiric taint. Though we are going to be lifting the Acadane Temple off soon, so we can get into the Temple of Ashes proper. Harry spoke up at that moment, then why are we at this entrance? Lilith smiled softly, I was going to allow you to view the lifting from below, feeling the sun touch the temple proper after so many years underground. Luna Celeste Lovegood smiled to herself as the group reached the entrance to the temple, before the ground started to rumble as the ceiling let loose sand and dust. Slowly, ever so slowly, the ceiling lifted. Luna watched the magic cradle the temple above them and lifted it away, the first rays of the sun spearing into the darkness for the first time in millennia. Soon, the temple was taken away to another site so Monarch could start studying it. The blonde witch then turned to look at the temple itself in the rays of the sun, stopping dead as she saw red ooze across the temple itself. No one else could see it, but she could in dark clarity. Blood magic covered this temple, cursed magics too. Her legs trembled from the sight before a pair of hands covered her vision. Harry's hands darkened her vision until he pulled them away, the red gone in her mind not trying to rebel against her. Thank you, Harry, she whispered, her voice slightly shaking as she hugged him. I can smell the magics used here too, he said before looking at Lilith. Get everyone clear of the temple, all of them are to work on the Acadian temple instead. But, Lilith started before thinking better of it, or she looked at the temple and saw the magics too. Of course, I understand now. She quickly left, giving out orders as she went. As Luna got closer to the temple and put a hand on a worn pillar. She felt the magics reach out before pulling away, in fear maybe. She couldn't tell what the energy was feeling at all, it was so muddled by loss and pain. She then put a dampening on all her magical sensing senses, so she could reasonably function without having magic overloading her every waking moment. Her brother in all but blood, depending on which form they were in, walked up to the temple and studied it slowly. His eyes flashed blue then returned to their emerald green hue, his fist clenching then opening once more. He was agitated, not a good sign with the Titan King really. Namoko spoke up, the taint here is rather powerful, it's old as well. And, there's a Titan here as well. Iris nodded, very old, older than me or anything Atlantis created. Harry looked over at Iris, could you get Gouts around here in case anything tries to escape, despite the precautions? Iris tilted her head, I don't hear them, game. Ra has been culling their numbers quite drastically even though I can command them fully. He doesn't trust me, he never has. Harry grimaced, I'll see if I can get an agreement made between you and him. Just get what you can hear and have them guard the temple grounds. If Gamera shows up, he'll smell the magics here and quickly help guard the area or leave out of disgust. Luna weakly smiled, could you have them bring plant life here? I'm rather weak in desert areas. Iris nodded, of course, the twigs of this land aren't worthy of sustaining you, Luna. I shall endeavor to get you what you need. Iris then lifted into the air, changing into her true form and started sending mental signals out to any living Gouts on the planet. Namoko pulled Luna against her body, causing the young woman to snuggle into the human form Muto's body. She soon removed herself from the hug and pointed to the temple. To the temple, Harry James Potter walked into the temple, feeling his hackle rising as he was washed in the magics of a forgotten age and time. Sure, he was the Titan King, but even then, he was young compared to Godzilla himself. Godzilla was millions upon millions of years old, and Harry had only a fraction of those memories explored within his head. Occlumency had helped organize them but hadn't helped knowing what they were all about. At night, he'd get glimpses of the past It wasn't his but he'd wake up and barely remember any of it. After being in his Titan form for so many years, how to be human again. It took him several intense weeks of training to get him back to full physical shape. Then another month before he could use his magic properly. And he had alien radiation holding him back, something he had to purge before he could return to normal. He shuddered remembering those weeks. Trying to walk and move like a human only to fall and be unable to rise again. He pushed those memories away, focusing on the present. He was here with Luna, Namoko and Iris in Iraq at a temple that was very old and held some significance to history as a whole. Something that would allow Harry to get his mind off of the Kaiju Titan War. Luna had been very good at distracting him with those things. He looked around the temple and saw all the carvings on them, all of them telling stories. He didn't know what most of them told, he hadn't been able to study old dead languages due to being a Titan most of the time between his battle with Kong to the end of the war. He then found a massive chamber. Stepping further into it, he paused. Around the room were multiple UV lights but they were focused on the many doorways that lead out. In the center was a massive statue modeled after something that looked vaguely like a bat, but its head was humanoid. It stood on 4 limbs, 2 wings and 2 powerful long legs. The statue had a long tail with an arrowhead tip, muscular arms led to powerful clawed hands with a thumb and 3 clawed fingers. From there was the rest of the wing, folded against the arm itself. It was quite the imposing figure, Harry had to admit. Then his eyes went downwards, to what was beneath it. Under its chest was 5 more sculptures, all of them depictions of women. All were hauntingly beautiful, like the Vila were, but these women were more so. Real vampires, Harry realized, maybe the first true vampires on Earth. I see you found the large but not fully sized statue of Titanus. Pazuzu, Luna Lovegood said from his side, pulling one of his arms into her impressive bust, god demon in pain to Titanus. Camazotz. Does Camazotz know this Titan? He asked, maneuvering his arm to hold her hand to squeeze it, feeling Luna's discomfort at being surrounded by so much blood magics. Luna relaxed more as Namoko walked up behind them, looking up at the statues. He did. He doesn't like speaking of it. This Titan, Pazuzu, was sleeping under the earth when Camazotz found out that he, supposedly, had an army to do his bidding. The Bat Titan wanted it for himself. So he challenged Pazuzu to combat by death. Pazuzu, by Camazotz's own words, was bigger than Ghidorah by several hundred feet in wingspan. Harry frowned, making calculations, as Luna continued her story. The massive Titan was the one to rip apart Camazotz's wings, leaving the massive holes in the wing membrane that would have made it so any other bat couldn't fly. Camazotz fell afterwards, apparently told off by Pazuzu. Then he got the warning that he was lucky he didn't wake the tainted corpses below the ground, or he would have brought hell to the earth. Harry looked at Luna, and the female vampires underneath Pazuzu. Oh, Luna smiled, those are easy, those are Pazuzu's eternal concubines. The 5 nameless women of pleasure, all of them pleasure the Titan while he sleeps so he won't have to leave his place in guarding this land. Supposedly, they bathe in his essence once pleasuring him is done, but I don't believe that for a moment. That's just weird myth-telling. Harry gave Luna a look, confused. So, they're all vampires. Luna nodded. Yep, the very first true vampires. The one that is standing directly under Pazuzu's jaws. That's the vampire that created Dracula, by biting him as a child. Of course, it was because she saw a vision of the future. A world covered in blood and death, done by a man in silver armor and magic weapons. Or so the legend goes. She sent visions to Vlad until he left his window open for her, and in the night, she came in and bit him. Harry grimaced. That sounds way too detailed to be a myth. Luna nods. That's because it was written down by Vlad's mother, herself, after confronting the nameless woman. The Dracula family passes that down from generation to generation. I was lucky to read it thanks to B. Ang, a friend to the Countess Eliza Vlad Dracula, daughter of Vlad Rain Dracula IX. Yes, only Luna would be friends with the head of the extremely powerful family of vampires that ruled the Thayer vampire clans with a fist made of blood and steel. Of course, Most beings couldn't resist Luna as she was so innocent, charming and lovable. Also cuddly. Seriously, how cuddly can one girl get? Harry rolled his eyes and smiled at Luna. Care to read me these stories on the walls then, my dear? Luna practically dragged him over to a wall. Of course, big brother. Oh, and Namoko, please keep up. I don't want you to be left behind. Quote, Part 2 Ch2, Waking Corpses. Iris waited outside, continuing her summoning before finally getting a response. The sun was now reaching its zenith, the Atlantic, and created monster not enjoying the sun much as it beat down upon her skin without any cover. However, soon the gouts she had signaled arrived. They were of a new variety, one that clearly came from the hollow earth. They were twice as large as the gouts she was used to controlling. Every single one had bioluminescence. Their heads were all shaped similar to her own, but she could see the lines down the center of each side. Meaning their heads split into 4 parts, something similar to a few kaiju that the precursors had used. Their long necks were quite thick, each one housing the organs needed to create their sonic scalpel. Massive wings were connected to quite muscular arms that ended in 3 powerful fingers, the end of the wings ending in wickedly hooked claws. The feet were robust, but short. The large upper body also exuded a gas that Iris found out was used to douse fires, something to fight Gamera maybe. The biggest one landed before Iris, bowing before its light blue bioluminescence turned red. Iris smiled to herself. The biggest had dropped its position of power in order to survive. It was much more intelligent than many of its kind. She mentally commanded the horde to encircle the temple site, guarding it jealously from all intruders that were not allowed. Of course, any Jaegers or Titans were allowed to come close but not interfere. They also had plants from the hollow earth too, which some were expertly planting into the sandy soil. As Iris watched, the sand soon became soaked with water and muddy as the plants started to grow and expand over the sand in a few moments. It soon stopped, then she saw another area do the same thing. Everywhere an oasis was appearing in the desert and adding greenery to the sandy land of rock and sand. She soon returned to her human form and walked into the temple, following the smell of her alpha. She found them in a catacomb that led beneath the central chamber with the massive statue, her senses on alert as she walked towards them. Luna was talking in terms of history that Iris didn't exactly follow. Human history really eluded her and wasn't her strongest subject. Namoko was looking at the hieroglyphs on the walls while Harry listened to Luna, nodding when the blonde made a point. Iris tuned Luna out, only hearing her vibrations as she looked at the wall herself. It was rather quiet down here until she got some vibrations under her feet. Something was waking up and it wasn't producing any living vibrations. No heartbeat, no breathing, nothing that would signal a living being. She froze, then hissed. Her foe, her tentacles that were a part of her head, the connections hidden by her hair, rose up in her defense. Harry stopped Luna as soon as he noticed Iris's distress, then he picked up on it as well. The smell of something that was decaying at an extremely slow rate. He growled before his staff appeared in his hand. The crystal that looked like his atomic flame glowed blue as it filled the catacomb with its light. Namoko rumbled as she took up a defensive position at his side. IRR. Luna slid behind them, her powers better for support than assault. Harry slowly moved towards the end of the catacomb, shining his light into the chamber beyond. He didn't see anything until he sent the light out to illuminate the chamber proper, gritting his teeth as he realized there was a hole leading further into the earth and there were bat-like alien creatures slowly climbing out of it. He fired off a fiendfire spell, consuming the empty room and the creatures within moments. He cut off the spell before it could destroy anything else, leaving ashes and blackened floor. They were not alive, Iris hissed, really angry. No signs of life. Even real vampires show signs of life. There are no signs of life within those corpses. Harry nodded before looking at Luna. You and Namoko get out of here. Alert Monarch, we may have a zero-class event on our hands. Luna and Namoko booked it out of there. If Harry declared this a zero-class even, then he meant it. Zero-class events were events or things that were of the same magnitude as Ghidorah, world-ending. He moved with Iris into the chamber before using his magic to cause the hole to close, sealing one way for it to get out. He then looked at Iris for direction. She points to a blackened door. In there, the vibrations are coming from that direction. He nodded, then went in that direction, carefully making his way down the winding tunnels. Iris at his back, Harry felt the walls as they changed from being drawn onto smooth stone, as if there had been a change in material. He created another light and saw that it was a dark organic metal that wasn't warm to the touch. Iris poked the wall, then looked at him. Not normal, she said. Metal isn't like this. It's not. Harry agreed. Whatever this is, it isn't from Earth. Iris tilted her head. Where is it from then? We'll ask Moonhedora when we get back to the surface. Harry shook his head. We're going to not unearth this ship, most likely destroy it as it's too old to be moved without causing a multi-level collapse of the surrounding lands. Besides, you can't feel it but I can. This ship literally fused with the Earth to save itself from destruction. Iris looked around before thrumming softly. You're correct, the walls have deteriorated too far to even consider moving it at all. Destruction may be the best option this planet has to destroy the infection it's held for so many millennia inside of itself. The deeper they went, the more the organic metal turned into proper metal. The metamorphosis from metal to organic to rock was as seamless as ever, but the two finally reached its inner depths and only saw what was silent chaos. Everything was in disarray. Either destroyed or covered in some viscous glue that was an amber color. Bodies were in it. Everywhere the goo didn't touch on a body was withered away by time and age, a testament of how old this place was. Both looked around before Iris pointed towards a massive mound, or several hundred of them. All of them covered in the same statue, or probably the vampiric creatures in hibernation thanks to the goo. Harry shook his head and looked at Iris, both knowing this had to burn down or everything would go to hell in a handbasket. He made a grand swinging gesture, flames erupting out of his outstretched palm. Demon flames, fiendfire, the flames of hell. He then turned it blue, the power of the alpha filling the fiendfire spell. The burning torrent of destruction rushed through the grand cavern, filling its vastness like a river that had broken from a massive dam. Ending the spell from his palm, Harry pulled Iris with him as they escaped away from the ever-growing living flames. Then the screams hit them, howling and deathly chilling. Move! Harry roared as the cavern started to shake and cave in behind them. Iris nearly got buried if Harry hadn't pulled against him as the ceiling. And several thousand tons of earth rushed her from above. The temple was shaking from the reverberations of the ship deep under the earth dying, as both titans came out of the temple's entrance. The moon shone brightly as they came out of the temple, illuminating the scene with its ethereal glow. The earth violently shook before a massive ravine carved its way around the perimeter of the temple itself. Harry fell to a knee as he saw the burning bodies of the undead creatures, rushing out of the blue flames that devoured everything in its grasp. The gouts that Iris had called unleashed sonic scalpels on the escapees before taking to the air to devour them. Harry also spotted Kiryu standing nearby, watching everything as it burned or tried to escape within the throes of death. Harry then felt, more than saw, something rush out of the burning and into the night. Above them was the creature that had been given a statue that was worshipped. Indeed, the creature was massive, nearly 300 or more feet tall with a near 700-foot wingspan that blocked out the sun. Its long tail followed and helped the beast keep itself straight as it flipped in the air before landing on a ridge. It then looked around, and Harry saw it had no eyes. Inside it had odd 3-webbed fingered wing-like appendages that opened and closed whenever there was a sound. It then hissed a soft tune before turning its alien humanoid head in his direction. He got up and glowered at the Titan. Titanus Pazuzu then bowed to the earth and let out a soft song of difference. Harry nodded, like this was something that normally happened. Where is Luna? Harry asked Iris, as the Titaness looked around. I need to discuss her next vacation locations before we go to them, in detail. Part 2 Ch3, New Beginnings. The next week after the incident at the Temple of Ashes wasn't something that most people knew about, until it was stated on the news networks across all nations. Maya Simmons looked at her boss and frowned as he sipped in fire whiskey, blowing the magical flames out of his nose with rather practiced ease. So this organization, Maya looked at the report, the CDOIC. Crisis Department of Information Control. Harry Potter nodded. Indeed, that was them. Maya closed the report before pinching the bridge of her nose. Please tell me the whole thing again, Harry. Don't leave anything out. The morning came way too quickly for everyone as they were swarmed by some organization that had whisked them off to some location in Iraq, everyone wearing hazmat suits and gas masks. Interrogations were quickly taken but everyone refused to talk, no information given and everyone in that organization was pretty much told to shove it sideways. Harry raised his eyebrow at his interrogator, easily reading his thoughts as he was practically broadcasting them over a radio. "Sir," he said, sounding rather put out and trying not to be annoyed, "I have to do this, standard procedure has to be followed after an incident." Harry stopped him. This was a PLF and Monarch zone, no one was allowed in that wasn't sanctioned by their organization. You, Samuel Kim of the CDOIC, didn't have authorization and are in violation of it. You were lucky that you're a grunt and not a higher up, or you'd be on the ground begging for mercy. Samuel stiffened as he was called out, body as rigid as a board and fingers trembling. Harry got up and walked out of the room, summoning his staff as he pulled out his phone. He called the closest Monarch base and told them to track his phone before ending the call. Spotting 2 armed guards rushing him. "Drop to the ground now." One shouted before he was laid low by a gust of wind, legs broken as Harry moved away. The other hit the wall and slumped to the ground, unconscious. As Harry made his way to every single room and knocked out the interrogator, he would soon find the main office of the building they were in, only to find it in chaos. The workers of the CDOIC were in a right panic as Harry had simply walked through them like Moses with the Red Sea. He wasn't only the Alpha after all. His bloodline went all the way back to Morgana Le Fay and the Pendragons. He was a sorcerer. Kaylee directed all the magicals to round everyone up, then anyone with computer skills to get into the computers, getting everything they needed to sue the organization that kidnapped them. "You do realize," Maya said as she poured herself a rather strong shot of alcohol, "these guys have been covering up things since the 1950s. They covered up everything to do with Godzilla. The Titans, then the magical world. Even after everyone knew of the Titans, they kept trying to cover it up. Then, can you believe this, during the Kaiju War, they tried to cover it up but were executed by pretty much anyone that had survived the attacks. They are quite dead to everyone and I think the consensus is to just end them. They didn't find us that easily, Maya," Harry remarked coldly. Eyes flashing blue, "This expedition location was given to them, magically given to them." Maya frowned. Who would have given them that information? "Only a Malfoy would," Harry said sourly. "Not Lucius and Draco. Lucius is dead. Got killed when Razorcrest appeared in London. Draco has been avoiding public notice for years after his near-politically suicidal attempt to take my name from me. No, this can only be Lucius's father, Abraxas Malfoy." Maya frown deepened. "Who the hell is Abraxas?" Harry snorted. "Former head of the Malfoy clan. Draco is head now. Father of Lucius Malfoy, also the largest prick you'll ever know. He thinks he's the king of everything he looks at, including the women of the world. He, once, told one of his daughter's friends to please him and she did it out of fear of herself being killed. Abraxas is old but he's also ruled by power. I'm the one that ruined it for him." Maya nodded. "So, we go after him, we get this over with." Harry nodded. "Indeed. End Abraxas, end the cover-ups. He paid for it himself to be built. He wanted everything to be hidden from the non-magicals completely. In his old age, he slipped up this time." Harry toasted, mocking. "To the fool, Abraxas." The new networks were having a field day with all the information on the cover-ups the former Crisis Department of Information Control had done, very thing from the Titans to the magical world. Even the magic users were pretty upset at this as a majority of the information that was covered up also pertained to them as a whole. They didn't know about the near extinction of a rare Lin worm species of northern China because of the CDOIC having covered that up. In the end, the organization was shut down and Abraxas Malfoy was dragged out of his manor in England. On international television, turns out that the oldest living Malfoy had more to his name than just money or former power, but also thousands of crimes of every kind. Didn't last long for him in court, as he was sentenced to death. Given that Azkaban was torn down by a kaiju 8 months into the war, sending him there was no good. Soon, peace seemed to come to the world once more. Until a redhead appeared in London. Rias Grimori appeared on the streets of London, looking at the skyscrapers and buildings around her. The crimson-haired devil was in shock at how everything could have changed in the time after the Kaiju War, unlike Kuo. The small town hadn't changed much during the war at all. Being near Kyoto meant no Kaiju came near them. The Kaiju hit Kobe, Osaka and Tokyo mostly, never getting any further inland to destroy anything else. She felt rather shaken at that feeling, being protected while the rest of the world suffered and fought valiantly to protect them from destruction. She shook herself before regaining her courage, pulling out her phone before heading in the direction of the PLF Corp building. The devil was here on a mission of her own, one involving herself and another party. The Phoenix family. She shuddered mentally at that, not wanting to remember it. She had been contracted when she was a baby to the third son of the Phoenix family, but unlike her family, she saw Riser for what he was. A fool that had some power to back up only 0.5% of his arrogance, but she knew Riser only saw her as breeding stock. She wasn't even worth having an education, life, name or even a voice. To him, she was only meant to look pretty and give him babies. She had used her mother's powers, the energies called the power of destruction, to destroy his family jewels. They regenerated, stupid fire regenerative powers, but he had been screaming like a little child over their destruction. As she made her way towards the smooth curving buoy, LDING that was the Potter LaFay Corporation headquarters, she walked down Jaeger Avenue. One either side of the road, Rias saw statues of every Jaeger, and either side of the statue were the statues of the Rangers that had piloted them. Every single Jaeger that had been around was here on the avenue, remembered in full. She spotted several Japanese Jaegers, flushing a bit as she remembered. Fawnin G over them like some love-struck teenager over a handsome boy. She stopped in front of the statue of Crimson Typhoon, looking at it with respect. Crimson had saved Osaka a year before the war ended after Japan lost its Jaegers. The three pilots having held back the Category 3 Kaiju, Yamato Sorusa. She and her class at Kuo Academy had gone to Osaka and were in a Kaiju bunker for most of that trip until they had been let out and they saw Crimson Typhoon standing over the dead body of the Kaiju. That was the first and last time Rias saw Crimson Typhoon in person. After that, it had been destroyed in Tokyo Bay. She bowed her head to the Jaeger statue before walking up to the doors of the PLF, entering the building before heading to the front desk. A young woman sat behind a counter, who looked up as she approached. Which non-magical or some other magical denomination? She asked kindly, making Rias pause before she answered. Magical, she said. Don't want it, said he. But I have a rather important issue only someone with immense magical power can handle. The woman nodded. I see. How bad are we talking here? Rias showed her the contract or tried to, but the woman grabbed her wrist and shook her head. No, keep it hidden, we're going directly to the top. How? She started to ask before she was led to an elevator. Demon's blood, the receptionist said in a whisper, isn't something that is done normally unless they mean business. It's almost as bad as blood quills. Both are extremely dark artifacts that do not belong in this realm or any other. Rias was silent at that as the elevator doors closed and the woman hit a button, sending them up. Rias finally got a good look at the woman and couldn't help but blush as red as her own hair. Before her was a literal goddess. Hair as red as freshly shed blood, emerald green eyes that glowed with divine light. Her body was voluptuous, curves everywhere and a bust that made Akanos or any other devil seemed small in comparison yet still looked perfect on her body. Long, sensual legs, wide hips, the entire works. Rias was brought out of her stupor as she was pulled along an empty corridor that ended in a single door. She opened it and Rias looked around the room quickly. Multiple televisions were set up on either side of the room, the right side showing the activities of the various titans on the planet. The left side showed all the Shatterdomes and the Jaegers on deployment, many Rias could name easily. Son, the woman said in a quick manner, we got a demon blood contract, the worst kind. The man stood up, rushing over to Rias in a manner that spoke of controlled outrage. He held out his hand, palm open, contract. Rias handed it over without any resistance, like she was obeying royalty. Here. The man closed his hand around it before the parchment started to smoke, then burn. Blue flames devoured the contract before a screech filled the room, like something was dying. IAS backed away as she felt fear enter her body, like something was looking at her from another realm, accusing her of bringing it harm. The feeling vanished as the woman pulled the devil against her own body. Peace while driving that alien and utterly foreign feeling away. The contract finally turned to ash before becoming nothing, the feeling leaving the room. Rias then let out a breath she didn't know she had been holding inside of her. She looked at the man before feeling her heart skip several beats. Piercing emerald green eyes, raven black hair, a devilishly handsome face. He was Lucifer damned gorgeous. "Hello," he said with an easy smile, melting Rias's heart. "I'm Harry Potter, head of the PLF Corp. Please, let's have a seat and talk about how a devil came to me to end a demon blood-signed contract, shall we?" Rias could only nod. "Oh, of course, why yes." The woman laughed musically. "Harry, dear, I think you hooked another one. I knew you shouldn't be trusted around the fairer sex." Part 2 Ch4, The New Recruits. Within an hour, Rias spilled everything to Harry Potter about what had been going on. Starting from that there was an entire civilization of devils, fallen angels, and angels still around on the earth. Then she explained about her situation before ending, quite out of breath, to the present. Harry sipped at a glass of fire whiskey before raising his eyebrow. "So," he said slowly, swirling his drink in its container, "what I've gotten from this is that hell exists, so do devils, angels and their fallen brethren. Not only that, but, you were in a contract. That had serious implications of harm to your peerage should it be destroyed." Rias nodded as Harry drained his glass before standing up. "Then we have to gather them up and bring them here, immediately." Lily Potter stood in motion to the ground, where a magic circle waited. "I have it ready. I don't think apparition will sit well with Miss Grimmauld, dear." Harry rolled his eyes at his mother. "No one ever enjoyed that form or transportation, Mum. It absolutely sucks and probably was Lucifer's prank on all of wizard kind." Rias giggled before joining him in the center of the magical transportation circle, which glowed before they were blinded and appeared in the central Kuo Park. Harry motioned for Rias to lead the way, but Rias was calling someone on her phone as he made the motion. "Yes, Akino," she was saying. "Get everyone to the clubhouse. Now, the contract is gone. Whatever repercussions that are going to happen only apply as long as I'm here in Kuo, though it won't be as bad as I'm the head of the Grimmauld pillar. But, I'm not taking any chances with this. Yes, now get everyone packed and at the front steps, yes. Yes." Rias nodded before saying, "Yes, initiate our escape plan Gundam." Harry smirked as Rias hung up then looked at him. "What?" Rias shook her head. "Nothing, let's go." He followed her to where her peerage would be located, finding 2 boys and 3 women stacking suitcases by the door of a dilapidated building. Harry waved his hand, shrinking the suitcases and startling everyone before he summoned the shrunken items. They watched him before he looked at Rias. "I believe there was another boy." Rias sighed. "Yes, he's over here, come." She led him to a door before he pulled her back, summoning his staff into his hand before slamming the end into the door. In a brilliant flash, a massive cog-wheel-like energy seal appeared before shattering into a million pieces. He gritted his teeth before pushing open the door to see a pair of eyes peeking out of a box. "Ah, the cross-dressing grasper?" he asked, smiling as the eyes ducked into the box again. "Yes, he's not good with people so he usually stays in his box," Rias said as Harry used his magic to lift and float the box out the door. "I see, but he'll need to see a therapist when we get back to the PLF, the sorcerer said before a magic circle appeared under himself. Rias motioned the others to step on quickly as the glow got brighter, before everyone appeared in his office once more. Lily walked up before Harry handed her the shrunken suitcases, before opening the box top. "We've got a crossdresser," he said with a straight face, as his mom looked at him, to grasp her, then back at him. She then slapped her forehead. "No more references to Lord of the Rings, Harry. That was absolutely horrible." Harry looked across the city as Maya finished up her report for the night, heading out of the room. He was alone as he pondered on the day's events, a tumbler in his hand. He put the tumbler on the desk before feeling his hand shaking, fingers curling into claws as his hand became that of Godzilla's. He gritted his teeth and forced his hand back to normal, sweat beading on his brow as he let out a long hiss of air. He hadn't told anyone what had been going on ever since he had gotten back from the Temple of Ashes. His Titan form was trying to escape his human one. It wasn't something he enjoyed. But every day, Godzilla tried to come out. He forced it back down and growled to himself, shaking as he pushed down the memories that came with it. The anger, the rage, at the ones that attacked his home. The precursors, those aliens that dared come and try to destroy Earth. He finally pulled those memories out of his head, black strands that were attached to his fingertip before he put them in vials, corking them with a wave of his hand before falling back into his office chair once more. He groaned as he felt at peace now, the trembling stopping as he rubbed his face. How long had he been trying to come to terms with those memories? A year, 2, okay, maybe not that long, but it felt that long anyway. Harry just pulled his hands away from his face when he found Moonhedora standing before him in a nightgown. Her eyes were of Celeste's, meaning she was in control. Finally got those memories out of your head long enough to not have a fight over your own body? She asked knowledgeably. How did? He started to ask before Celeste silenced him with her lips. No, she said, no talking, only going to allow you to ravage me in bed. You understand? He could only nod as he was dragged away to the suite that had the master bedroom in it, not really caring anymore as he was going to enjoy tonight. Issei Hyodo was standing with the rest of Rias's peerage. As they followed Harry Potter to the London Shatterdome, quite literally a quick walk down the street. He saw the Jaegers quite clearly. He could name many of them as well as he watched them move to and fro from the Shatterdome. The reincarnated devil stopped and watched as Gypsy Danger walked out of the Shatterdome and into the harbor, helicopters flying in to pick her up and transport her off to another part of the world. The Jaegers have never been busier, Namoko, one of Harry's many secretaries, said to them as they walked. The precursors left us a nasty farewell gift upon their deaths. Kaijus keep appearing every month. Up to 3 at most. The Jaegers are sent wherever the mini breaches are located, destroy the Kaiju and come back home. The only Kaiju ever coming out of these mini breaches are Category 1s. 2s and 3s. Issei listened as Ossia Argento walked right behind him, in awe and a bit fearful as they continued towards the Shatterdome. He felt a bit of fear himself, as he and his family had only moved to Kuo 2 years before the Kaiju War ended. He and his family had been in several Kaiju attacks. He shuddered to think of another Kaiju rampaging in a city. That's why all of you will be joining them, they heard Harry say, causing the peerage to stop dead. Wait, Kiba said, looking alarmed, what do you mean, joining them? We're only kids. Harry shook his head, no. You 6 are now the newest cadets of the Jaeger program. Rias and I discussed it this morning, after she came under House Potter protection. She and the rest of you are protectorates of House Potter. It was my recommendation to give you all proper training and a purpose if your old lives come back to drag you all back down to hell. Issei raised his hand, and our parents. Harry smiled. I contacted your parents about the switch, they'll be happy to move to London to help support you and be close by. Issei felt relief fill his body before nodding his head. Harry said as 2 people walked over. Hercules and Chuck Hansen, veterans of the Kaiju War, and current rangers of Striker Eureka, Chuck said before grinning and taking Harry's outstretched hand. Good to be seeing you, Harry. I see you brought us some fresh meat. Only the best. Harry laughed. I have them all on the legacy regime. What is this legacy regime, exactly? Kaneko asked, voice as flat as ever. Herc looked at the diminutive girl. Tell me, miss, how do you think a Jaeger works? The drift, Kaneko said instantly, where 2 pilots link and become one to help control the Jaeger completely. Herc nodded, not wholly incorrect but still also wrong. The drift is only one part of it, the next part is your partner. Then there is the motion rig that is inside your comm pod, or the head of your machine. That motion rig used to be all analog, but all the new recruits have been going all digital and fully holographic. Tempest Black, Violet Stacker, and any of the new Mark 6 Jaegers They no motion rigging that connects to the arms or feet. It's all holograms and the suit they wear gives them the sensations itself. Chuck shook his head, looking disgusted. Those are the real kids, T. They have no idea what their elders went through to allow them to have those fancy new toys. Issei nodded as he said, they forget because they didn't get to know anything else but what was given to them. No real background to work up from. Quote, Herc nodded, indeed, so the 6 of you will be under the tutelage of 3 veteran rangers. Myself and my son will take on Rias Grimori and Akano Himahima. Yuto Kiba and Kaneko Chuju. You two will be under the guidance of Meiko Mori and Gabriel Delacour. Lastly, Issei Hyodo and Asia Argento, you two will be under the direction of Hermione Granger and Daphne Greengrass. Chuck then grinned. Welcome to the Rangers, there isn't any turning back now. Part 2 Ch5, Consequences. 3 months, that's how long it had been since Hermione and Daphne took Issei Hyodo and Asia Argento under their wings. 3 long, tiring months to get the recruits up to where their peers were in Jaeger knowledge, school and combat training. Hermione was sure that Issei would have quit by now. The kid didn't have the makings of a Jaeger ranger in the slightest. Though she reprimanded herself, the Beckett brothers were the same way. However, both Issei and Asia had the most powerful drifting compatibility ever seen within the PPDC. That was until the computer tried to separate them due to other factors, age, sex, health, you name it. Issei gave the computer the finger, quite literally in this case. And both teens went to the Jaeger simulator to do their first, controlled, drift exercises. The first time they drifted, the AI system went berserk, trying to disconnect them immediately. Finally, it took the new marshal, Sun Hyu, to override the clearly broken computer program. AI was useful, but when it came to drift technology, it didn't work out. She remembered the pair's first drift. The computers had thought they had started chasing the RABIT. Random act brain impulse triggers, or memories in short, layman's terms, until Colin bypassed the compet systems and proclaimed that both Issei and Asia had gone drift silent. It had been a theory during the Kaiju War that if 2 people were so compatible with one another that upon entering the drift, they would become one person in 2 separate bodies. The phrase, stay in the drift is silence, was quite literal to these near non-existent people. Drift silent, Hermione couldn't help but watch the pair as they had brought up the simulation of Gypsy's mission against Knifehead. Both acted as one, each movement so perfectly synchronized that Hermione couldn't be sure who was leading, so both knew what to do. For 10 minutes, Hermione watched as Issei and Asia beat down the largest Category 3 behemoth before blowing its head off. She winced, realizing that she and Daphne Sue LD have done the same thing back then too. Just angle the plasma gun up so the shot hit the neck, not the chest. The simulation ended, ending the drift between the 2 before both took heavy gasps of air. Hermione had rushed in as both teens collapsed out of the harnesses, both looking very pale and terrified. They both were checked over and given a clean bill of health, but both were shaken from their first drift together. Hermione kept an eye on the pair as she looked into both's backgrounds, not finding much besides the summarized histories. That hadn't gotten her anywhere, so she tried to TALK with Harry himself, but he was busy dealing with a problem at a Jaeger manufacturing plant in Utah. She grumbled but only shook her head. She barely reconnected with her brother in all but blood after the war. He had changed drastically since his 5th year at Hogwarts, and she wasn't sure if she could adapt anymore to the new Harry. After her parents' deaths, she had joined the Jaeger program to forget about it all. Then Daphne came into the picture and forced her to relive those memories again, to face her demons. She soon realized she had been a stubborn fool, and Harry had changed for the better. He hadn't become different. He had matured and grown while she had regressed and stagnated until Daphne forced her to review her life. Now Hermione was doing better, but nightmares of the war kept coming back to her. She hadn't gotten PTSD, but the nightmares were not helping her sleep at night either. Below the Earth's surface, in the space between the hollow Earth and the Earth itself, as the section of the planet home to the race of beings known as devils. While it looked like Earth to anyone outside of it, everyone inside knew the sky above was only an artificial creation that gave the appearance of the sky so far above them. The long-lived species of humanoids were also, unconsciously, cowering from ever returning to the surface ever again. They previously had lived above without worry or care until the past started to catch up with them, the Titans rising and the mass awakening event. They were driven into their real homes down below when the long-thought-dead war between the Gojira and Kong started up again. After that, they hadn't gone back up since the Kaiju war began. Many believed the Earth's surface was pretty much gone. Of course most knew the Earth was fine or the Kaiju would have gotten to them. Sirzek Lucifer, current Lucifer and one of the leaders of the Devils, grimaced as he looked at his office television. He saw his younger sister on the news today, which had been droning on about all the new recruits until the news reporter came up to the veterans Herc and Chuck Hansen. "Excuse me," she said, causing both to look at her, "could I ask a few questions about your new apprentices?" Herc raised an eyebrow before looking at his son, who spoke up, "Go ahead, but make them quick." They got training in a few minutes. The reporter nodded, "Just a few simple ones. First, Rias Grimori and Akino Himahima are under your tutelage, correct?" Herc nodded, "They are. And that you and 2 other ranger pairs are training 4 others in what is called legacy training." "Yes," Chuck said before rolling his eyes. "Most of the ranger recruits here don't know what it was like to be connected in the harness of a Jaeger. Mark 6 and beyond won't use the old system anymore. All the new systems use hollow immersive technology that are supposedly better than the old system, except they don't help the ranger." Herc put a hand on his son's shoulder. "What he's trying to say is that the new system isn't tested nor is it Kaiju ready. These rigs are more useful as gaming stations than combat-oriented ones. However, we're trying to fix that by teaching these 6 recruits the old ways of the program. The older models, Mark 5 and older, all used the old system that was perfect. However, while technology is advancing, pushing towards making one variation of Jaeger technology obsolete is not how it should work. Hollow immersion cannot give the pilots the needed information as it's all lights and project the suit. This argument is going to continue into the ages, long after we're dead. However, given that the training for the legacy is more intense, it'll be more rewarding in the end." The reporter nodded. "One final question. Rumors have it that Rias Grimori was signed into a contract via Demon's Blood. Whether that is true or not, isn't the question. Are you training her specifically due to something from that?" Both Hansens looked at another before looking directly into the camera. "Absolutely not." Sirzek grimaced as he muted the television, rubbing his face as he tried to figure out what he had done wrong to cause this. His sister, little Rias, had gone out and locked her entire blood family out of Kuo. She also stole the contract between her and Riser, took the head of Pillar Ring and vanished into the air. News would be getting around quickly at this as other pillars would notice she was mentioned on the news. Of course, consequences had to be met but nothing of real worth actually happened to the Grimori family. UNLESS something did happen and he wasn't aware of it. Sirzek looked up as the door to his office opened and his wife, Graphia Lucifer, and his queen piece in his peerage, came in with a tray of tea. As she poured him tea, he was about to take it when the door banged open. The first man through was a golden-haired man that looked to be in his mid-40s, sharp orange eyes and wearing clothing that gave him the appearance of a phoenix in royal robes. His father followed in after him, looking haggard and tired out, crimson hair a mess. "Icarus, please," Zeodicus said, trying to catch his breath. "You can't do anything because it's gone. The contract, everything, it's dust." Icarus shook his head. "Punishment must be given but we can't get to Miss Rias Grimori as she's not here." Sirzek raised an eyebrow. "Is that why you're here? To have me try and get Rias to return to the underworld?" Icarus nodded firmly. "You are her leader, and her older sibling." Sirzek sighed. "As pillar head, IAS has full command over all blood-related beings in the Grimori family. She's banned all of us from Kuo, except I'm Lucifer so I can bypass it but she thought ahead. To even leave Kuo, you have to get past a new security measure that was created by Sona Sidiri. Health regulations, passports, the full 9 yards as they humans say. Sona hasn't left anything out, so unless you have everything on the list required for devils to leave via Kuo, you're not getting out. Kuo was the only free exit to Earth above." Icarus frowned in thought before shaking his head. "Riser won't wait. In a months he will try to summon Rias to him. Contract or not, he believes Rias is his. To some extent, she is his due to the residual magic left by the contract. But whatever the PPDC uses to mask Rias, it'll take months to get past it. At least for Riser. We're not helping him in his goals. Rias apparently is an adult now. Zeoticus sighed. She was an adult the moment she stepped into the human world without us. We just didn't see it until it was too late to do anything. Icarus shook his head. If these Jaegers are as powerful as they say they are, then Riser will be facing an entire army's worth of firepower. I try to keep up on the latest technologies, but I've fallen behind since Rias snuffed the contract. But why become a pilot in those things? Serzek shook his head before his wife spoke up. My lord. To be a Jaeger Ranger is to be a guardian of humanity. Zeoticus motioned for the head maid of the Grimoire family to continue when she stopped talking. These Rangers protected who? Manatee and the Earth from destruction from the invading Kaiju. The Titans awoke to destroy the invaders from the past. The Earth has awoken and we're stagnating down here, my lord. Magic is commonplace once more on the surface. The Titans are awake and repairing the damages brought by the war. The Jaegers are killing any Kaiju that come out of the mini breaches, keeping everyone safe. Icarus' frown deepened. But why now of all times? Serzek grimaces. The gods and goddesses of old are either dead or alive because of their powerful domains. Godzilla either killed them all or left them alone. Zeus was the first to go. Killed by trying to seal the Titan King inside the Earth herself, causing Pompeii to happen and his death. Then the Hindu. Only Pavarti survived thanks to Hestia, then the Babylonians, then the rest. The Norse were lucky, having booked it out after the destruction of the Aztecs. Heaven itself. Yeah, after God's death, the angels panicked and locked up heaven to keep Godzilla out. Zeoticus nodded sagely. Only Gabriel and Sariel braved the trip out of heaven to appease the wrath of the earth. No word has come from that yet though. Icarus rubbed his face. We really messed up, didn't we? Lily Potter looked at the Pottle twins as they danced in their new shinobi outfits, twin two-pieces that hugged their curves and bodies. Lily couldn't help but giggle at her NCAR-nated priestesses as they hugged her and nuzzled against her. You too, she grinned. About time you came home proper. Both smile and say at the same time, we're glad to be home, our goddess. Another 3 months later, Issei and Asia finally were able to enter the Jaeger that would allow them to have their Jaeger be built virtually so the designers could build it. That was complicated. The idea was that the pilots would enter the Jaeger. Once in the drift, the computers would take the information of both pilots and create a Jaeger design that would suit both their needs and wants. Appens and other additions would come after, but that wasn't what worried Issei. He had been drifting with Asia for so long that he knew what she wanted. Anything that Issei wanted, she wanted. They seen into each other's deepest memories before it became silent, peaceful even. As they entered the design Jaeger, both grimaced as it was a hollow immersion-style compod. They got into it and entered the drift, waiting patiently. Then he felt something go wrong, his left arm tingling before he and Asia cried out in pain. He could hear Diedrag shouting something he couldn't make out, before he felt the familiar sensation of the old rigging that the old Jaegers had attached themselves to him and Asia. Then he fell to his knees, as things outside the Jaeger changed completely. What is going on? One of the technicians shouted as Rias watched in horror as the design Jaeger's body started to shift and change. Jaeger integration. She frowned as the building shook violently before the safety locks disconnected and the Jaeger fell forward, falling onto its knees. Its body turned red with spheres in the chest. Then she realized what she was looking at. Issei was the Red Dragon Emperor. She was looking at was Balance Breaker but as a Jaeger. Get everyone out of the way, she shouted. Open the Shatterdome doors. People looked at her before Daphne Greengrass spoke up. You heard her. Get those doors opened. Issei must have had his powerful magical artifact activated, fusing with the Jaeger itself. He and Asia will need plenty of space to move after everything settles down. That was the explanation of the boosted gear to the public, a family magic artifact of great power. Of course, humanity didn't know about sacred gears yet, but Rias had forgotten about Longinus-level gears. The Jaeger slowly crawled towards the opening doors before getting up, walking like a drunk towards the doors. It then stopped, grabbed its head before stumbling out the opening. Then a gigantic Air of wings erupted out of the Jaeger's back, shimmering crimson in the rising sun. They flapped once then retreated back inside the Jaeger, as the wavering drift connection went still then became powerful again. Jaeger has been taken. Jaeger breaker. Draconis male. Rias grabbed a microphone and spoke gently into it. Issei. Asia, are you all right? There was silence before they heard Asia's tired voice. We're fine, Rias, just really tired out. I think we'll be passing out now. Everyone watched as the Jaeger fell over the pilots out cold. Rias sighed before looking at her sensei. I don't think they'll be waking up soon. You might want to get some of the hollow immersion Jaeger Rangers to put them back. Daphne smirked before ordering just that. What happened led to an infamous incident had made anyone that thought about trying the hollow immersion Jaegers think twice. 2 Jaegers, Triple Photon and Alpha Charger, picked up the fallen Jaeger before the Jaeger seemed to wake up on its own. Alpha Charger was sent flying into the bay before Triple Photon's comm pod was ripped swiftly off its body, then was dropped before the Jaeger walked into its own station. When they got the comm pod opened, they found both pilots asleep, but both were in new suits that fit the color scheme of the Jaeger. They were taken to the medical wing of the Shatterdome and the Jaeger was left alone, no one then questioning how it had changed the comm pod from hollow immersive to full rig system used by the old Jaeger Rangers. Part 2 Ch6, Hybrid Jaegers. After the creation of the newest Jaeger, the PPDC got several new designer Jaegers commissioned that did both hollow immersion and the old rig system. However, there was a third one that hybridized both styles into one. Rias, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko picked. That style is Issei and Asia's Jaeger combined both old and new into one. Kaneko Tuju looked up at her and Kiba's Jaeger was flown in, the black color with orange highlights making it stand out in the sun. It's something, Yuto Kiba said to her, as he looked at the Jaeger, not something I would have thought possible between us. The Jaeger looked like a combination of Gypsy Danger and Striker Eureka. The arms were modeled after the Mark V while the legs were definitely the Mark III's. The body was a mixture of both designs, but the head was more gypsy in design, bit smaller and more compact. On its left shoulder was one of its weapons that Kaneko bluntly said had to be on there, a massive rail chain gun. Kaneko wanted a big gun to shoot things with, the hand cannons weren't going to cut it with her. Echoing Tower, Kaneko said, that'll be the name of our Jaeger. Kiba shrugged before looking at her, it's smaller than the others. Kaneko nodded, smaller, faster, more tanky. Like me and you as a team. Kiba shrugged, as long as we're able to work it out in the comm pod. Rias watched as Echoing Tower moved in the bay, practicing as Samurai Indigo watched and fixed its fighting position. Akeno was beside her, watching as the 2 Jaegers continued to practice. Striker Eureka had taken Crimson Dragon, Issei and Asia's Jaeger, out for a much-needed practice somewhere else. They hadn't gotten to see their Jaeger yet as they had to redesign it after she talked with Harry about the design. The previous design was a sleek machine that invoked the grace of a dancer and silent killer. Something that both ladies would have enjoyed. But Akeno agreed with Rias that they should honor another Jaeger that saved them both personally, even though the pilots probably didn't realize it at the time. They wanted a design similar to Crimson Typhoon's own design only to combine it with their previous design from the design Jaeger. They wouldn't have their Jaeger for another few weeks, due to the design issues caused by their combining of 2 other designs. They would be the last of the 6, when Rias and Akeno got picked first for the program. Both were quiet as they watched the 2 Jaegers. Both were thinking of what they would be doing if things hadn't turned out like it had. Finally, Rias broke the silence by turning to her queen and saying, I think we should get some food before resting. The day is ending and we'll be in far more trouble for not getting ourselves ready with Herc. Harry Potter looked through the glass at the open chest of the Jaeger that would be called Diablo Lightning. The newest engine was being moved into place, a hollow earth energy generator to be exact. The heat generator was the answer to the Jaegers still running the nuclear turbine engine. Due to the Titans taking a rather hungry interest in these engines. Due to being nuclear, the Titans were attracted to them much more than the new heat generator in the testing. The new generator was also created using the designs from the former Apex Corporation Mechagodzilla designs and improved upon it dramatically. It turns out the hollow Earth energy could work with magic, but worked best with nuclear energy. However, nuclear energy did not work with magic unless hollow Earth energy was there to absorb the radiation generated. That meant this was magic-friendly, given to Reus had designed Diablo Lightning on paper, then said to combine the design that the design Jaeger gave with it. Given that version 5 magic engines were located in each shoulder, allowing Reus and Akino to generate magic into each cannon. He also knew that Echoing Tower ran on a He generator too, but Crimson Dragon was unknown. The energy generated wasn't from the former electric engine that the Jaeger had used, but just seemed to show up out of thin air, but it still left people stumped. Harry smiled as the He generator was finally put into place, men and women quickly swarming the chest's cavity to lock the generator in place so it doesn't go flying in the middle of a fight. He turned away and looked at Maya as she wrote something down on a tablet. They'll be glad that this Jaeger will be leaving the shop by the end of the week, he remarked, Maya looking up at him. They've been working overtime to get it out of here, Maya Simmons remarked. Diablo Lightning is an apt name, devil that has had problems that appear in a flash, like summer lightning itself. Harry shrugged. Every Jaeger has its own problems. Echoing Tower had a problem with the rail chain gun being installed due to the shoulder guards. They were removed and instead they added a single head guard, to keep the head from being shoved out of its connections. Maya nodded at that. Indeed, but that Jaeger is also much tankier and shorter than any model we've made. The new construction Jaegers are one-man drones that we had our sister company, Shao Industries, create. Liwen Shao knew that the PLF would build the combat Jaegers. She could deal with the civilian Jaegers. Her drones are better suited for civilian work anyway. Look at all the reconstruction that has been done already. Maya shook her head. Not that I'm complaining, but I'm more concerned about the walls that the UN and other governments tried and failed to keep built. They've started to find almost whole Jaegers inside of them, recently. The Mark IV Philippine Azure Defiant was found inside the wall around New Zealand. Harry grimaced as he remembered that Jaeger being brought in. The Mark IV was in surprisingly good shape. Even after it had been sealed into the wall. Azure Defiant had been refitted and given a new nuclear turbine engine, new railguns and new plasma edge swords before being deployed to defend the Florida coast. But it was becoming more obvious that someone had tried to ruin the PPDC by sticking Jaegers into the wall to speed up the wall construction. Maya continued. Sierra Vigilant and Delta Maverick were also discovered today. Maverick had both previous Rangers' bones inside of them. People are starting to think that the governments around the world were trying to kill them by sealing Jaegers into the walls. We're also investigating those in charge at the time as well. It's not pretty. Harry's mood dropped at that as he frowned. How bad are we talking here? Maya sighed. All of them were either fire sleeper agents of the Phi. They wanted us to die. We've also been purging most of those affected by the Phi magics, at least those so deeply into it that they can't be saved by us. Harry, I'm actually worried for our world. Quote. Harry looked directly at Maya before walking over and cupping her face in his hands. As long as I'm alive and breathing, our world will stand and survive. Part 2 Ch7. Jaeger kidnapping. Hercules Hansen, along with his son Chuck, were inside the Comp. The veteran Rangers were standing in the Bay of London, along with many other Jaegers as they awaited for the event to begin. Herc had been waiting carefully as things had unfolded, the current marshal having brought him in on details that were much too dangerous to be released to the public for now. He hadn't expected for several different classes of Jaeger to be stuffed inside the wall, including the bodies of the Delta Maverick pilots. Even now, the world was still healing after the war, even Huff it had been over for nearly a year. Cities were being rebuilt, the walls were coming down. People were becoming more educated about the world around them and humanity as a whole was growing stronger. However, with all the new positives came massive negatives. People were afraid of another major Kaiju incursion happening, as the minor ones were put down quickly and no one was in the crossfire. Government administrations were under investigation due to the events of the Kaiju War. The peoples of the world were not pleased with their leaders at all. Several regimes actually fell, Russia and China being at the forefront of the collapse. Monarch, PLF and the PPDC were quick to send aid and resources to help the newly established governments. China had become a capitalist nation while Russia became more of a democratic states nation. Both were having multiple Jaegers guard them as they worked out their new centers of power. Several other countries fell, but they were quickly brought back, however. The PPDC were forced to wage a war in Iraq due to the sudden influx of mutated monsters being used to attack everything. Jaegers from several closer Shatterdomes had been sent to Iraq, allying with several militaries from several other governments to deal with the mutant infestation. Earth's nations were not happy, and even France put forth a proposal to use a hollow Earth energy-based nuclear bomb to end it entirely. That had been vetoed quite quickly, by everyone. No one wanted to see what a hollow Earth nuclear device would do, when the problem didn't require nukes in the first place. Herc knew that if hollow Earth nukes were created, something devastating would happen. "Dad," Chuck said, motioning with his head towards the front, "Diablo Lightning is landing." Chuck wasn't wrong either. Diablo Lightning had just been detached from its cables and had touched down on the heavily reinforced pad below it. Standing between Crimson Dragon and Echoing Tower, the Jaeger was quite the sight to behold. It was clearly built with the female body in mind. The hourglass figure gave that away easily. But the head was that of Crimson Typhoon, something that looked out of place. Herc studied the new Jaeger design and found it to actually fit the pilots inside of it. Rias and Akino had been two of the survivors that had seen Crimson Typhoon after it had defended Osaka from a kaiju attack. He then noticed the arms were oddly shaped, the shoulders having spheres in them instead of the regular joint system. He pulled up the schematics of the Mark VI before him and blinked in surprise. 2 magic generators, he said. Feeling impressed, one in each shoulder. Allows both girls to use their own magics without hampering the other in combat. Are combining them together, Chuck mused. Herc looked over the design again, noticing the hands particularly. All the fingers were tipped with diamond-shaped claws, and the thumb was made up of 2 thumbs. Seems that Rias got her wish, Chuck said with a grin. Double thumbs, connected together for the cannons. Rias had studied it out and stated that the 5 fingers used in the plasma cannons lost more energy per shot than any normal plasma weapon used by the PPDC. Her Jaeger's design sought to rectify that very power loss by adding another thumb to the first one, thus giving a perfect symmetrical weapon. Herc shook his head before looking down the Jaeger, noticing it was covered in a smooth armor of Crimson's color scheme. Chuck spoke up. She's clearly very feminine, but even with all that smooth, crimson armor, it's still a war machine built to fight kaiju. Quote, Herc nodded before alarms started to go off inside of Stryker's comm pod, Chuck quickly pulling up the results, massive magic circle, forming under, Diablo. Herc was already reaching for the radio when the Jaeger stumbled back, then vanished in a flash of fiery orange. All the Jaegers backed up as Diablo Lightning was gone, then when panic would have entered, Herc was at the radio. All personnel, he said, calmly as though ordering dinner, Diablo Lightning has been taken. I repeat, we have had a Jaeger kidnapping. All stations are to go to Code Red. Begin scanning for Diablo Lightning's signature and begin plans of recovery. Riser Phoenix smirked as the teleportation circle began to power up and summon his soon-to-be bride. He wasn't going to let some lousy contract stop him. Riser Phoenix, the third of Lord Phoenix, from getting what he was due. He flew into the air to get some space away from the circle as it grew, and continued to grow. He frowned as his peerage flew away from the edges of the expanding circle, causing his frown to deepen further as the power started to fill the air around the ground he had used. This wasn't supposed to be happening. It was simply summoning one person. He could easily deal with the rest of her measly peerage later after they were married. He was about to say this aloud when the circle stopped expanding and then the ground exploded, causing a crater to appear underneath the circle before the circle vanished. What is going on? He said to himself as the smoke started to clear. Rias Grimori and Akino Himahima groaned as one as they woke up from the very disorienting teleportation, the crimson-haired devil waking up first. Diablo Lightning had just become theirs when they had been teleported somewhere. She pulled up her instruments, shaking the haziness out of her skull as Akino awoke and the drift stabilized. Beginning scan, Rias said, needing to speak aloud, beginning raising procedures. Acknowledged, Akino said, as both young ladies started to rise up as one, beginning raising procedures. Riser Phoenix looked in shock as the massive titan of metal rose out of the massive crater, hundreds of feet high. He had been hoping for Rias Grimori to be there, but inside he caught himself a Jaeger, one that was red as crimson in color. The head wasn't human, but its single eye, look itself in such a human manner that got Riser thinking, could his Rias be inside that head? Riser, his younger sister, Ravel said loudly, we have to go, that thing isn't worth Rias. Riser shook his head, then a massive ball of flame expanded in the air above him, might as well handle this now. If Rias had become a pilot, he was going to have to end her little rebellion here and now. Taking he legs off the Jaeger would do the trick. Destroy the Jaeger but leave the head intact, that's where the pilots are. The Jaeger suddenly acted, its hand spinning around before it became a cannon of sorts. That wasn't what got Riser to stop dead. It was the energy that was building up inside of it, a pure destructive power that only one family had now. The power of destruction. Rias fired off her destruction cannon, obliterating the fireball that Riser Phoenix held in his hand. She smugly smiled as the fireball vanished, and so did most of Riser's upper body, her right arm pumping in victory as Akeno activated her weapon. The hand twisted and became the cannon, lightning building within itself. Not just any lightning, holy lightning. Holy cannon, Akeno grinned, fully charged. Part 2 Ch8. Trainees no more. The smoke billowed through the air as Yubeluna slowly got up from the 30-foot deep crater she was in, wincing as her body sparked and painfully electrocuted her. That Jaeger had rained down holy lightning upon them, multiple bolts of pure holy power used in a common weapon of war. Which was also quite effective too, she mused as she rigidly crawled out of the crater with only one arm. Her clothing was in tatters and her fellow also crawling out of their respective craters as Ravel sat on the lip of her hole. Why did Riser summon the thing? Ravel hissed as lightning sparked out of her body, causing her to spasm. He didn't have to do anything but stop, and then he caused this to happen. Yubeluna got to her feet and limped over to Ravel before holding out her hand. We need to go before his madness spreads even further. Ravel frowned as she looked at the hand, then at Yubeluna. What madness? The Queen Piece hissed as another spasm ran through her body. Riser has been, frequently, visiting some woman, someone that has been helping him with this plan of his to get Rias. However, every visit, Riser comes back changed and more isolated from everyone. He hasn't called any of us to please him, nor has he called on us to do anything to help. He only sees that woman and no one else. He's gone mad, and that woman is the cause of it. I have no love for Lord anymore since he started seeing that filth. So I say this again, as your queen, we are leaving before his madness spreads. Ravel looked very pale before she nodded and grabbed Yubeluna's outstretched hand. Getting to her feet as the rest of the peerage gathered around them, Yubeluna summoned the transportation circle and they all left Riser alone. Riser stood up, his body burning back into existence as he walked to the edge of the forest that surrounded Old Satan City. He didn't care about the city, he didn't care about who lived there anymore. He only wanted Rias and her alone. She was everything. He then frowned as he felt something pulse within his brain that made him start pushing his magic out to find a breach. He then gasps as his flames suddenly leave his body and his powers leave his body. He collapsed to his knees as the woman that had been talking to him for months came up behind him before he felt blackness overcome him completely. The Phi known only as the Icebearer walked past her latest part of her plan, using his magics to summon a breach. The breach would actually summon a Category 4 Kaiju into this realm, but then, it had to be fused with something else. So, she used the boy's own gifts of fire to create the beast that would destroy this realm. She hated devils, actually, scratch that. Anything that was against her goddess Tiamat was dead to her. This realm would be the first to go in her plan to bring the Phi back into ruling the planet like they were always meant to do. She then looked over at the Jaeger, shuddering as she watched the SSIVE Crimson machine march towards the city below. The Phi feared the Jaegers for good reason. Humanity had created machines like this in the past when Atlantis was a major superpower. The war raged across the surface of Earth and the Phi had lost the war. It was the reason they fled the Earth in the first place. Of course, the Atlanteans destroyed themselves and everything related to the war machines. Even then, Humanity brought back the machines, though not as streamlined and not as elegant as their previous machines were. These were massive machines that were built to kill kaiju and destroy things that humans couldn't normally do by themselves. The old war machines could do much more than that. If humanity ever found one of the old machines, by Tiamat, help the Phi if that ever happened. She turned and pushed her power into the breach before being blasted off her feet as the beast pulled itself free of its prison. The thing erupted out of the central gardens, tearing the building apart as it stood on two legs. Blue fire and smoke billowing around it as it unfurled its wings of flame and smog. A Balrog, she mused, smiling as the multi-eyed monster created a flaming sword in its hand. That would be quite the fight. Quote, Rias and Akino ran as soon as the alarms blared in the comm pod, the scanners showing the identification of the monster that had just appeared. A Category 4 Kaiju, the first to appear in months, was here in Old Satan City. Akino reached for the radio as they ran, holding it as she shouted into it. This is Ranger Akino Himahima, all civilians are to Eva. Quate as quickly as they can out of the city. A Category 4 has appeared in Old Satan City, everyone, please evacuate. The city radios were overridden as the people in the city ran away from the mob. SSIVE monster that was wrecking the city. Rias and Akino charged the beast before slamming a fist into its face, blue blood flying out of its jaws as they kicked the kaiju back. The monster towered over most of the smaller buildings but was several dozen meters taller than Diablo Lightning, shaped like a Balrog of old. It glowered half a dozen blue eyes at the Jaeger, roaring as it flared out its wings. The pair gritted their teeth as they prepared for combat. When Saraorg Bale heard Akino's voice over the city intercom systems before he saw the massive beast that was destroying the city, he knew he had to go. He had been with his Aunt Venelana and Uncle Zeodicus Grimori when the alarms sounded. Then the monster appeared. Glowing blue and wreathed in flames of the same coloration and smoke. The Balrog-looking beast used a flaming sword to slice through a building. The building slid off and smashed onto the ground below. Then the ground shook as a massive Jaeger rushed and sent the beast onto the backfoot with a mighty punch. This was followed up by a kick in the chest, which caused Saraorg to wince as the sounds of bones snapped was heard. The monster, no kaiju, roared before FL, airing out its wings as the Jaeger let out a howling foghorn. The Jaeger then got in close, grabbing the monster by one of its horns that curved around its skull and yanking it forward. It stumbled as it lost its footing before a fist smashed its face into the concrete pavement. Saraorg quickly pulled Venelana and Zeodicus close and ran, holding them in his arms as the sounds of builds collapsing and two massive titans fighting filled the air behind them. As he was leaping over a massive crack in the road, the ground exploded and sent all three flying. Saraorg quickly pulled himself into a tumble, but both his aunt and uncle had to do it on their own. Getting to his feet, the Bale Devil watched in awe as the Jaeger swung its arm back as it held the kaiju by the throat with the other. In slow motion, he saw the top of the arm lift and several parts push out, coming together to make a sword blade. In another heartbeat, the arm came up and stabbed deeply into the kaiju's chest. Blue blood splattered across the city and road, burning everything it touched. The hand on the kaiju's throat came back before the hand twisted and a massive circular blade appeared, spinning so fast that Saraorg was sure that if he was near that, he would be nothing but a blood puddle. The circular blade came around, slicing cleanly through the throat of the beast as the sword was pulled free. Then the sword returned inside the arm as the circular saw blade was slammed into the wound, twisting the wrist so that it cut even deeper. The hand looked like it was going to do something when the monster got a hold of the Jaeger and shoved it away, not caring as blood and viscera was sent flying. The Jaeger collapsed onto its back as the monster roared, flames burning new flesh and skin into existence. Phoenix flames, Saraorg realized before the monster summoned a flaming whip into its offhand. With a flick, the whip wrapped itself around the bladeless arm of the human machine. That was until the RMED continued to wrap itself in the flaming whip, drawing the line between the two taut. The hand then spun into a triangular shape that started to glow with red and black energy Saraorg was familiar with. Once, twice, 3 times the cannon fired and the arm of the beast was torn off its body. Without the source of power, the whip dissipated into nothing, the Jaeger activating hidden Rusters on its back to get up on its feet. It pulled, the saw blade returned inside the other arm as that hand started to spin around, turning into a cannon itself. That was until the beast unleashed a ball of flaming fluids at hand to spark and spasm as internal parts were eaten away. The pilot spun the hand until most of the gunk was gone before returning it to its hand mode, which gave the monster time to close in and send the Jaeger sideways with both feet. The Jaeger collapsed and the Kaiju closed in on its prey, the shoulder stump burning with blue flames as it brought up its other hand. Saraorg was ready to jump into the fight when Venelana beat him to the punch first. A mother's wrath is something to behold, especially when it was from a Grimoire. Venelana was in the air, the power of destruction coalescing into a massive avatar before her, her eyes and hair glowing pure crimson as the avatar brought a destructive fist into the back of the Kaiju. Flesh, bone and skin were atomized upon contact. As the Kaiju roared in agony, Venelana used her avatar to grab both of the Kaiju's wings and hurl it away from the Jaeger, the angry mother only. Getting more powerful as her gift dwarfed that of her eldest son. The avatar was glowing as the Kaiju was taking a beating from the mother of Rias and Serzek, until the Kaiju blew a stream of flame that caught Venelana off guard. Zeodicus caught her as she fell, the avatar fading as the Kaiju got up and readied another breath attack. The Jaeger moved and got between them, flames slamming into the machine's back as Saraorg, Venel, Anna and Zeodicus saw inside the Jaeger's head. Through the single eye, all three saw Rias and Akino as they tanked the flames. Sparks and warning systems were going off everywhere, but they looked at them before Rias spoke. Her voice strained from the pain. "Get out of here." Everyone was frozen until Akino screamed, her eyes closing as the Jaeger's thrusters exploded. The flames having eaten away at the armor protecting it. The Jaeger was now exposing its insides to the Kaiju. Saraorg moved, grabbing both adults as the Jaeger got up and fired off another destructive blast. The flames immediately stopped, but the Kaiju was ready to end the Jaeger. The cloud rumbled and then gathered, so fast that no one realized how much they had gathered. The Jaeger lifted its cannon to the sky, as lightning arced down and slammed into it. The destructive energies then took on a glow of brilliant crimson and lustrous gold, shining in the darkness as the cannon came down, aimed at the Kaiju's wounded neck. Holy Destruction Cannon. Saraorg heard over the remaining speakers, both girls were saying this aloud, charged. The cannon fired, the energy was like a bolt of lightning that had multiple arms that hit buildings on its way forward. The Kaiju didn't move in time and the shot connected, tearing the wound wide open as molecules disintegrated into nothing. The Kaiju roared before it went silent, its head sliding off the heavily damaged neck stump onto the ruined pavement below. The Jaeger aimed its cannon again, this time, the fingers tightened the beam as it fired over and over again into its chest. The chest exploded open and the organs were obliterated within several shots of the cannon. The body then was allowed to collapse to the ground as the arm was pumped, returning to its hand mode. The Jaeger turned as the artificial sun rose, hitting the dented, torn and smoking armor of the Jaeger. With a final note, it let out a victorious horn. Part 2 Ch9, Heroes in Silence. As the artificial sun rose into the false sky, the city was slowly coming out of its sorry state. The sun illuminating the destruction that was left behind from the Kaiju attack. Devils were in shock as they came out of their safe places. High class and low class were all looking in awe as the sun glinted off the dense, burnt and slightly smoking armor of the Jaeger that had saved them. Most forgot they were devils. With magic that could be shaped by their imagination, but in the sight of a gigantic beast, that was all forgotten. The Jaeger had its wounded arm on top of a building as the pilots were repairing it from the inside. As they hadn't come out as of yet. After the massive beast's defeat, no one saw anything from the machine until the top opened as two figures climbed out. Both in the same suit. One with black void hair and the other with hair the color of crimson blood. Both were quite to climb down the machine, walk over the arm and onto the ceiling, clearly going to get to work on the repairs that were needed. A few of the pedestrians started to wonder why this had happened. The war above hadn't gotten so bad that it was now happening down here, was it? A few were panicking while others, the people that followed the Earth's regular news cycles, knew better. Something or someone had brought that Kaiju here, nearly killing the pilots in the combat. As more civilians came out of the hiding zones, people were looking at the Jaeger in awed silence. Then the policemen and women arrived and started to help everyone to hastily set up medical centers and other needed locations. A section of the city was cordoned off due to the Kaiju's easily flammable body and the Jaeger that was nearby, allowing the pilots to have some peace while working on the repairs. A few lords and ladies were able to go through the cordon to allow them to understand the reason for the flame powers of the Kaiju. They avoided the Jaeger on principle. It was human tech, inferior to them. That was until one of the Pillar Lords, a certain Gilgamesh Bale, marched up to the Jaeger to remove it from the city. He was only 30 feet away when the Jaeger's defense systems activated. The arm that wasn't being repaired took aim and charged its energies. Lord Bale froze upon feeling the wholly destructive energies aimed at him and backed off, looking vastly paler than before. The Jaeger's head watched him backpedal before powering off, returning to its silent standing as the pilots looked over the edge and flipped off Lord Bale before returning back to their repairs. Rias Grimori walked back to the ruined hand, using her magic to summon a tool into her hand as she lifted up a large panel. The flammable liquid was gone, but the insides were a mess. Akino was absorbing the electricity while repairing the smaller wires. Rias dealt with the mechanisms that allowed the hand to transform. That was going to be rough as many of the needed parts were melted or a mess of scrap, meaning the cannon mode was useless to his arm. The saw blade was able to be used, but the cannon was useless. Akino then poked her head out of the top of the hand. Hand won't be a cannon while we're still here, Rias. It's beyond our skill to fix. It'll need to be fully replaced, and that'll take a week at least. Rias groaned. Only had the Jaeger for a dozen hours and we already broke it. Akino snorted. More like. The Jaeger was forced to break due to battling a Category 4. Hey, our first kill. Both teens grinned at one another before getting back to work, making sure the hand wouldn't break if they quick. Lee changed it from hand to sawblade mode. Within several hours, they'd be back in Diablo Lightning and leaving the underworld. That was until both were distracted by Rias's parents and cousin. Rias growled under her breath, not wanting to see her family at all. Yes, she loved them, but she could not face them after what they did to her. Akino glowered at her, which she returned with a little flare. You can't hate them forever. Akino said, Harry helped me over my father, why won't you let him in? Because, she hissed, they decided that I was nothing more than a broodmare to use in a business deal. That, young lady, is false. The voice of Venelana Grimori made both girls stand up straight and look over at the elder female Grimori. You were not used as a broodmare, but it seems my US band and your father thought you'd be like us with our marriage. Turns out, he didn't understand that firstborns and thirdborns are not meant to be together. Zeoticus winced visibly at the verbal rebuke from his wife. I said I was foolish, dear. Venelana glowered at him. Not enough to talk your eldest into ripping apart the paper it was on, as it was illegal from the start. Rias frowned. About. Venelana sighed before walking up to her wayward daughter, hugging her tightly, then looking her over. You're looking a bit pale, Rias, do you need a rest? Food perhaps. Akino giggled. Maybe some food. We did take out a kaiju in the early hours of the morning. Rias frowned. Hold on, how long have we been down here? Akino looked at her wrist and a holographic clock appeared, around 13 standard hours. Most of it taken up by getting here, fighting that kaiju and then repairing Diablo Lightning. Rias nodded. All right then, I can understand that. So, yes, some food would be nice. Venelana nodded before one of the maids appeared in a flash of red. A full breakfast, here, you understand. The maid nodded. Understood, Lady Venelana. She vanished again before Venelana turned back to her youngest and kissed her brow. I couldn't believe my own daughter would be a ranger for the PPDC, never would have believed it. Rias blushed before pulling away, grimacing as she tried to be angry, but it left her. She looked over at her cousin and tilted her head at him. Got enough muscle to lift a Jaeger arm. Sergeord grinned and popped his neck. Of course, cousin. He walked over and with a grunt of pain, he lifted the oversized hand into the air. Rias grinned as both girls went to work repairing the underside while Sergeord held it up. He looked at the device with interest, marveling at the engineering he didn't understand as the young women worked together to repair what they could. How could humans build this without magic? He asked aloud. They couldn't have, right? Akino snorted. They ran on nuclear power before the magical world was forced to reveal itself fully to the world. Now it runs on magical generators, nuclear power, electronic generators and hollow earth energy generators. Our Jaeger, Diablo Lightning, has a magical generator in each shoulder and a He, or hollow earth energy generator, in its chest. Rias smiled as Akino explained it, working on one of the internal mechanisms that locked the cannon mode into place so it wouldn't come undone. That was until she heard 4 pairs of wings vanish, causing her to look up and her anger to boil. Standing there were the 4 Mao. But her focus was on her elder brother. Her hair glowed as she marched over to him, face blank as he smiled warmly at her. He was lifting his arms to hug her. She didn't let him get further. Her hand shot out like a viper, backhanding Serzek Lucifer. He then went flying across the roof of the building, gauging out a foot-deep trench in the concrete top when he finally stopped. His armored shoulder pads were torn off, his robes were ruined, but his face was covered in the impression of the back of her hand. Good, she thought to herself, he deserved it. You, she hissed, causing the 4 to step back from her, have the gall to show up after leaving me in the hands of Riser Phoenix and his followers. You, who was supposed to be my elder sibling, to protect me from all the horrors of the world. You, who was going to change our ways for the better. Look at me and tell me that, tell me those exact words, you ass. Serzek didn't look at her, his cheek oozing blood as it had split open from her backhand. I can't, and we both know why. Rias nodded. Good, Serzek, because until you've truly repented of doing that to me, we're not siblings any longer. He turned and walked back to Akino and went back to work, silence falling upon everything for nearly 30 minutes before the underworld got another visitor. Serzek lay in the trench he had made from his sister, his wife appearing to try and get him out, but he refused. He even refused his body repairing itself, feeling the pain on both the emotional and physical level. He slowly sat up and watched his sister work on the Jaeger until Seraphal Leviathan yelped and pointed into the distance. What in Lucifer's name is that? Serzek looked up, leaning on his wife for support due to his leg bones being atomized. Had his sister channeled her Jaeger's strength in that punch? He shook his head before focusing on what Seraphal had pointed out, noticing a green energy line rising into the air at around 300 to 400 meters. Then the energy expanded at the bottom, reaching out 200 to 300 meters until it formed a triangle. Then the other side became visible, showing the London Shatterdome. They somehow figured out portal technology, Sorcha's friend, Ajuka Beelzebub, said in his usual monotone, unless this is new. Rias looked over and nodded. Breach tech. Something Harry has been working on for a while now. Figured it out finally, it seems. Serzek watched before seeing all of the veteran Jaegers marching through the gateway, followed by Crimson Dragon and Echoing Tower. Following them were fleets of helicopters and other aerial craft, as well as smaller Jaegers that looked like they'd belong on a construction yard. One of the helicopters flew over the building, then hovered, the side door opening, and a man dropped out. Landing neatly on the roof, he was followed by 2 more, both women. All 3 had auras that told of ancient powers and dangerous abilities should they be threatened in any way. Ah, Rias, the man said, his emerald green eyes flashing, I see that you and Akino got into a spot of trouble. Rias shrugged. Did you get the guy who summoned us? The man nodded. Several specialized units are heading to that location as we speak. Rias nodded. Good, Riser is getting what he deserves. Zeodicus coughed into his hand, causing the man to look over, and who exactly are you? The man grinned and laughed. Well, that's a first. But, I guess down here, I'm not as well known. I am Harry James Potter, Lord Potter and Lord LeFay, head of the PLF and also the guardian of Rias Grimori and her peerage. She's my protectorate, though I'm sure I should be protecting you all from her. Part 2 Ch-10, Prisoners of War. Within the hour, the specialized unit was through the breach gateway with their prisoners. The PPDC were also not going to give one of them back to the devils either, given that he had been the one responsible for kidnapping a PPDC ranger and stealing PLF and PPDC property. The other prisoner was a woman that had magic and was taken into custody, forced to wear magic suppressing cuffs so she could use her powers to affect the unit members. She also had to be gagged due to her voice being quite charming. Harry raised his eyebrow as he looked at the dark-haired, pale-skinned woman that was called the Whisperer. His skin crawled as he looked at her, his magic churning inside him, wanting to strangle the creature behind the one-way glass. She was Phi, one of the creatures that fought against humanity on more than one occasion. Once during the Titan War, and the second was the Great Battle of Pangaea, where the Phi ran away into an alternate realm. "Sir," one of the security personnel asked, looking at Harry's crushed clipboard, "need another?" "No," he said, dropping the remains, waving his hand to cause the destroyed clipboard to vanish. "Pump her full of Veritaserum and get everything out of her you can." "Yes, sir." Quote. Harry turned and left, walking out of the military base of the landlocked PPDC in America. Unlike the Shatterdomes, these bases were built by Monarch during the Kaiju War. Built to handle the requirements of full military deployments in case of Jaegers being unable to stop a Kaiju, these bases continued to see use due to the random mini-breaches that happened 3 times a month. New weapons and vehicles were being created for the militaries of the world that could defend the inland people, like the Maser tanks that were being tested for practical use on the field. Harry remembered that the Iraq War was still raging, mutations were running wild everywhere there, and other countries were not happy with Iraq at all. A ton of these new weapons were being sent to deal with the terrorist mutations, so he simply had to deal with the creation of them. PLF Corp researched with Monarch how to implement Hollow Earth Energy T. It was tough as the energy D to be drawn directly from the Earth without harming the planet, then refined inside the Hollow Earth itself. That was how the breach gateways were powered, refined Hollow Earth energy. It was how EPPDC was able to get to Rias and Akino in the underworld. He stepped out into the base into the sun before apparating back to his office in the PLF headquarters. In his office, he found Namoko watching one of the hollow-based Jaegers doing its best to take down a Category 1. "Those kids are not winning, only stalling," she remarked as the Kaiju shoved the Jaeger back on the TV. Harry tilted his head. "How can you tell?" Namoko smirked. "Those two called it in. Both cannons blew out, blade short-circuited upon activation. Azure Defiant is on its way to deal with the Kaiju itself, and it seems the kids were messing with the Jaeger to make it better than Diablo Lightning. They could have killed themselves out there." Harry nodded, then picked up the phone. "What Jaeger is that?" Namoko snorted. "Blazing Glory." Harry smiled and called up Marshal Sun Hugh. "Marshal, I'm glad I got you on the line." The Marshal hummed. "I usually don't get personal calls unless something really bad has happened." "It has," Harry said. "The 2 Rangers of Blazing Glory messed with their Jaeger and nearly got themselves killed." Sun Hugh sighed. "I've seen the footage of the fight, Mr. Potter." Harry pressed on. "Marshal, any Jaeger tampering is against PLF policy due to how dangerous the machines we create are. Those 2 did it to outperform Diablo Lightning, who was barely off the repair shop floor after its fight with a Category 4. This Kaiju is a Category 1, and they had to call in an older Jaeger to deal with it. I'm not going to allow that kind of tomfoolery in any PLF property, so those E2 are not going to pilot a Jaeger ever again, drift compatible or not." The Marshal was silent before he said, "I understand, I'll do the paperwork right now to release them from duty." Harry gave his goodbyes before hanging up, looking at Namoko, who watched Azure Defiant stab the Kaiju through the skull before it grabbed the newer Jaeger and shoved it away. It was clear the Rangers of Azure were not happy with the 2 younger Rangers at all, pointing and making gestures like an angry parent to a child. "Good," Namoko said before smirking up at him. "Now, I believe it's time to close up and give me my warmth, dear Tilda." Rias read the newspaper at breakfast, noting the headline proclaiming the peace deal between the devils and the human race. She rolled her eyes. The paper was simplifying the overly complicated wording of the paper both sides signed with magic. Mostly, it boiled down to they'll help humanity thrive, survive, and not to try and backstab them. Magic would know, so that made the humans happy. Akino came over and smiled, sitting next to Rias as she put down the paper. "So, after several weeks of talking, it happened." Rias nodded, folding the paper as she looked up at the TV. "Indeed. So who is on duty this morning?" "Crimson Dragon," Akino said, smirking as she glanced at the huge screen that showed the crimson armor of the Jaeger Ise and Asia pilot, Bin Ch. Acing a Category 3 all night it seems. Rias frowned. Why all night? Akino sighed. Cheering Dawn was ambushed and got its knees ripped out. Ise and Asia were the closest for breach gating. The Kaiju has been leading them on a chase all night, until now. Akino motioned to the screen as the Jaeger grabbed the Kaiju by its single-ridged horn on its head, pushing a foot into its lower spine. It pulled the Kaiju back until it snapped its back, blood erupting out of the wound as the Jaeger tore out the Kaiju's heart in a viscous manner. Both Ise and Asia were clearly not happy at chasing this beast all night. As Rias sighed in amusement. They'll be off duty for the next few days, she remarked as the footage switched to another Jaeger. Delta Maverick was patrolling the deconstruction wall site. We'll be on duty after Kiba and Kaneko. Akino nodded, eating her eggs before asking, and how is our little bishop doing? Gasper had been officially adopted into the Creevy family, after both Colin and Astora met him. A week later, they and Rias, as standing guardian for Gasper, were signing papers to make the adoption legal. Gasper was not only happier but he was able to do more his computer skills with parents that were computer whizzes themselves. Rias smiled at Akino. He's loving his new life. Luna Lovegood was in a rather good mood the night she found the city that was much too large for it to be real. She had been going over the satellite footage that had been recorded over Antarctica, frame by frame. On the 5,836,495th frame, she stopped and frowned. The Animagus was fragmented until she used her magic to force the image back into focus. Truth had to be found. Her hand stopped, looking upon a city that shouldn't exist. The Temple of Ashes alluded to it. It was the largest city of the Elder Things. The Old Ones, amongst many other names. This was their city, or the largest one on this planet that was known. Lovecraft had seen them in visions, even though he was only a squib. His gift of seeing the cosmic horrors was dampened by the lack of good health on his part. She thought that this being missed by humanity was unthinkable to her, but she was also one of the few with true sight and maybe an inkling of that cosmic sight that Lovecraft had. She then pulled the image off the computer and onto her tablet before changing her mind and sending it to her favorite lady, Maya Simmons. She also knew that Maya was going to say her name and groan all the while. Maybe she'll get to use some of the new toys Maya had been creating. Part 2 Ch11, The New Expedition. Winds howled as the last vestiges of life froze inside the walls of the once great city, the Great Freeze having decimated their race. The race of beings, the builders called Shoggoth, had revolted after the wall's defenses had melted from defeating the freaks called the Precursors. Their monsters were dead but now their race was dead as well. It barely could move due to the frigid cold sapping its strength. The Shoggoth was after it could see it close in. Its shapeless body undulated as it closes in on its fallen body. It could see the mouths and teeth, the feral eyes of the builder as it closed in. Death cried out for it before the Shoggoth froze, body going rigid and still. It looked up as the vast gates at the entrance of the city were opened, a bipedal being pointing directly at the Shoggoth before it shattered into pieces. The being walked up, arms outstretched, Shoggoths attacking from all sides. More of the builders appeared but the first biped was joined by a second one. Both in thick furs that protected them from the cold. Lightning erupted out of their hands, fingers spread out as the energy turned the Shoggoths into puddles of withering sludge. They soon stepped before it, helping it onto its tentacles. It was warmed up by their hands, the cold fleeing from them as it watched them both. It sang several notes before the second biped moved its hood, showing it to be a female. The first did the same before looking at one another. The man spoke first. Peace, old traveler. I am Adam and this is Eve. We come to help evacuate your kind from this freeze. Mother Earth is covering herself in ice to destroy the star spawn that tried to make our people their broodmares. Luna Celeste Lovegood awoke from the vision, gasping in fear as her heart tried to leave her body via her throat. She gulped down the cool air before calm filled her, reminding her where she was. She was in her bedroom, across from Harry's room in the PLF headquarters building. She had just seen another vision of the past. But her body felt wrong. She quickly shoved off the blankets and got into the shower, visions of white snow and five-pointed buildings dancing in her eyes until the warm water washed them away. She soon got dressed, looking at herself in the mirror. The ethereal beauty of a witch smiled as she brcks of blonde hair. Soon after, she was pulling out her journal to write down her newest vision and draw down what she could remember. As soon as her alarm clock went off, Luna grabbed her tablet and headed out of her room. Today was going to be the meeting that would allow her to get an expedition to Antarctica to find the city of the Elder Things as spoken of by the Temple of Ashes. She walked down the hall to the elevator, pressing the button that would take her to the floor that held the staff meeting room. She hummed as the elevator descended before dinging open, allowing her to step out onto the floor. She made her way down the hallway, took a right, then opened the door on the left. Inside was a long table that had many of the department heads as well as Marshal Sun Hugh, who looked as regal as ever. "Ah," Harry smiled as he stood up, "here is Luna. Now we can talk about what she wants to do." Maya was on his right, looking rather upset and tired out. A huge cup of coffee was before her and she looked away when Luna smiled at her. Maya, clearly, wasn't ready for this morning's meeting due to learning H.P. Lovecraft's stories were true, at least in many respects. Luna waved to everyone and then began the meeting by showing the image she had discovered 2 nights ago on the hologram projector. This was captured when the satellite passed over Antarctica nearly 4 days ago. Most thought it was a bug in the system, but I say no to that. The head over the satellite glowered at the table. It registered as a system error, a signal lost error until it started up again instantly. Meaning that something didn't want to be discovered. O tried to actively mess with a satellite that runs on solar and hollow Earth energy. Luna countered easily, which only allowed for the image to be recreated by myself. Seeing as this city is sizes beyond the normal limits that Antarctica can hold, I believe that this city is behind some ancient technology that either makes Antarctica smaller than it really is or hides how massive it is. Harry looked thoughtful as Luna pulled up the map of the place in question, continuing, Antarctica has had many expeditions to it. 2 previous ones were to this city of the Elder Things. One in 1930 by T.H.E. former Miskatonic University and 2 years later by a Professor Edward Hardin. However, the expedition was lost and the American military covered it up along with the newly formed CDOIC. Seems that someone named Victor Howard released, and I quote, a gigantic, humanoid monster with a carapace armored head that appears to be a cephalopod. The monster was released here and hit with everything the USS Texas had. Not only decapitating the monster but also giving the crew a shock as they saw some of the undersea. Marshal Sun Hugh commented, it seems that Monarch was the better alternative. To the other department that vanished after this incident. I've read the report, things just don't get up and leave. Luna shook her head, besides that, only one other off-the-record expedition went to that area. As in around a 100-mile radius of the 2 expeditions, by Monarch, in 1966. The expedition only stayed a week but they were following the trail of Monster Zero but were chased off by creatures unknown. Luna then pulled up another image, that of the newly created PLF Juggernaut. This may look familiar to those that have seen Star Wars. This design was based on the A6 Juggernaut, however. The back half was used as it was bigger and much more heavily armored than the head part of the design. At 50 meters tall, covered in weapons and several new maser technologies and powered by a heat generator. These vehicles are the best we have in covering undesirable terrain. We have 5 of these ready to be used and I propose we use these to traverse the Antarctica landscape. And figure out what is going on out there. Everyone looked at one another before Harry spoke up. I believe that we need to do this, given that new creatures are appearing that are not normal and prepared to only want destruction like the Kaiju. This will be our first step into stopping them, ladies and gentlemen. Marshal Hugh, I want 6 Jaegers to escort these 5 juggernauts. The Marshal nodded. The 3 hybrids and their teachers should be well, we'll just need to give them extreme protection due to the weather and other conditions. Harry nodded. Maya, I need crews, scientists from both Monarch and the PLF on that convoy. Quote, Maya nodded, silently sipping her coffee like it was a lifeline. Harry finally stood up. I will be going on this expedition, along with Luna. I also want to let everyone know that we're going into this somewhat blind. Lovecraft is known to have had cosmic vision, a seer gift, but he was a squib. That led to him seeing the horrific side of the cosmos, driving him mad. We are going to see things that those not mentally strong will drive us insane. But we will survive. These are creatures that may be immortal but they physically can die. A cheer of agreement went up at that, which Luna guessed, was to get everyone's spirits up. It worked perfectly. Everyone was ready to strangle Cthulhu if he ever showed up. Titaness Skyla stood on the bridge of the huge juggernaut that the PLF built. With the Alpha by her side, the Titan was impressed and also greatly humbled by what humanity could do. She hadn't been impressed much with the Jaegers. The Ceph, a Lanthropod Titaness, could feel the Earth's energy humming happily inside the machine as final checks were prepared and done. The massive wheels had impressed her the most, able to magically change weight of the entire vehicle to allow for traveling across even the thinnest of ice. 5 of them as well as 6 Jaegers, traveling across the place that had once imprisoned the golden freak with 3 heads. She wrapped her fingers around Harry's hand and squeezed as the vehicle came to life. Harry squeezed his hand back before picking up a radio and speaking into it. Activate the breach gateway, 200 miles away from the first permanent base created by the first expedition. Understood, sir. 200 miles, the voice of the breach operator repeated before the triangle of green energy opened up, giving them a view. Skyla shuddered, not a natural impulse, as she watched. Antarctica was, now, a stormy, dark, near unseeable land after Ghidorah had been there for generations. Land became even more frozen and was affected badly by the alien monster than anyone thought. The juggernaut roared through the gateway, then lurked as the wind slammed into it before it could compensate, actually causing Skyla to lose her footing. Harry didn't, catching her before radioing it in, alert, to all personnel, Antarctica has become much more dangerous than Monarch predicted. Compensating for extreme winds and even colder temperatures, the Jaegers will be able to handle these conditions, but we can't. Radios of acknowledgement came over the radio as the over 4 juggernauts trundled through, bouncing as the weather changed from warm and comfortable to cold, dead and absolutely harsh. The gateway closed before another one in the ocean opened up. Skyla only knew this as the scanning crews announced this. The gateway was still experimental, and while it could go all over the planet, it had limits. Jaegers could go through, but if it was multiple, they had to be carried out from the ocean. 10 minutes passed as Skyla watched before the Jaegers were dropped on either side of the convoy, the weather not affecting them much like the juggernauts. Skyla wanted to go out air, but she had to stay inside the vehicle. No human could know that she was a Titan. Expedition, move forward, Harry commanded over the radio. London, we're away. The convoy started off, rolling across the much harsher landscape of frozen Antarctica. Jaegers marched on either side as the group headed to the location that was formerly called Luke's Camp. Part 2 Ch-12, Frozen Hellscape. Objects are 8 feet long all over. 6'5" ridged barrel torso. 3.5 feet central diameter. 1 foot ND flexible, and infinitely tough. 7-foot membranous wings of same color, found folded, spread out of furrows between ridges. Wing framework tubular or glandular, of lighter gray, with orifices at wing tips. Spread wings have serrated edge. Around equator, one at central apex of each of the 5 vertical, stave-like ridges. Are 5 systems of light gray flexible arms or tentacles found tightly folded to torso but expansible to maximum length of over 3 feet. Like arms of primitive crinoid. Single stalks 3 inches diameter branch after 6 inches into 5 sub-stalks, each of which branches after 8 inches into 5 small, tapering tentacles or tendrils, giving each stalk a total of 25 tentacles. At top of torso blunt bulbous neck of lighter gray with gill-like suggestions holds yellowish 5-pointed starfish-shaped apparent head covered with 3-inch wiry cilia of various prismatic colors. Head thick and puffy, about 2 feet point to point, with 3-inch flexible yellowish tubes projecting from each point. Slit in exact center of top probably breathing aperture. At end of each tube is spherical expansion where yellowish membrane rolls back on handling to reveal glassy, red-irised globe, evidently an eye. 5 slightly longer reddish tubes start from inner angles of S. Starfish-shaped head and end in sac-like swellings of same color which upon pressure open to bell-shaped orifices 2 inches maximum diameter and lined with sharp white tooth-like projections. Probable mouths. All these tubes, cilia, and points of starfish head found folded tightly down, tubes and points clinging to bulbous neck and torso. Flexibility surprising despite vast toughness. At bottom of torso rough but dissimilarly functioning counterparts of head arrangements exist. Bulbous light gray pseudo-neck, without gill suggestions, holds greenish 5-pointed starfish arrangement. Tough, muscular arms 4 feet long and tapering from 7 inches. Diameter at base to about 2.5 at point. To each point is attached small end of a greenish 5-veined membranous triangle 8 inches long and 6 wide at farther end. This is the paddle, fin, or pseudo-foot which has made prints in rocks from 1,000 million to 50 or 60 million years old. From inner angles of starfish arrangement project TW. 0-foot reddish tubes tapering from 3 inches diameter at base to 1 at tip. Orifices at tips. All these parts infinitely tough and leathery, but extremely flexible. 4-foot arms with paddles undoubtedly used for locomotion of some sort. Marine or otherwise. When moved, display suggestions of exaggerated muscularity. As found, all these projections tightly folded over pseudo-neck and end of torso, corresponding to projections at other end. This was what was read by Harry as Luna sat across from him in this personal cabin aboard the Juggernaut, thanks to magic enlarging the insides of the machines of the PLF. Luna was going over some other files as Harry read that from a newspaper that came out from the 1930s of the Miskatonic University expedition, which was from the late lake on his exam. Nation of the Elder Thing body they had discovered. Of course, most of the expedition notes were lost due to the former CDOIC organization. Luna had to go to the final living source to get anything from this expedition. A man named Davenport who was in an insane asylum before he passed away a month after Luna's visit. He put the paper down before looking at the blonde, who looked up with a smile. So, we're looking for barrels with wings, tentacles and starfish-shaped heads. Of course, if any of them actually still hibernate near the city, that is. Luna nodded. Yes, if any of them survived, they'll be in deep hibernation. Of course, we'll have to put them in reinforced rooms so if they do wake up, they won't hurt anyone. Harry nodded to himself as he pushed the paper towards her. If we do find any, Luna. I don't believe we're in our world anymore. Luna frowned. What do you sense? This world, it's dying, freezing to death outside and burning up inside. It's not in balance, it's going to die. I don't know when, where or how, but it is. We may not have, no, we have a couple of years, but after that, Harry trailed off. Luna nodded, like she understood his odd rambling. Understood. We'll make sure not to stay that long. Only a few months at most, I swear. The entire expedition stopped in a valley between 2 mountain ranges, which were not on any normal Earth map. His only added to the theory proposed by the scientists on the expedition that this truly was another parallel Earth, but it was connected via Antarctica and the Elder Thing city. The new science was still being tested, but as of right now, it was being put on hold so everything could be catalogued and marked. The Juggernauts were moved into a massive cavern in one of the larger mountains, protecting them from the cold and other harsher elements. The Jaegers were also able to get inside the cave and crews were looking them over, only 2 of them staying outside for protection. Crimson Dragon and Gypsy Danger patrolled outside, both Jaegers on full alert as the winds picked up. It was Issei that noticed the unnatural change in the weather patterns, quickly getting into combat readiness before a gigantic horror leapt out of the storm directly at the Jaeger. Its cloak was a near white-gray color that was in ruins at the edges. Its hood barely covered a fleshy upper jaw, which led to another larger one and then another and one last one. All of these jaws were filled with jagged spike teeth, but the largest one had tentacles that squirmed and slithered over one another. 2 long, emancipated arms that ended in sharp taloned clawed hands held the creature up as it was clearly on the ground. The hollow shriek would have made any lesser being stop and curl up into a ball, but the Rangers leapt into action. Crimson Dragon intercepted the first one, clawed fingers curling around the thing's head. Black blood oozed out of the wounds the metal claws dug into, as the Jaeger slammed the fiendish behemoth into the side of the mountain. Gypsy Danger released its sword and sliced the arm off another one that had tried to leap onto Crimson Dragon's back, causing that one to howl in rage and pain. 3 more tried to ambush the 2 Jaegers, but both were quicker on the draw, Crimson Dragon firing a dragon shot that blasted the upper half of an ambushing that painted the mountains black in visor. Gypsy spun, stabbing one through where the chest would be, but that barely slowed the thing down. Tentacles wrap like snakes around its body, causing the Jaeger to be unable to move. Crimson slashed its claws across its head, tearing off flesh in a single blow. The third roared before tearing off into the night, howling like Satan himself was after it. The Jaegers were quick to alert the base about the new threats, needing to get the base defenses up quickly. Part 2 Ch13, The Abandoned Station. The next morning was a nightmare to behold, after the raging night brought more of the storm wraith upon the expedition. All 6 Jaegers had been forced to defend until the maser emplacements and railguns could be fully installed, finally driving the flying monstrosities away. The freeze. Snow outside the cave mouth was stained black with the blood of the storm wraiths, leaving an oozing mess that would have made Picasso regurgitate. The smell was beyond horrendous, many of the people wanting to leave the cave ASAP. Of course, they had to wait until the new shipment came through. It wasn't long before mini breach gates appeared within the cave, allowing equipment and other necessities to be pushed through. Harry had made sure everything was marked, logged and then loaded up into the juggernauts before they got warmed up and headed off towards the Elder Thing City. He was sipping some tea when he saw the new soldier uniforms being passed out, or well, armor. The new outfits looked like a cross between the Halo Mjolnir Spartan armor and the Star Wars Snowtrooper armor, while looking similar to Jaeger armor in places. The PPDC and PLF had been work armor suits during the Kaiju War in case the Kaiju became human-sized. The weapons had also been changed a fair bit, due to the advances in technology. Firearms now had 2 modes to work with, energy and projectile. The projectile mode was your standard firearm, but it now fired a lot faster and harder, like a miniature railgun. Energy mode turned the firearm into an energy weapon, the magazine holding 2 miniaturized heat generators that would allow the weapon to never run out of ammunition. It also warmed the weapon so it didn't freeze, which also warmed the soldiers' hands while in the frigid cold temperatures. Of course, those that were snipers had a more plasma-based railgun weapon that would, hopefully, take out targets as large as a tank. Even getting some damage in on larger enemies as well, that was the hope anyway. Once the resupply was finished, the mini breach gates closed and everything was loaded up into the juggernauts. Engines were warmed up and allowed to run, giving the massive machines time to get everything in the green before they rolled out of the cave and into the hellscape once more. Hat had been several hours previously and Harry was going over some of the radar data in his office, deep in concentration as he looked at the results. Something had been showing up on the radar for He passed hour now, but the blip wasn't showing in full, it was so far away. He then was notified of the latest ping of the radar when he pulled up the radio. Drivers, head to the blip that is off to the left about 30 miles. It's heading in the direction of Lake's camp, better than the path we are taking. Understood, sir. The driver on the radio returned, changing course. Within the hour, the Y had arrived at a partial dome that was built into the side of a smaller range of mountainous hills. The wind buffeted against the range but was calmer on the other side, as the juggernauts parked themselves around the entrance of the dome. The bottoms of the juggernauts lowered and unloaded troopers in their new armor and armed with the newest weapons, quickly securing a perimeter before getting the dome open. It slid open like a shatterdome before stopping, showing a cavernous space that was full of buildings that were human in nature. The soldiers were quick to secure as much as they could be. E4 signaling the scientists that it was clear. Harry came down with the first science group, having told Luna to stay put. Luna was already suffering from sleepless nights from her cosmic sight flaring up during her sleep. So Skyla was going to get Luna down for a long nap. Harry entered the dome as Striker Eureka came in after them, followed by Diablo Lightning. The space was vast, going back by at least a few miles. Dug into the hill itself, he found a squad that were his escort, as he held up a device that would detect computer equipment. It pinged, weak but giving them a general direction. They moved forward, the dark buildings slowly glowing as age-old lamps flickered to life. The buildings soon took on a sinister quality as they traveled down a main street, spotting overturned vehicles made for traversing the snowy landscape. The buildings were dark gray and only a few looked frosted over, like someone had let the outside come in and touch its cold touch upon the structures. Harry felt like something was watching them, something not human. The feral feeling kept pressing down on his psyche until they reached the place in question, a dome-topped building that was also he least exposed to any of the weathering effects that had been seen on the buildings around them. The squad got the door open, having found it unlocked. The lock itself was busted and warped into scrap. Entering the building, Harry took in his surroundings as the squad secured the place. It was lined with equipment, tons of computers and other electronic devices lined the walls. He noticed many of them were not in working condition, broken and slashed by something that wasn't human. Very few monitors were intact, which he pointed out to one of the soldiers. "Get one of these computers on and start downloading everything we can off the system." "Yes, sir," the soldier said, quickly heading to one of the surviving computers and booting it up. Harry frowned before hissing, feeling the feral presence start to move, as he radioed. All squads were under attack. The perimeter that had been set up had just gotten word of the incoming threat when the first boogie barreled into the concrete wall at full speed. The concrete barrier cracked before exploding, as the soldiers quickly fired into the concrete smoke as a massive form roared before collapsing. They didn't get to see more as another monster reared its head or onto its hind legs. A massive polar bear snarled as it reared onto its hind legs before its arms split open like a praying mantis, snatching a soldier from his place and beginning to crush him. Energy fire and bullets tore into the freak of nature as its teeth elongated, its throat opening as a horde of flesh-colored tendrils writhed out of its mouth and open throat. The soldier was dropped as both of its forelimbs were blasted off by energy fire, a few people dragging the bleeding man back into the barrier. More of these nightmare abominations charged at the barrier. Most of them were the mantis polar bears. There were others though, half-frozen human bodies that had black tentacles flailing out of their necks, orifices or other wounded areas on their bodies. Then the larger monsters came. Spherical horrors that had crimson tentacles dragged across the ground as multiple elongated, emancipated limbs pushed the abomination forward as the grotesque mouths slathered and howled. Striker Eureka and Diablo Lightning jumped in, rushing the larger beasts, crushing the smaller monsters underfoot as they assaulted the new threat. Striker Eureka slammed a fist into one of the spherical horrors, sending it into a building as it died. Diablo unloaded its holy destruction cannon into several more as Herc and Chuck brought the Mark V Jaeger around, activating their plasma edge blades as they slashed a pair of the monsters in half. "Stupid little blighters, aren't they?" Chuck commented as they stabbed another that had leapt at them from atop a building. Herc grunted. "They are acting too coordinated to be natural, but too animalistic to have any proper plan of attack besides attack." Chuck grunted as they were shoved back by one of the spheres of flesh, slamming their blades into the streets to keep them from going back any further. Striker got up and punched the horror away, twin wounds from the blades inflicted upon the beast. As they got up, Herc radioed Diablo. "See if you can get to where Mr. Potter is," he ordered, as he and Chuck grabbed and smashed a horror into the pavement. "We need to clear out of this place now before we're overwhelmed." "Understood," Rias said over the radio. "We're heading over there now." Part 2 CH-14, Awakening. The roars, howls and other unearthly sounds reached the squad as they prepped weapons and took aim. Harry felt the air tensing, the feral feeling increasing before the door bent towards them. The mass that hit it was enough to cause a dent. The huffing and snarling only increase. As the sounds of torn metal came to them. Guns turned on the door, safeties off. The door wrenched open, a mutated polar bear howled in outrage as its bulk couldn't fit through the tiny doorway. Gun, fire and energy blasts tore into the monster, blood painting the walls as it collapsed into a gory mess. More of the abominations started to tear at the carcass to get to the squad inside, black tentacles becoming covered in talons that ripped chunks out of the corpse. More weapons fire ripped through the doorway, sending aberration of horror to the ground in various positions of death. Harry grit his teeth as he started sending flame spells into the horde of death, igniting many of the monsters as they burnt and crumbled to dust. Switching to energy, out of physical ammo. One of the sold Ayers grunted over the sounds of the horde of Inger until the data is downloaded. "It's at 75%. Another shouted before there was an explosion, shaking the building. Harry gritted his teeth as the warmth from the inside started to vanish, meaning that the monsters must have torn out the power generator. He hit himself with a warming charm as the soldiers had environmental suits with armor, allowing them to stay warm without magic. Another one of the creatures broke through the ceiling, debris raining down out of the hole as it was shot into pieces by the squad. Then the horrors backed off, slinking back into the darkness as the computer beeped. Download complete. One of the soldiers said, "We need to clear out, now." Harry held up his hand, magic thrumming as something in his psyche told him to stay still. The squad of soldiers froze before they felt it too. The ground was shaking before it stopped, causing everything to go silent. Harry looked over at the squad leader and slowly motioned him to start moving forward. The leader nodded, slowly moving across the room as the squad followed. Rias and Akino froze as the ground shook then stilled, taking them off guard. The sensors aboard Diablo Lightning were silent before a seismic readout appeared, showing the increase of underground activity near the Jaeger. That was until it spiked, the ground erupting like a volcano had erupted out of the earth. Smoke covered whatever caused the eruption, as Rias tried to see through the clouds of debris. Warning sensors went off, but a long, bony limb swung out of the sea. Loud and sent Diablo flying into a building. Both teenagers forced Diablo out of the rubble to stop what had hit them, causing both to pale. The massive thing was entirely black with thin red lines. It seemed to be carved into its ash-black skin. Its elongated limbs ended in massive hooked claws with two smaller fingers on either side of the massive middle finger. Its skin wrapped tightly around its chest, giving it an angled boxy shape. The hardest part to comprehend was that this thing had no head. Instead, it was a massive tentacle that sawed around like it was in some underwater current. The silence stretched on, the thing making no sound as it seemed to almost study Diablo Lightning before its tentacle whipped forward at lightning speed. Rias and Akino dived out of the way as the moss-sieved tentacle crushed the building in half, causing it to collapse. The arm lifted, changing into a cannon as the pod energy surged out of the cannon. The thing slashed at the Jaeger in retaliation at being hit by the destructive energies, the hook claws nearly stabbing into the Jaeger. Diablo rolled out of the way of another downward strike before getting back to its feet, stumbling slightly as the ground shook again. This time, it was from the footfalls of Striker Eureka as it barreled into the massive horror at full speed. The thing flailed around, confused at the sudden appearance of Annette. Her metal being before twin plasma edge blades stabbed into its shoulders and nearly tore out both of its arms. It retreated into the ground, shaking everything as it fled as its arms barely hung onto its body. Stryker steadied Diablo before it radioed over to it. "Mr. Potter is back," seemed whatever that was, it was what called the things away. "It's on the run now, but Mr. Potter has called a full retreat. No use in staying here if it's going to kill us all," Herc said. As the convoy retreated, across the ice and horror-filled snow lay the new city of the Elder Things. Or, at least it was thought to have been. It was not the original city of the Things but the home of the Insane Ones, the Elder Things that had been driven into madness after spending too long in the accursed frozen landscape of the planet. The original city of the Elder Things was built over by the Insane Ones, creating a city that was more insidious to behold and more mind-breaking to view. Within its walls, human or humanoid slaves mined, carved or built up the city as those that worshipped the Insane Ones sang chords and prayers to their idols. Such blasphemies rang out in the shrines of the cults as the females air used to carry the offspring of the insane aliens. Nothing more than slaves, the human race had fallen into the hands of the former rulers of the planet. Within one of the spiraling towers that twisted into the blizzard-driven sky, an Insane One activated one of the instruments on a device. The black armored body, covered in sharp spikes, twisted as pink tentacles slid out from between the 5 long armored leg appendages. The top opened up to show the fleshy pink 5-petaled head of the Insane One, tasting the air as it viewed the convoy as it escaped the former human research stronghold. A pink tentacle reached up and turned a knob, causing another screen to activate and show the massive eyes of another alien. Lipless mouth quivering and slathering, the bear-sized bulk of the alien glistening like wet leather. Snake-like tentacles writhing as the clumsy body heaved and pulsated. The two seemed to converse in silence before the screen shut off, the message conveyed perfectly from one species to another. Such is how the Insane Ones and the Martians of Mars spoke, through the mind. Part 2 ch15, Another Past. Inside the lead convoy vehicle, Harry Potter looked over the data that had been translated from the download they had taken from the research center. There had been a lot to decrypt, and most of it was a rather lengthy history of this Earth. Someone clearly wanted to get everything in one go, which was leading to rather large files or file sizes. The images were a good touch though, seeing as they helped explain what was happening or what was being described. What he was most interested in was the large monsters that had populated this Earth, which was due to his uneasy feeling of something not being right. Turns out, he was correct. Ages ago, the invaders had sealed this world's Alpha Titan, a female Titaness final Goji. Given that it had been sealed away, it couldn't defend the planet from the forces of chaos trying to control it. Harry paused, then went back. Something that caught his attention. A strange symbol with the letters SCP under it, though it was crossed out by something else. Looking deeper, he discovered this world's equivalent of the PPDC. A foundation whose mandate was to secure, contain and protect humanity. However, sometime around 2043, things were going out of control. Aliens emerged from the North Pole, beginning to rain weaponry unimaginable upon the human race. The SCP Foundation rushed to contain this threat but were overwhelmed as facilities were destroyed and contained creatures were either killed or taken away. Then came the purging, where ice was weaving itself out of both poles and sealing the world into an eternal ice age. Soon, humanity created what would be called Iron Knights, creations that looked vague. Yuli liked the Imperial Knights of that one tabletop game, Warhammer. The more he went through the articles, the more the feeling of despair entered his gut. The world had gone to war and lost. They eated their own Mechagodzilla and in the end, created Jaegers but. Then the Martians of Mars came down to the freezing world. With a war on two fronts, facing advanced technology, genetically engineered eldritch horrors and more. Humanity gave up. A third went to the Insane Ones, who became their cultists' birth chambers. The rest either fled to the hollow Earth and became primitive or stayed above the ice in ice cities. Pulling up a map, Harry noticed that they were heading in the direction of the graveyard. It didn't say anything more than that, but the images showed the remains of both RS and Iron Knights piled on top of one another, while on either side, gigantic canyon walls shielded them from the wrath of this eternal hellish winter. Of course, his people would want to study these knights before they moved on again. Looking over the files once more, he frowned as he saw a file that was labeled, The Black Wall. Opening it, he found that most of it was encrypted, but he got a W sentences out between them and this world's Gojira. A new quest to head on, Harry mused to himself as he closed down the computer and got up. He needed his sleep as well. A few days of traveling owned the convoy at the mouth of the graveyard, and upon entering, the feeling about everything was palpable. Mako Mori read over the holograms that showed Samurai Indigo's scan results as Gabriel worked at something that had been annoying her for the whole trip. Someone left a vent to the outside world open and it had flooded the cockpit with a chilling cold, something the half-Vila hated. Given that she was part Vila, any type of cold was seen as an affront. Something Mako found amusing in the younger woman as she finally got the vent closed and sealed. With some very colorful language in French, Gabriel reconnected to the Jaeger and drifted back with Mako. The hatred easily filled the link between them, but it quickly faded away as the information Mako had been reading filled her partner's mind. The scans showing the many bodies of the creations dubbed the Iron Knights by this Earth's populace. However, Maki wrinkled her nose mentally at that name. These mecha suits were smaller and Jaegers and were glorified weapon platforms that looked humanoid enough to look like early Jaeger creations. Most of the weapons were massive plasma-based or energy-based guns with the massive fizz Ical shell gun thrown in for good measure to complement the armory. The larger knights would have massive artillery guns on their backs, shoulders to provide long-range cover to their allies. The large Saint One was leaning into the side of the canyon, having forearms and other assorted weaponry that would make Kaneko Tuju drool. The girl was a gun fanatic. She wouldn't deny it as their Jaeger, echoing tower. was going over the gigantic knight's weaponry like it was the Holy Grail. However, most of the scientists were doing the same in the smaller ones, if the very excited radio chatter was anything to go off of. Gabriel looked over at her as she asked something. So, do you think someone got sued over copyright on these being created? Mako chuckled. Most definitely, pretty sure that the company was disbanded a few weeks into the creation of these if the information we got was correct. Some people are never happy. Deeper within the frozen wasteland, tripods moved towards their targets with silent efficiency. Built with the Ice Age changes in mind, these war machines were far more advanced and adapted to winter-based combat than their original counterparts. However, these machines were escorted by smaller and more colorful tripods. Their purples, grays and reds standing out in the snow like freshly exposed blood and viscera. Smaller tripods, the drones, scuttled underfoot as they scouted ahead for their masters. He didn't care, the deep scar across his right bulging dead blind eye showing how much he didn't care about humanity. They wounded him in his pride when they used the Jaegers and Iron Knights. This particular wound had been given to him by the Jaeger Iron Knight hybrid dubbed Thunder Child. That was before his battle group blasted the creation into the moss. Sea frozen lake that was between the exit of the canyon graveyard and the Black Wall. All units stay in formation. He intoned over the shared telepathy link, a hurricane blizzard is coming up and I do not want another Sector 85 incident. We stay close and move slowly, line of sight and of mind as required. Our technology will not help us in these conditions. Understood, came the reply from his battle group. The tripods closing ranks to stay in formation as the dangerous winds picked up and whited out everything for thousands of miles. Part 2 Ch16, Frozen Respite. When the winds tore into the unprotected landscape outside the graveyard's maw, snow slashing through the air with the sharpness of knives. Luna shivered as she looked out at the entrance of the maw, feeling outwards with her magic as her inner self stayed dormant inside her. Being Biolante had its advantages, if one was in places with any plants. Here, there was none, and so she let her inner titan slumber. Something her brother, Harry, had let his inner titan do as well. However, it seemed to know what was happening around itself anyway. Dr. Lovegood, one of the scientists, pulled her from her momentary musings. Oh, yes, sorry. She turned her focus back onto what they were studying. I thought I felt something out there, but the snow is so thick. Guess I should have brought something for my eyes. The scientist simply nodded, being one of the few used to her craziness, as it was referred to. Luna saw it as more of a chaotic alignment whenever something happened around her, but that was not why she was here in the biting damned cold. No, it was to study with rather powerful and impressive weapons that this world had constructed to fight off kaiju and other threats. She took the pad the scientist handed to her before motioning him to hand her his radio, having left hers in her room again. This is Lovegood, she said into the radio. I want a team of specialists to set up sonar-based scanners at the mouth of this valley. I just had a feeling something is approaching. I don't want us to be caught off guard again. Over, Lovegood, the response came. Team is being prepped due to the same concern. She smiled before handing the radio back to the scientist. Shall we continue our research? Neville Longbottom was currently flying in orbit of the planet in his Titan form, Gamera, as he watched the planet down below. While Harry was gone, he had taken up the mantle of Earth's guardian. The massive turtle Titan wasn't upset about that much. No, to be completely honest, he had been rather grateful for the chance to handle threats that came to the planet. Of course, he usually had to be watched by Moonhador or that unsettling Shin Gojira monster. But he was able to deal with threats that weren't kaiju related, given that they were handled purely by the Jaegers of the PPDC. As of now, he was investigating something that had troubled him ever since Harry had warned him about it a few weeks before he had left. Neville, Harry said in a soft voice, nearly a whisper, what I'm asking you to do will be dangerous. I have been watching you grow in your powers and Titan form. But I don't think this will be easy for someone like you. I want you to take care to not get yourself hurt. You're a good friend and both Hannah and Susan will skin me alive if you go and die because of this. Neville was sure Harry would easily handle his mates, but still, what Harry had told them had been worrying. Something about an ancient rivalry between gods in the ancient past when Titans ruled the planet. Neville turned into the atmosphere and headed towards the mountain range that was most prominent in China, his organic plasma thrusters that his back legs turned into burning at max power. Soon, the clouds gave way to the greens and grays of the mountains that would have been very prominent in ancient primal China. Upon landing, he started looking around as he started his investigation. Harry had given him rather broad details on what he could find, which was mostly hieroglyphs carved into the mountains. He didn't find much at first before he noticed the mountain started to look less organic and more human-made the further into the range he went. Neville closely looked at the mountains before spotting the hieroglyphs Harry had spoken of, showing what looked like a female human in some sort of priestess dress with her hands up towards the sky. He looked further and realized why it was depicted that way, as it was pointed towards a towering beast of a titan. 3 horns on its head, bone-like armor plates and a pair of structures that looked like wings. Coming out of its mouth was a beam that left fire if the hieroglyphs were to be trusted, at least in this context. Neville put a clawed hand against the glyphs before his connection to the mana of the planet pulled him into a vision of the past. Ancient China was burning as the massive corpse of THT ossed to the ground by China's titanic protector. A god of darkness that made sure those who dared enter his territory paid with their life blood. The priestess of the dark god gave herself to passionate prayer as the titan rumbled darkly, glowering at the body of the deity from the stars. Then the chirps of the life goddess filled the valley as the dark god glowered up at the titanic moth deity. Shining like the sun, Mothra roared at the dark god, praising him for his victory. He waved it off, simply stating that this monster would have turned the green of the planet to ashen dust. The two deities exchanged farewells before something changed in the air, causing the dark god to look up towards the sky. Teeth shone in a viscous snarl of disgust as another one of the creatures that had 3 heads roared in challenge. Like some vanity-fueled king, the beast hovered in the air. Wings shaped like ornate crowns and the horns on each head were vast and extravagant in design not of this world. Twisting windtails of lavish golden scales shimmered in the light of the sun and flames, as did the rest of its glorious golden form. It bellowed and screeched, demanding the dark god to kneel before the glory that was Grand King Ghidorah. The dark god roared in challenge as he decreed that Bagan, the dark god, bowed to no golden idol of alien origin. Neville was shoved out of his vision with a start, body stumbling back as he shook his head. That vision was dark, ancient. What had happened to cause Earth to be the target of so many of the triple-headed species? He grimaced before looking down to see the massive skeletal remains of what appeared to be Death Ghidorah, a quadrupedal Ghidorah variation of the species it seemed. However, he had seen no remains of this so-called Grand King Ghidorah. Pondering to himself, Neville decided to call in the Ghidorah expert. He would regret it later, but he wasn't Moonhedorah. She would probably bring some Iris or Shin Gojira to be her backup. Neville sighed, a deep echoing sound to any human ears, before walking towards the entrance of the mountain valley before stopping. Looking down at his feet, he blinked in surprise when he realized he was standing on paved stone. He definitely needed some help, maybe Monarch could help. He slowly made his way out of the valley and took off, heading to where he had sensed Moonhedorah had been last. He would finish this investigation, he would. Part 2 CH17, The Wall. Hello again. Given how this story is so popular, I was hoping my followers would be willing to help me out more. I have gotten myself Patreon account, under the name of Gojira126. Same as my AO3 account, so if you want to help this writer out and even get to see some original stories before they get published, please support me there. Riser Phoenix looked out over the edge of the black stone wall that had blocked any assault that had been thrown against it since the Insane Ones iced the planet. Wearing his military outfit that had been made out of the furs of the creature that had been known as Megaprimatus Kong, the dark furs fit the dark stones of the fortress walls. In his hand was a glass of wine, several ages old and somm. Anything he had gotten the taste for after his deal with the Insane Ones. It was a rather good deal. He got what he wanted and he would defend the wall from any assault. That included keeping the iced WORLDS Alpha Predator on ice so it couldn't awaken and ruin everything. That was the secondary purpose of the wall, to keep those trying to get to the insane ones from awakening the Alpha Titan that was in suspended animation within the ice. He could see the outline of the creature from his position upon the wall. He could see the black scales of the Titan. His regular troopers that dealt with ice. Magics constantly checked the ice that entombed the monster, so no one would say he didn't keep it under control. While his clone troopers had multiple powers from what was left of the Devil Pillars and even the extinct ones. Genetically grown with the technology of the insane ones. But his greatest asset was his lovely Rias, as he looked over at her. Dressed in pure white, showing off her cleavage and other curves. Her eyes though, sadly, were milky white as she was blind from her rebellion a few dozen years before. But she now obeyed without question, and gave him 3 children that could combine the power of destruction with that of his family's flames. Looking at his prized wife, he smirked as she waited on him hand and foot. Like the rest of her peerage, under his control. It also helped that all of them were all female. The technology was truly amazing that it could switch genders. Though, he was sure 1 or 2 of them were silently forming a resistance against him. He wasn't sure which, but he would find them eventually. They would be punished. He took a long sip of the wine before turning towards one of the towers, walking towards it so he could go through the tunnels. He connected the wall to the underground base. He chuckled to himself, lazily waving the heavily armored clone soldiers away after they gave him a salute. Stepping inside, he looked at one of the walls and frowned a bit as he saw what was being shown upon it. Jaegers and several massive multi-wheeled vehicles moving through the canyon while the beams of the heat rays of the Martian assault force nearly hit them. It seems we will have to prove our superiority once again, my dear Rias, he said to his silent wife, before he drained the rest of his wine and melted the glass with his flames, to prove that no one defies Riser Phoenix. He didn't notice the flicker of disgust that went across his blind wife's face before it vanished into flat nothingness. Susan ran across the lands of China in her Titan form, the lupine body easily traversing it in record time. Titanus lupa, named after the mother of Romulus and Remus, was on the smaller side of the Titan scale. However, being a gigantic wolf with hands like a human and a tail like a sauropod helped. Rushing through the lands of mystical China was something that thrilled her, but her boyfriend had called Moonhedora here for something that put Susan on edge. She came to a stop right behind Neville, who was talking to Moonhedora over the body of some dead-winged Hydra Titan. Susan waited for a few minutes, and after he didn't acknowledge her, she bit his tail. Neville jumped at least 40 feet into the air with a howl, landing on his front as both Moonhedora and Susan laughed at him for being so easy to sneak up on. Within the gulf of space, another watched. Of course, she didn't mind the oppressive cold or lack of oxygen. Though, in actuality, she was the clone of another clone. The stronger of the two as well, given how much radiation and cosmic powers she had gathered within her body. That and the powers of several other universes, though, of varying strength. It took a lot to get these powers, and time was not on her side with this at all. She looked across space upon the planet of Earth, seeing humanity create those Jaegers to defend themselves from another dimensional realm. Well, the planet was in another dimension, but a part of this universe. She had only ever been there once and learned the hard way to not interfere with those that worked like the precursors. The harvesters were not far behind. Though, she had wiped out several fleets that tried to attack the few planets that were crystallized. She hated that race, but they seemed focused on Earth, though she had no idea why. That and her der male half was flying in that direction as well. She could follow him. There wasn't much going on in her part of the galaxy right now. Pondering to herself, she decided to leisurely fly there. Of course, given that she was Space Godzilla, she wouldn't have to worry about travel times. No, this was something she needed to see if her elder half was going to cause chaos, like he always did.